Hansen had long been curious about Destiny's Tower, and that was because this stone Destiny's Tower was just like the metal Destiny's Tower inside his Sea of Soul. Aside from the towers being made of different materials, one having been made of stone and other having been made of metal, there was no difference. For deified elites used their powers to force open the gate to Destiny's Tower. Only one person could go in while the gate was being held up. Once he received the signal, Hansen immediately ran into the tower. Dang! Hansen had just entered the tower when the door slammed shut behind him. Because Hansen knew the process, though, he wasn't afraid. The four deified elites had to use formation powers just to get the door open, and it could only be kept open for a single second. It simply wasn't feasible to keep it open any longer than that. Hansen was given 1 month to spend in Destiny's Tower. When that month was up, the door would open again, and Hansen would be allowed to leave. Hansen looked around the tower. He had heard there was supposed to be an amazing Geno art located inside the tower, and any creature that learned it would be able to increase the speed of their evolution. But everyone who left the tower seemed to practice different Geno arts. That made Hansen curious about whether the rumor was true. Hansen was on the first floor of Destiny's Tower. The layout was exactly like his own Destiny's Tower, but there were some paintings hanging on the walls of this tower. The pictures were supposedly the Geno arts of legend, but when Hansen looked closer, he realized that the pictures were not Geno arts at all. They were drawings of people. The pictures were of a man. Hansen couldn't tell if he was human, crystallizer, extreme king, or one of the sky. They all looked so similar that it was hard to tell the precise race of the man in the painting. But this man wasn't drawn like an average person. He was drawn like a god atop an altar. Every wall held a picture depicting the same man in a different position, but no matter how he was posed, he seemed to be looking out of the picture with disdain. It was somehow uncomfortable to meet the painted man's gaze. Although Hansen knew it was just a drawing, not a living man, the painted man gave him a chilled feeling. It was like the eyes of the man could see right through his soul or something. Hansen frowned. The longer he looked at the painting, the more he wanted to avoid it. That wasn't normal. Is there something wrong with this drawing? Or is it like a jade spirit in the white jade jing? Is it actually alive? Hansen looked at the man in the painting, but try as he might, he couldn't discern its true nature. He looked across the whole first floor, but he found nothing except for pictures of that one man. Hansen silently moved on to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Hansen frowned. This floor had paintings of the man on every wall as well. He was just posed in different positions than he had been on the first floor. This entire tower isn't just full of this one man's paintings, is it? Hansen's heart jumped, and so he proceeded to the third floor. Of course, Hansen was unlucky. His guess had been correct. The third floor held the same paintings. Each floor in the tower had 8 walls. Each wall had a painting of its own. Hansen walked all the way from the first floor to the 6th floor, and he saw 48 of the man's paintings in total. It was the same person in every painting. He was just in a different position in each one. He would be sitting in one, while in another, he could be standing or lying down. All the pictures had the man in a different position. But no matter what his position was, the man's eyes were always the same. Hansen hated those eyes. The man wasn't ugly. In fact, Hansen thought he was quite handsome. The man had a smile that should have been lovable, but instead, Hansen loathed it. He couldn't put his finger on why. Hansen was a little surprised by that realization, because he didn't like judging people by their appearance. It didn't matter if a person looked nice or horrible, he would not form a real opinion on them until he learned more about who they really were. But now, looking at these paintings, Hansen already hated this man. That was not normal at all. Trying to suppress his hatred, Hansen climbed to the highest floor. This was the 7th floor. If the stone Destiny's Tower was related to his metal Destiny's Tower, the 7th floor should have a space by Sema. That was where Hansen imprisoned people in his own tower. As soon as Hansen stepped onto the 7th floor of Destiny's tower, he stopped dead in his tracks. There were no more of those paintings on the 7th floor. There was just a stone platform in the middle of the room. Someone was sitting atop the stone platform, and Hansen realized instantly that it was the same man showcased in the 48 paintings across the lower floors. He sat atop the stone platform, his legs crossed like a Buddha. His hands were down, and his eyes were shut. It was like he was sleeping. Hansen couldn't detect a life force coming from the man, though. The man was like a statue. With Hansen's eyesight, though, he could tell the man actually was alive. He could see the man's pores and the pink of his skin. Hansen could see most of his vessels, too. Aside from the fact that he wasn't breathing, he really did look like someone who was alive. Hansen used the Dongxian aura to inspect the man. It was odd that the man looked so alive while giving off utterly no indication of life force. Even after scanning the man, Hansen couldn't tell if he was living or dead. That was extremely weird. While Hansen was examining the man, some sort of odd wave began to pass through the air around the man's body. The air moved in a circle, like a nearly invisible whirlpool. Hansen took a step back. He soon realized that the swirl was just a life force, not anything harmful. What astonished Hansen the most, though, was that the black crystal armor in his Sea of Soul reacted to the whirlpool. The armor began to tremble. A mysterious power flowed out of the armor and sank into Hansen's body. Hansen felt himself become really heavy. It was like the cells inside his body had been frozen in place by that mysterious power. The Dongxian Sutra and Hansen's other primary Geno arts had been locked down by the strange power as well. Only the original Water King body and a few other powers Hansen had absorbed were still active inside his body. "What is this?" Hansen asked in sudden trepidation. Then the man slowly opened his eyes. It looked like he was smiling at Hansen, but he wasn't. Hansen's heart flared with that feeling of hatred again, but this time, it was 1,000 times stronger than it had been when he saw those pictures. Hansen managed to suppress the feelings and keep them from showing on his face. Hansen finally figured out where the feelings were coming from, though. The passionate hatred inside him was flowing out of the black crystal armor. It wasn't his own emotion. The man stared at Hansen the same way he'd gazed out of the paintings. He smiled and coldly asked, "Do you believe that this world has a god?" Hansen's heart jumped. He didn't mind hearing about deifieds, but he really did mind hearing the word God. This sensitivity came from his time in the sanctuaries. Since he first entered the sanctuaries, he had come to despise the word God. Even hearing it would put him in a bad mood for a long time. Especially when it came to the events with the 7th team. They had really affected Hansen. This guy cannot be the god that claims to grant wishes, can he? Hansen stared at the man who sat atop the stone platform, and he really thought that this man had to be the one he had heard so much about. Plus, the black crystal armor's reaction made Hansen much more alarmed. "I've never heard of any of the Extreme King dying in this Destiny's Tower. People claim to learn a lot from their time in the tower. No matter what is said about this place, there is never a hint of something fatal residing inside. Otherwise, with so many people having already entered this place, at least one of them should have died," Hansen thought to himself. No wonder each of the Extreme King learned something different inside the tower, though. There is no Geno art here. There is just this living god. Hansen froze, and he didn't answer. The man asked again, "Young man, do you believe that God exists in this world?" "Yes," Hansen answered with certainty. But inside, he thought, "Of course, I believe. Han's big brother is Dollar God." The man nodded, and he went on to say, "If I told you I was God, would you believe me?" "I would," Hansen said, feigning cooperation. He wanted that man to keep talking. After all the time Hansen had spent tracking down bits and pieces of this man's exploits, he badly wanted to know what the man's true goal was, or where he might have come from. The man didn't seem impressed or concerned by Hansen's answer, though. His expression hadn't changed, and he still smiled. "It is a fated meeting that you have come here to speak with me. I can fulfill one wish for you. You can say whatever you want, as it should be something deep in your heart. You only have one chance. No matter what you say, it will be fulfilled. But you cannot change what you wish for." "This guy is just like King Kun," Hansen chuckled darkly in his heart. He looked at the man. "I can make any wish?" Hansen asked, looking at the man. "Any wish that you desire." "God can do anything," the man said calmly. Hansen frowned, and he didn't speak. Making a wish seemed like a simple process, but there were many traps. Each member of the 7th team from the Alliance had made a wish, but before the end, each one of them had regretted their wish. Something disastrous that they never expected had befallen them. For instance, Hansen could wish for a lot of money. God would set up an accident and drop a lot of money right into his lap. Things would seem great, until it eventually came out that the money had belonged to a psychotic killer. While Hansen would indeed be the recipient of great fortune for a time, he would eventually be killed by that psychotic killer. God was supposed to be an abstract concept. Once people made their wishes to God, they were supposed to move on with their lives, not linger in the moment. If people really thought that God was a person who granted wishes like this man, it would be very dangerous. If someone believed in God, then they believed that God was a real force in the world. Every action he took would have ramifications in the world. He wouldn't just be able to make something out of nothing. So, whatever wish a person made should be something that already existed inside the universe someplace. These items would, of course, have a pre-established connection to the universe. Any rare item that someone wished for would be deeply associated with the workings of the world. Hansen used to think that, if God really existed and he could really fulfill wishes, then he might be a special sort of life form that had causal powers. A person had to wish for something they wanted, but the consequences of the item might befall the wisher. So, the rarer the item was, the greater the consequences could be. The price that had to be paid could be huge. If a person wished for $10,000, and that $10,000 were with a mother who wanted to heal her ailing son, and that $10,000 were then given to the wisher, the son would die from lack of treatment. That death and that mother's hatred would end up on the wisher. If the wisher was greedy and wished for $1 million, the wish might hurt 100 lives. The wisher would be hated by 100 families. Having 100 different families seeking revenge against you would be a high price to pay. Those were just Hansen's predictions and guesses, though. They might not have actually been true, but according to what happened to the 7th team, the guesses were in the realm of possibilities. It didn't matter if someone wished for immortality or a return to their youth, every wish had its price. That price also took away the governance of a person's own life and death. Perhaps it was because there were too many consequences, but sometimes, not even death brought freedom from the consequences of a wish. They would have to continue their miserable existence to pay back the debt. If this theory is correct, then everyone who entered this Destiny's Tower should have paid a price. But I haven't heard of any misfortunes among the people who have come here. Why? Hansen frowned. The guy that was claiming to be God noticed Hansen's continued silence. He smiled and said, "You can think about what you wish to want to make. There are 48 God pictures. They all have my will in them. You can go and take a look. Perhaps they will help you decide. That will be the first gift I give you. When you have thought of the wish you seek to make, come to me, and I will make it come true." Hansen didn't leave. He looked at the man and asked, "If I make a wish, do I have to pay something back in maid?" The man continued smiling and said, "You will." Hansen was surprised that the man answered. He had thought the self-proclaimed God wouldn't admit this, even if asked. Hansen immediately followed up his question. What do I need to give you? The man looked at Hansen and didn't answer the question. You are not the first person to ask me this question. And you surely won't be the last. I can answer you, but if I answer, you must make a wish. Do you agree? Hansen thought for a brief moment, and then said seriously, I agree. The man smiled and said, the wish you make will be fulfilled, and that is because it is what you deserve. It is what I deserve? If I want 100 wives, that means the wives will already have been my wives? What sense does that make? Hansen was frozen. What the man said was something Hansen couldn't accept, but when he thought about it some more, his breath caught. He now knew why the man would say this. What the man had said was reversed. If you tried to understand it in reverse, then the sentence made sense. But the causal relationship reversed it. Just as Hansen predicted, if God was a creature that had causal powers, then he could reverse causal relationships. For example, take a person who wished for $1 million. Normally, the person would have to work for 10 years to earn that much money. But God's powers reversed the causal relationship. God could give that 1 million to the person immediately, and then the person would have to work to pay it back. If someone wished for far more than they could ever pay back, then the wisher would destroy the causal relationship, which would create a serious imbalance within that causal power. It was difficult to imagine what might happen. If this line of thought is true, making a wish is like prepaying wages. If my wish is something I can pay back, then I might not get hurt. Or at least, I might not get hurt very much. Just like Han Jinji. He made a wish, but the wish he made didn't backfire on him, Hansen thought. The man smiled. You are smart. You understand the meaning behind wishes. I believe you will be able to make the correct wish. Hansen thought to himself, many of the extreme king have entered Destiny's Tower, and their lives don't seem to be falling apart afterwards. They must have deciphered the meaning behind the man's words. But is it really true that no one was greedy enough to make a wish they were unable to make good on? Hansen didn't know if this guy was the same self-proclaimed god that the 7th team had encountered. Whether he was or not, though, Hansen believed there to be something amiss with this offer. He just hadn't figured out what was wrong yet. When Hansen didn't speak, the man went on to say, young man, make a wish you are able to handle. It will be good for you, and it will not harm you. The way he said this made Hansen frown. There was something familiar about this whole interaction, actually. Hang on, I forgot to consider God's perspective in this wishing process. God wouldn't just randomly help people. Why is this guy willing to help others by fulfilling their wishes? Maybe the wishing process isn't like a prepaid wage, but more like an interest-charging loan? This guy might be some sort of celestial loan shark. The thought gave Hansen a sudden chill. Without a doubt, this god must be benefiting somehow from the wishes that were made. No way he would just sit here and grant wishes out of kindness. There had to be something this god needed that the wishes were providing. Most likely, that benefit would come from the interest rate he charged for each wish. The bigger the wish that was made, the more interest the wisher would owe. And that meant God would benefit even more. As he considered the idea, Hansen became increasingly convinced that he was right. Hansen might not have figured out the process perfectly, but he was confident he had gotten the core of the relationship correct. God wasn't some benevolent fulfiller of dreams. He was more like a vampire. But God wouldn't be interested in money, obviously. Hansen hadn't quite figured out what form this god would want his interest in when he collected it. Hansen's face turned sour as he thought about all this. If his guesses were even remotely accurate, then regardless of what he wished for, he was still going to lose something. After all, loan sharks kept the interest going even after payment. I still don't know what wish to make. Let me go and have a look at those godly pictures before I make one, Hansen said, as he looked at the man. You really should think about it, yes. You only get one chance. The man smiled encouragingly. Hansen left the 7th floor of Destiny's Tower. As he walked, he kept on thinking, from what I have been able to see thus far, God's power must have many restrictions. He cannot directly harm the wishmaker. And he cannot harm creatures of this universe. And it seems as if he cannot use lies and tricks. Otherwise, why would he have told me all that he did? The rules do not permit the use of force or falsehoods. This whole thing sounds very legal and lawyer-like. Although they can't change the rules, they're perfectly happy to use word games and manipulation to get what they want. That is how they trick people, Hansen thought to himself. Ultimately, he thought it was a good thing that he had come here. He had agreed to make a wish in order to figure out what the wishing process and this God's powers were actually like. Now, he had a much better idea of what was happening. His theories couldn't be 100% accurate, but he was better off now than his previous state of complete cluelessness. To defeat an enemy, you had to understand them. Ignorance was the most frightening thing on a battlefield. Now that Hansen had agreed to make a wish, he might end up paying a price. But he still thought that this was all worth it. At least he would be able to understand God more. What Hansen needed to do now was avoid getting tangled in the interest he would owe God upon making a wish. According to the theory he was crafting, the smaller the wish Hansen made, the smaller the price he would have to pay. That would mean there would be less interest. But Hansen had no idea what scale he should use to measure wishes. How would he know if the wish he made was big or small? For instance, Hansen might want $1. That was a small amount. And according to the theory, the wish should accrue very little interest because $1 would be easy to pay back. But God wasn't playing with money here. He was playing with causal powers. If Hansen wanted that $1, and that $1 came from a scary elite's son, that scary elite's son might die. And the responsibility for that would land firmly upon Han's senator at that point. Hansen would have to face the scary elite's payback. When wishes were fulfilled by causal power, even seemingly small wishes could turn out to be very dangerous. And whatever the price turned out to be, Hansen would have to pay it. And the final decision would be in hands of that untrustworthy God. Hansen would have a difficult time trying to navigate around those rules. It is hard fighting God. The seventh team had so many good people, and yet they all ended up the way they did. It looks as if Gu Qingqing, who didn't make a wish, made the best decision by far, Hansen thought to himself. I wonder what wish Han Jingji made. How did he avoid the trap set up by God? Hansen didn't understand. Or at least, he didn't for the moment. But he needed a way to mitigate his risk and make a wish that would cost him the least. There was another thing that Hansen found extra suspicious. It was the fact that so many of the Extreme King entered the tower, and yet they all ended up okay. Perhaps this god really was a nice loan shark who only ripped people off a little. Hansen didn't think that was possible, though. All vampires drank blood, after all. What is keeping these Extreme King from having their lives destroyed by these wishes? Hansen kept walking as he thought, staring at the paintings on the walls along the way. Hansen thought of many different things he could wish for. He thought of wishing for God to be dead or for Hansen himself to become God. Both of those seemed like wishes that God would be unable to fulfill, and thus would be forced to renege on his bargain. But when Hansen thought about it some more, he realized that those wishes wouldn't work. If Hansen wished for God to die, he needed a way to make sure that God really was dead. Ordinarily, death meant losing all signs of life. But different types of life also had different types of life signs. When Hansen first entered the 7th floor and saw the man, he thought the man was dead. If that was the death Hansen was referring to, then God would fulfill his wish without difficulty. He could make himself lose all signs of life without being negatively impacted. If Hansen was going to make that sort of wish, he should wish that God had never existed. If God never existed, then he wouldn't be around to fulfill Hansen's wishes. If he fulfilled Hansen's wishes, then he wouldn't be around to call in the debt. If he was still around to exact payment, then he could not have fulfilled the wish. It was a simple theory, and the wish should have been impossible to fulfill. The wish made certain assumptions, though. If Hansen really wished for God to never exist, then the assumption would be that the man really was God. If the man told Hansen he was not God, it would be as if he was erasing God's existence. And then he could make Hansen pay the price. There were many other similar methods that God could use to avoid getting the bad end of a bargain. God was very good when it came to toying with rules. Because of that, Hansen didn't think that any of these ideas would work. Hansen's gaze came down on the paintings of God hanging on the walls, and suddenly, Hansen saw them very differently than he had before. The position of the paintings hadn't changed, but looking at them now gave Hansen a very different sensation. Hansen felt a water mind coming from one picture. The water mind was like a sea. It washed back and forth over Hansen, making him feel as if he was drowning in the image. His sensitivity to water powers increased. Hansen was shocked. He looked at all of the pictures one by one, and he found that each of them had a different meaning. Some of them were very soft and gentle, whereas others were very hard and destructive. Some of them were small, and others were endless. Others were like galaxies hanging in the sky. The 48 pictures somehow captured all the different aspects of water powers. Hansen looked at the 48 paintings, and his knowledge of water powers increased by several levels. It looks like God's power really is quite impressive. It can read my body composition and place a water mind in the paintings for me. When the Extreme King elites came here, they must have each seen a mind that matched their own powers. That is why they became so much stronger. Frowning, Hansen muttered to himself, "This god is like King Kun. They both have very strong powers, but for some reason, there are restrictions that keep them from utilizing all of their strength. This is the only chance I have against them, as the ordinary creature that I am. Otherwise, this god could surely destroy the universe itself. But fighting a god by God's rules? The chances of winning are still pretty low." Hansen then suddenly thought of Asura. Asura left behind the Asura Sutra, or the falsified Sky Sutra, which had causal powers. And Asura had actually consumed a god. Was that god the same type as King Kun? But Hansen had eventually learned that the god Asura consumed was something like a Buddha. Although the Buddha were strong, they didn't reach god status. Maybe that was just a coincidence, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen kept looking at the 48 paintings, all the while thinking about what he might wish for. Gaining more water power was great for Hansen. Ancient water god's ancient god origin had caused the original Water King body to develop, so the king area's utility had definitely increased. Learning more through these paintings would also be helpful. But because of his black crystal armor, Hansen's body was locked down. That god could probably only feel the original Water King body, which was why the paintings only held a water mind. If Hansen had access to all his Geno arts, he could have learned a great deal more from the paintings. But the black crystal armor wasn't giving Hansen the opportunity to do that, and Hansen couldn't understand why. It was similar to how the black crystal armor had hidden from the Geno Hall. A month was a long time, though. Hansen was able to think about all this slowly, as he had plenty of time to learn the water minds that were available. With his own water mind knowledge deepening, Hansen's water element shocking sky punch became stronger. As he understood more and more, Hansen continued to modify the technique. Hansen hadn't yet made a wish. This was the last day he would be allowed to remain inside the tower, and he was still learning the water minds in the paintings. The painting in front of Hansen started to talk. "You made a deal with me. You must make a wish. If you don't, you cannot be allowed to leave Destiny's Tower. And you know this." Hansen laughed and said, "I am going to make the wish now." God was threatening Hansenator if Hansen didn't keep his promise, he wouldn't be allowed out even if the Extreme King opened Destiny's Tower. But Hansen thought this threat was very interesting. It seemed that, for some reason, God didn't want to offend the Extreme King. Otherwise, he would have just let Hansen reach the time limit without reminding him. That proved that God was planning to let Hansen go instead of forcing him to stay. "Then come to me and tell me your wish," the man said in a cool voice. His face remained impassive. Hansen returned to the 7th floor of Destiny's Tower and walked in front of the man. "You do not have much time. Tell me your wish," the man said. "Can you fulfill any wish I want?" Hansen asked, looking at the man. "Yes. Anything you want," the man surely said. "Can I look for someone?" Hansen asked. "Of course." The man was answering without hesitation. He must have heard many strange wishes in his time. Looking for someone might have been a very common wish. "Good. Then, can you please tell me where my great-granddad is?" Hansen didn't make a tricky wish or try to trap God. His wish was simple. When the man heard it, he thought the wish was very simple, as well. He wouldn't have to bend the rules to fulfill this request. "What is your great-grandfather's name?" the man asked. "Aren't you God?" "You must know," Hansen said with a chuckle. "Fine," the man said casually. He looked at Hansen, but the reflection in his eyes kept changing. Hansen made this wish because he wanted to know which great-granddad Han Jinji actually was. If Han Jinji had been an ordinary man, then he would have already died and left the world. In that case, God wouldn't be able to find out where he was. At most, God would track him back to a gravesite. If Hansen's great-granddad was actually the legendary figure he'd been told about, then Han Jinji had already escaped the powers of a god once. He must have been really powerful himself. This man who called himself God should have had a hard time finding someone like that. Somewhere in the universe, on a planet, in a certain street, a fortune teller was sitting on the road. He was eating noodles, making loud slurping noises as he sucked them down. Suddenly, the fortune teller's face changed. He accidentally dropped the noodles onto the ground as he shouted, "Who is tricking me?" The fortune teller's fingers twitched for a second. When he spoke again, his voice sounded furious. "That traitorous B**** tricked me." While he was talking, the fortune teller quickly pulled something out of his bag. He bit his middle finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the item. He mumbled, "What a shame. Getting this treasure took so much work. When I go back, I'm going to teach that little B*** a lesson." A fox was walking down the road, and she saw the fortune teller holding an article of underwear decorated with flowers. He looked as if he was in pain. She stared at him, but the fortune teller didn't even seem to notice. His face remained twisted in discomfort. In Destiny's Tower, the man looked at Han Senator. The images reflected in his eyes kept changing, but all of them gleamed brightly. Han Sen had made a wish. When the wish was complete, the man could use his power on Han Senator. Tracing Han Sen's bloodline would be very easy, as it was just a basic power. It didn't even require any special tricks. As the spell ran, the man considered different ways he could maximize his earnings from someone making such a wish. While he was in thought, the image in the man's eyes kept changing. The gleam of power in those eyes was constant, but the images within them began to whirl faster and faster. "Arg!" the man suddenly screamed. He covered his godly-looking eyes. Hansen frowned and looked at the man. He didn't know what had happened. While he was wondering, he suddenly heard a pang. That man's eyes exploded, leaving behind 2 black holes. From the empty air of the room around them, a godlike voice laughed darkly. "How dare you spy on me? This time I'm only taking away your eyes. Next time I will destroy your body." "No, impossible. How could you be his heir?" "That is impossible," screamed the man whose eyes had been incinerated. "Whose heir?" Hansen asked the man. Now he could see the wounds clearly. The holes in the man's eyes weren't flesh, they were rimmed with a jade-like substance. His eyes were completely destroyed, and there wasn't a single drop of blood. The eyeless man looked creepy. The empty pits stared at Hansen as the man gnashed his teeth. It doesn't matter if you are his heir or not. You made a wish, and so, you must pay the price. Plus, there is no way you are his heir. You haven't told me where he is, Hansen said. He is where he should be, the man said sternly. This is wrong. You have broken the rules. Hansen frowned. The rules are simple. I have done what you asked, and so, you must pay up. The man looked quite angry. What if I don't pay up? Hansen asked, glaring at the man. That isn't up to you, the man laughed in a grating voice. A light began to shine around his body, like the aura of some ancient sky god. Hansen's face suddenly changed. He noticed his lifespan had been drastically reduced. Normal creatures in the Geno universe couldn't detect their own lifespan, but Hansen had come from the sanctuaries. He could see his own lifespan. Hansen's maximum lifespan was reducing, year by year. It was transforming into a barely visible light and drifting toward the man. If this place wasn't Destiny's Tower, you would be giving me more than just years from your lifespan for destroying my eyes, the man seethed. That was unlucky. I made a wish and received nothing. And on top of that, my lifespan is being stolen. These so-called gods are quite fickle. Hansen was furious, and he had to act. He couldn't allow himself to lose any more years. He had already lost a dozen years, and the man was still sapping away even more. Hansen didn't know how much lifespan the man planned on taking in payment for this wish. But now Hansen understood why the Extreme King didn't complain about the consequences of their wishes. A part of their lifespan was probably taken away, but unlike Hansen, they had no way of knowing what was happening. Even if they did notice that something was different, they wouldn't know how much of their lifespan had been stolen. As his lifespan drained away, Hansen felt something powerful activate inside his Sea of Soul. That black crystal armor hanging in his Sea of Soul suddenly moved. Without Hansen's summoning, the black crystal armor appeared and floated in front of Hans Senator. That black set of armor looked as if it could absorb all light. It made those who looked at it feel as if they were in the deepest recesses of hell. Hansen froze as he looked upon the black crystal armor. The moment the armor floated in front of him, his lifespan had stopped decreasing. His connection with the man had been severed as decisively as if it had been snipped with a pair of scissors. Hansen stopped losing years. What is going on? I've only taken a dozen years, but it should have been 153 years. Why is this happening? The man didn't seem to notice the presence of the black crystal armor. He looked very confused. He turned his eyeless sockets back to Hansen. The empty pits that were once eyes stared at Hans Senator. He obviously wasn't adjusting well to his new handicap. The black crystal armor, floating in front of Hansen, lifted its gauntlet arm. In that moment, it looked more like a real person than an empty set of armor. It raised its hand and made a fist. The black crystal armor walked up to the man, but he didn't seem to notice it. When the black crystal armor stepped in front of the man, the clenched fist suddenly launched in a savage punch. Boom! The man's body exploded. He was like a rock being reduced to powder in an instant. Beneath the power of that fist, he was nothing more than dust on the wind. The man who had called himself God was blown up in a single punch. An iridescent power that Hansen could barely see rose from the exploded body. Then it drifted into Hansen. Lifespan +1. Lifespan +1. Hansen's lifespan began to shoot upward. In seconds, he had earned an additional 100 years. He was gaining lifespan much faster than he had lost it, and the process was still accelerating. 200 years, 300 years, 500 years, Hansen watched his own lifespan increase, and as he did, his heart began to pound. He felt as if it was going to jump out of his chest. Once every drop of that strange power had drifted into Hansen's body, his lifespan reached 1787. In less than a minute, his lifespan had increased by half a millennium. I wonder how many years he has taken from the Extreme King. This cannot be all, surely. Hansen asked the black crystal armor, directing a greedy stare at where the man's body had been. The black crystal armor ignored him. It turned around and returned to his Sea of Soul. Just like before, it hung in a corner of the Sea of Soul, without moving an inch. The moment the guy that called himself God was destroyed, far away, in a mysterious palace, a man frowned and said, "Empty God. Even if my god doll offended you, you could have just taken his eyes. Instead, you actually killed him. Do you think I am afraid of you?" In the streets, the fortune teller looked at the broken article of underwear in his hand, then let it go. It was reduced to dust. He sighed and said, "What a shame. It was hard to get my hands on that item." He picked up his bowl of noodles that had fallen to the ground and wiped the bowl clean with a cloth. Then, he put the bowl away. Picking up his sign, which read Destiny, he walked down the street and disappeared amidst the crowds. Hansen watched the man turn to dust, and as he did, he realized that his time was up. He quickly ran down through the tower. As he ran, he thought to himself, if the Extreme King finds out the statue is destroyed, they won't come after me, will they? I won't admit I was the one to destroy it, but even if I said I did, they wouldn't believe I was able to, would they? When Hansen reached the 6th floor, he saw that the paintings were still hanging on the walls. But the meaning and influence behind them had disappeared. They were just ordinary paintings now. It was like this all the way down. All of the paintings had lost their god minds. They were nothing special anymore. Weird. Fox Queen said the 9-spin Destiny mirror was inside this tower. How come I haven't seen it? With that thought, Hansen checked the time and realized that he still had 1 hour left. So, he decided to look around the tower. He had walked up and down the tower many times over the past month. Aside from the paintings, the man had been the only other thing there. There were no mirrors. Was Fox Queen lying to me? That doesn't make any sense. Lying to me about the mirror wouldn't benefit her in any way. Hansen frowned and thought to himself, did someone manage to trick Fox Queen herself? Maybe give her bogus intel? If that is the case, then that might mean Fox Queen's identity has been exposed. But Fox Queen is smart. Tricking someone like her would be difficult. Hansen was both intrigued and a little worried, so he looked into every corner of Destiny's tower with complete thoroughness. There was no 9-spin Destiny mirror. There was nothing inside the tower at all. Hansen could see each floor clearly with just a look. If there was a mirror, he would have seen it. Searching should have been unnecessary. There isn't anywhere to hide things in this tower. Aside from the statue man that looked like a human but wasn't actually a human, that is. Hansen suddenly thought of the man who had been sitting atop that pedestal. He returned to the 7th floor. If something was hidden anywhere in this tower, it had to be inside that pedestal. Hansen hadn't returned to the 7th floor in order to help Fox Queen, though. If there really was a treasure like the 9-spin Destiny mirror, he would take it for himself. After all, the 9-spin Destiny mirror would be a powerful item. The Foxes thought that regaining the item would let them take back a prominent place in the universe. Back on the 7th floor, Hansen looked at the platform the man had been sitting upon. It was just an ordinary stone pedestal. There was nothing special about it. It was made of the same stone that composed the rest of Destiny's tower. Hansen reached out his hands and pressed against the pedestal. The platform had taken no damage at all. It clearly wasn't something that would break easily. It's a shame that I used all my 9-spin fox power. Otherwise, I could try to use that power to summon the mirror. Hansen went silent for a moment, then extended one of his fingers over the stone. He allowed a droplet of blood to fall down onto the pedestal. That blood was infused with the power of the Bloodpool Sutra. Hansen wanted to see if the platform was spiritual in some capacity. When the blood splashed onto the stone, the platform began to shake. The blood then blended into the pedestal, and it shook even harder. Suddenly, the platform floated up into the air. It hovered, its stone enamel cracking and flaking off from the violent tremoring. Soon, the real face of the pedestal began to be revealed. A while later, the stone surface shattered completely, revealing the stone mirror inside. When Hansen let another droplet of blood bleed onto the stone mirror, silver light glowed from the mirror. Within the reflective surface, Hansen saw the shadow of a silver nine-tailed fox. Those 9 tails swayed softly, as the small fox eyes regarded Hansen. Buzz. The stone mirror started to fly, spinning around Senator. The stone mirror was the size of a mortar and pestle, but it shrank until it was around the size of Hansen's hand. It landed in his palm, and then the light completely disappeared. The shadow of the 9-tailed fox in the mirror was gone. Hansen lifted the mirror, and he realized that it no longer reflected anything. It was just a piece of grayish-white stone. Even if he tried to polish it with a soft fabric, the mirror refused to show a reflection. But on the back of the stone mirror, Hansen found an engraving of the 9-tailed fox. It was just like the shadow Hansen had seen when the mirror was glowing. The droplet of blood had vanished. It seemed to have disappeared when the stone mirror activated. Hansen played with the stone mirror for a while, but he was unable to find out how to use it. He couldn't activate the stone mirror's power. I can try to use my blood to gain control of it. Maybe it will come to recognize me like the jade drum did. Hansen put away the stone mirror and waited until the departure time was upon him. When that time rolled around, Destiny's Tower opened. Quickly, he rushed out of there. The Extreme King didn't seem to know anything about what had transpired inside Destiny's Tower, which made him feel very relieved. He said his goodbyes and returned to Planet Water Zone's underwater town. If you were that powerful, you should have just done it sooner. If something like that happens again, you don't need to wait around before cutting the bad guy down. Kill a few more gods, and we'll live a lot longer, Hansen said to the black crystal armor in his sea of soul once he had returned to his room. But the black crystal armor didn't move. It behaved as it always did, like a dead object. When the black crystal armor didn't react, Hansen left it alone. He rested at home for a few more days, waiting to see if the Extreme King noticed any changes in Destiny's Tower. Luckily, the Extreme King was none the wise. They didn't seem to have a clue that the man statue inside Destiny's Tower had been destroyed. It made Hansen feel much safer. Hansen, Super God Spirit Body. Geno Battle Body, Mutant Blood, Duke, Spell, Duke, Donxian, King, Jadeskin, Duke. Level, King. King Genes, 22. Deified Progress, 12%. Lifespan, 1787. He isn't dead? Upon learning that Hansen was alive and had visited Destiny's Tower, Fox Queen was amazed. Fox Queen wanted to go to Planet Water Zone immediately to see if Hansen had managed to get the 9-spin Destiny Mirror from Destiny's Tower. But Bai Tsonglong had something he needed her to do, so she didn't have time to go to Planet Water Zone yet. In order to protect her cover identity, she had to suppress her impatience for the time being. But Fox Queen couldn't stop thinking about how Hansen had activated the sacred blood statue, yet somehow managed to survive. She couldn't figure out how he had pulled that off. Long ago, Sacred Leader used the sacred blood statue to control subordinates. Even his deified soldiers were subject to it. And the sacred blood statue on Hansen's back had been drawn in ancient blood dragon lady's blood. That sort of sacred blood statue was reserved for use against deifieds. Hansen was just a duke. He wasn't even a king yet, so how could he survive? Fox Queen was very confused, but it would be a while before she could travel to Planet Water Zone and find answers to her questions. After Hansen returned to Underwater Town, he began researching the 9-spin Destiny Mirror. He couldn't discover anything unique about it. He put power into it, but he couldn't seem to activate the item. His only option was to drip his blood onto the stone mirror in the hope that it would come to acknowledge him as its master further down the line. Every time Hansen placed his blood upon the stone mirror, it would light up with the shadow of the nine-tailed fox. When the shadow disappeared, the blood would go with it. Han Sen was trying to use the same method he had with the jade drum, but it didn't seem to be working. Did King Bao put the fox's 9-spin destiny mirror in Destiny's tower and place it beneath that statue? If so, why would he do that? Han Sen couldn't come up with any answers to that question. The stone mirror wasn't making any progress, and for the moment there didn't seem to be anything Han Sen could do about that. The water fairy in the jade gourd was helping Han Sen grow stronger, though. She embodied the feelings of the proud bone sword mind for him, and as a result, Han Sen felt as if his own sword mind was about to have a breakthrough. Han Sen didn't copy Mad Sword's sword mind, though. He used his own sword mind to fight with Mad Sword's. At first the fights were entirely one-sided, but after a while, Han Sen started to develop some resistance. Mad Sword's sword mind wasn't suitable for Han Sen, so he didn't plan on using it directly. Instead, he used it as a grinding stone, sharpening his own sword mind against it. It doesn't matter how strong Mad Sword's sword mind is, it isn't my own. It would only belong to me if I could fully understand it. Although improvements like this were much slower than if he were to simply copy Mad Sword's sword mind, Han Sen wasn't in any particular rush. He focused on each aspect of his sword mind, improving it a piece at a time. Although Han Sen had many King-class core genes, and he had 100 King-class xenogeneic genes, he would need many more in the coming days. So, Han Sen still planned on going back to the core area to hunt for more core genes. It was always good to have more in the shed, after all. If Han Sen's guess was correct, 100 King-class xenogeneic genes might raise his King area by 1 tier. Han Sen pushed his self-cogwheel to enter the core area again. He returned to the location where he had left, which wasn't too far from Planet Dark Zone. Han Sen wouldn't dare visit Planet Dark Zone again. Until he had enough strength, provoking that weird insect would basically mean committing suicide. His super god body didn't make him invincible, and the time limit was always a headache. Once I become deified, will I be able to use an infinite amount of super god spirit body? Han Sen wondered as he flew. What a coincidence. Are you interested in cooperating again? Han Sen hadn't been flying for long when a group of people approached him. It was Dragon 1, Dragon 8, and some other dragons. But Dragon 1 and Dragon 8 were the only dragons who had survived their last venture. The dragons accompanying them now were new. Han Sen didn't answer. From another direction, a second group of people was swiftly approaching. The leader of that bunch was Dia Robber. As he flew closer, he said, "If you guys are cooperating, might it be okay if we join?" Han Sen was shocked. He had only just entered the core area, and these two had already found him. This couldn't be a coincidence. People, I am flattered. But I was hoping to venture out alone this time. Maybe another time? Han Sen said, rejecting their offers politely. He didn't know what they were after, and he didn't want to fight with them. Han Sen turned to leave, but Dia Robber immediately said, "If you don't wish to work with us, that's fine. But I have a few mutant King-class xenogeneics to go after. Are you interested in taking a look?" Han Sen stopped. It took time to find mutant xenogeneics, so being able to travel straight to them would be a great help for Han Sen's leveling. If they were killing mutants, Han Sen could gain the xenogeneics' talents without needing to practice them. Not bad, not bad. I have a lead on a few mutant xenogeneics as well. If you are interested, you know the rules and shares, Dragon 1 then said. Han Sen was very tempted by both offers. If things really were as they said, killing a few mutant xenogeneics would be very beneficial for Han Senator, plus, he would be getting 50% of the spoils from the entire fight, not just what he personally killed. And there would be no need to spend time seeking the xenogeneics out. Opportunities like this were hard to come by. After a brief period of silent thought, Han Sen still turned down both offers. If he chose a side now, he would only end up offending the other. Hansen wasn't worried about offending others, but in this case, it was unnecessary. Since Hansen hadn't agreed, they still wouldn't be able to kill those mutant xenogeneics by themselves. They would need Hansen's help in the future, anyway. Perhaps he could receive more benefits like this later on. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber seemed to expect Hansen to turn them down, so they didn't appear to be disappointed. They still spoke to Hansen with glee and respect, hoping they could cooperate again in the near future. Why are you so nice to him? Do you think the destroyed need a king like him? Bar asked once Hansen had left. Dia Robber was one of the few people that could make Bar listen. If Dia Robber wasn't there, he would have fought Han Senator. It wasn't that Bar didn't like Hansen, he just enjoyed fighting powerful people. Dia Robber nodded with sincerity, and he said, yes, we really need someone like him. Seeing Bar fall silent, Dia Robber sighed and said, we need him because he is stronger than us. Sure, the deified members of our race are stronger than he is, but that matters little because they can't enter the core area. If they cannot come, then they cannot come. What's the big deal? Bar grunted in annoyance. Dia Robber smiled and said, there is no big deal. But if we want to kill deified core xenogeneics in the core area, then we need him. Do you think our destroyed kings could escape a deified xenogeneic the way Dollar did? If they didn't have an area power to restrict strength, an ordinary deified xenogeneic couldn't kill me, Bar said. You are the best king we have, but hunting deified xenogeneics with just you and I would be an impossible task. We might succeed, but we would sacrifice a lot. With Dollar's help, that can change. The success rate would be higher, and we wouldn't sacrifice as much. What is the harm in that? Dia Robber asked, shaking his head. Almost word for word, Dragon 1 said the same thing to the Dragon Kings. Hansen didn't know what they were planning, and neither did he want to know. He flew through space for around an hour before he found a lone core xenogeneic flying through the darkness. That xenogeneic looked very unusual. It hung against the empty background of space like a burning smithy's furnace. Its body looked to be made of steel, and its cogwheel-composed body was wrapped with countless chains. A fiery red core glowed on its top. Hansen flew right up to the big furnace, but before he became within range, the furnace's opening shot a geyser of fire at him. It looked like a volcano erupting. The enormous wave of flame spread as it came forward, and in 1 second, a few dozen miles were covered in that raging blaze. Hansen felt as if his body was going to melt. Without hesitation, he summoned the purple and red laser gun and sent his power into it. He fired it at the big furnace. The laser gun unleashed a beam of red and purple light. The purple and red light shot right through the fire area and struck the big furnace without even slowing down. Pang! The furnace's body was 10 meters wide. Hansen's beam of light punched through the furnace, then spread out from the puncture wound to consume the entire creature. The core demon bug gun has a consuming power. Not bad at all. The only frustrating thing is that the consuming power works slowly, and the radius isn't as large as the original creature's consuming area. Hansen quite liked his new gun. The big furnace heaved out fire as it turned to run. But it was full of holes after Hansen riddled it with a few more shots. In the end, the creature exploded. The fire within the furnace went off like a firework as the creature detonated. Core xenogeneic king hunted, smithy furnace. Core xenogeneic gene found. Hansen flew around and grabbed the red claw that had fallen out of the creature. He placed the claw in his pocket and flew forward to find other things to slay. After flying for another half an hour or so, Hansen found another one of those furnaces. He rushed over and blew the furnace up, receiving another core xenogeneic gene for his trouble. This part of the core area seemed like a space dedicated to the furnaces. After 10 hours of soaring, Hansen had managed to kill a total of 6 furnaces. Although none of them gave him a beast soul, the mere ability to harvest xenogeneic genes was pleasing to Hansen. At this rate, I will become very rich. Hansen was very happy with the progress he had made thus far, and so he continued to fly forward. After another short while of travel, he found a place populated by many asteroids. He saw another flying furnace, too. As Hansen looked closer, he noticed that this furnace was different from all the other furnaces he had thus far encountered. The other furnaces were around a dozen meters tall, and they were made of a featureless black steel. This furnace was only 3 or 4 meters tall, however. It was made of copper, and the core of the furnace and the fires inside were bronze. The weirdest thing about this one, though, was that there was a sword sticking out of it. That sword was almost wholly swallowed by the flames. It was very red, and something about it was particularly eye-catching. Is this another subspecies of the flying furnaces? There is a sword inside. This looks higher class than those black furnaces, but the power I sense from it doesn't seem to be much stronger. The other furnaces were kings of the first or second tier. But this guy has an area that is at the third or fourth tier at the most. Hansen had come to kill xenogeneics, so he didn't put any more thought into it. He pulled out his gun and fired more of his red and purple beams at the furnace. That furnace was sitting atop a giant asteroid. It was breathing, inhaling some sort of power from the universe. Every breath made the fire burn bright and hot. Hansen's red and purple beam of light landed on the copper furnace, blowing a big chunk blown out of the creature. The copper furnace tumbled away from its position, bouncing off other asteroids as it went. The copper flame of the furnace also struck the asteroids, leaving behind trails of scorching fire. Hansen was shocked. The core demon bug gun was a mutant king beast soul, but the shot was unable to cut all the way through the copper furnace. The beam of light had only dented the creature's surface, and the consuming powers weren't able to latch on. The copper furnace righted itself before long, and it looked very angry. It spat out a long geyser of fire, venting its rage like some flaming demon. Hansen didn't feel sorry for the creature, though. He just fired his gun at it again. On the inside, he was thinking, I need to strike as quickly as I can. The body of this copper furnace is nothing weak, but if I shoot it a few more times, I should be able to break it. The purple and red beam flew toward the furnace again, but the furnace released a red light that intercepted the beam. It looked like the burning red light had come from the sword inside the furnace. Pang! 2 powers hit each other, and the collision produced a beautiful shower of sparks. Then, to Hansen's surprise, sparks began to spill from the sword inside the furnace. The sword didn't break, though. The beam from the core demon bug gun was dispersed by the impact, and it spread harmlessly into the reaches of space. The sword inside the furnace made sizzling noises. The fire inside the copper furnace popped and crackled like it was talking to the sword. A copper-colored flame area covered the entire galaxy, wrapping over both Hansen and the furnace. But Hansen couldn't feel the heat. It was like the copper flame area was some sort of mirage. The copper flame area intensified, and the sword grew hotter and hotter. It turned a translucent gold, and strange symbols appeared across its length. Hansen felt fear awaken inside him. He quickly raised and fired his gun a few more times. But the sword flew and danced, hitting every single projectile with its sword lights. The copper fire area was still present, and the sword continued to absorb it. The body of the golden sword became a green crystal, and it burned with a copper fire. It looked both pretty and disturbing. Hansen frowned. The sword seemed so powerful. Powerful enough to frighten him. This is a strong xenogeneic. It is just 3rd or 4th tier, but its area power is boosting the sword inside the furnace to unbelievable levels. The sword's power is at least half deified by this point. This is amazing. Hansen was shocked. But he didn't want to back off now. He summoned Move Mountain Area, curious to see just how strong this special furnace xenogeneic really was. The crystal sword was burning with a copper fire. The sword groaned as it broke the sky. It was teleporting toward Hansen's heart. Hansen aimed a punch at the flying sword. His armor was imbued with Move Mountain area, so his defense would be very strong. Hansen didn't have to be scared of the power wielded by the sword. Pang! The tip of the sword thudded into Hansen's fist. The sword carved a deep gash in the armored fist, and blood began to drip out. A very powerful sword. Hansen lowered his head and stared at his fist. Despite being imbued with Move Mountain area, the armor covering his fist had been sliced clean through. His fingers were bleeding. He was just thankful that the bones were undamaged. The sword from the furnace came to strike a second time, but this strike was going to be harder than the last one. The sword moved so fast that Hansen could barely follow it with his eyes. Catcha! Hansen grabbed the blade of the sword from the furnace, which drew more streams of blood from his hands. He kept gripping the blade, though. The sword from the furnace shook as if it was trying to move forward, but Hansen held on tight and kept the blade still. The copper furnace's fire blazed higher. The fire area covered everything again. The sword from the furnace absorbed that fire, and the sword grew even more transparent. Its power increased, and it thrust toward Hansen's heart again. The blade sliced deeper into Hansen's hands. Blood spilled around the sharp edges of the sword, but even still, Hansen refused to let go. He resettled his grip on the sword, tightening his hands as he tried to force back the sword from the furnace. The tip of the sword from the furnace almost touched Hansen's chest. The green crystal blade looked like a venomous snake as it shook and writhed in Hansen's hands. It was trying to strike at his heart, but its movements had been restricted. The copper furnace was rising, drawing in energy from the galaxy all around it as it went. The fire burned higher and hotter. The bronze fire area encompassed everything again. The sword from the furnace absorbed a fire area, and it received a godly boost of power. It unleashed a level of strength that was hard to imagine. It slid forward through Hansen's hands, unstoppable. Catcha! The sword began slicing through the armor on Hansen's chest. He kept trying to push the fierce blade back, but he couldn't. Blood was now pouring from Hansen's hands, and it was only a matter of time before it started cutting into his finger bones. The blade had sunk 5 centimeters into Hansen's chest at this point, and it was about to touch his heart. The copper furnace was dancing happily. The fire within it was doing a jig, and the flames took on the shape of a smiling emoji that stared right at Hansen. "You are really strong, but this has got to stop," Hansen said to the copper furnace, his hand still holding the blade. The sword from the furnace was very strong, but after those first few attacks, the scary power had moved into the Dongxian armor. It wouldn't be as easy for the sword from the furnace to pierce through the Dongxian armor now. Catcha! Hansen summoned his strength and pushed against the sword from the furnace. His grip on the blade should have been tenuous at best, but no matter how much the sword tried to struggle, it couldn't break free from Hansen's clasp. The copper furnace's fire blazed furiously again and released another fire area. The fire area wasn't dangerous by itself, but it buffed the sword from the furnace an alarming amount. Every time the fire area appeared, it made the sword from the furnace much stronger. And that buffing capability appeared to be limitless. Because the sword from the furnace grew stronger every time, that meant that the area effect was stackable. This stackable area was the first Hansen had seen. Hansen's eyes hardened as he grabbed the sword from the furnace. He pulled the sword out of his chest as the fire area suddenly disappeared. Aside from the small fire that still flickered within the copper furnace, there were no other sparks. Hansen had been running his Dongxian area at max power. It forced the copper furnace's universal self-cogwheel to stop, extinguishing the fire area. The copper furnace was shivering. The cogwheels inside the furnace were spinning very quickly, trying to draw enough energy from the space around it to fuel the fire area again. But no matter how fast they spun, the creature couldn't ignore its area power. It was like trying to strike a wet match. Unless the opponent was stronger than Hansen, the Dongxian area would force them to use their universal self-cogwheel. If they didn't, they would have no power inside the Dongxian area. The copper furnace itself wasn't too strong. It was just a second or third tier king xenogeneic. But its fire area, when used in concert with the sword from the furnace, had incredible power. After a few buffs, the sword from the furnace was at least as good as a half-deified being. This was the first time Hansen had seen this type of xenogeneic. The copper furnace wanted to spit out some more fire, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't even generate a plume of smoke. It's my turn now. Holding the sword from the furnace in one hand, Hansen lifted his core demon bug gun in the other. He fired at the copper furnace like a madman. Because of the move mountain area, Hansen's movement speed was slow. There was no way that he could have attacked the copper furnace by hand at this point, but the core demon bug gun's firing speed was unchanged. Pang! 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 The purple and red beam crashed into the copper furnace, and the creature was sent flying. The furnace collected dents all over its surface as it bounced through the asteroid field. Why is this guy so hard? Hansen was stunned. He had used his core demon bug gun to shoot at it for ages. He covered the copper furnace with dents and dings, but he was unable to break it, and the consuming power couldn't latch onto his enemy. The copper furnace looked to be in bad shape, but it had only taken minor injuries. It hadn't sustained any serious harm. A third or fourth tier king xenogeneic has such a weird area? And its body is so hard. This is very strange. Hansen frowned. But Hansen had come too far to let things go now. He kept using his core demon bug gun to shoot at the copper furnace, resolving to shoot the thing as much as he needed to in order to break it. Hansen's precise shots continued nailing the furnace. The creature was still flying, but rather than trying to get away from Hansen, it was coming closer. The furnace jerked forward like it was riding a roller coaster in space. The sword from the furnace kept struggling within Hansen's hand, but it couldn't shake him loose. Pang! Finally, after Hansen had been shooting for what seemed like forever, one side of the copper furnace took a little too much damage. The purple and red light blew a fist-sized hole in the surface. The hole wasn't large, but Hansen felt instantly relieved. The size wasn't a problem. If he could pierce it, then he could destroy it. Hansen planned to keep on firing, but the copper furnace began to make wheezing, crying sounds. The Dongxian area was still locking down all the cogwheels in the nearby space, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't create any more fire areas. Suddenly, Hansen heard a deafening metallic shriek. This sound wasn't coming from the copper furnace, though. Hansen raised his head. He turned and saw a giant copper furnace coming toward him. It was as big as a planet, and thousands of swords circled it like a raging river. Every sword looked like the sword from the furnace in Hansen's hand. They burned with a weird green fire that looked somehow crystalline. As far as Hansen could see, the galaxy was covered in a stream of swords, and the world became a sea of flashing blades. The huge furnace's appearance caught Hansen completely off guard. He quickly shoved as much power as possible into his Dongxian area. It was impossible for him to completely stop the swords from the furnace and the fire area. This giant copper furnace was a genuine half-deified beast. It was probably only one small step away from being deified. It was almost stronger than Dragon One. But, thankfully, it didn't have substance chains, so it couldn't be a real deified. The Dongxian area couldn't completely seal power, but it still affected the universal cogwheels. It made the universal cogwheels spin slower, which led to a reduction in power. Plus, with the Move Mountain area, Hansen wasn't really afraid of that stream of swords, though they did look very scary. Dong! Hansen waved the sword from the furnace that was in his hand and knocked away a bunch of the raining swords that were coming dangerously close. But ultimately, the sword rain was too much to defend against, and each one of those swords wielded a frightening power. Each attack came with the strength of a half-deified creature. A blade hit Hansen, cutting open the Dongxian armor. Fortunately, Move Mountain area was able to absorb a lot of power from the attacks it had sustained. It was able to shrug off the attack of a half-deified being. The sword rain could leave deep scratches in the Dongxian armor, but it couldn't pierce all the way through. Blade after blade slammed into the armor. It was like a flash flood. Each one kept left a scrape across the armor's surface. The strikes got dangerously close to Han Sen's flesh, and he almost yelled out in alarm. The waterfall of swords kept pounding Han Sen's body. Under such violent attacks, this king seemed just as threatening as a deified xenogeniac. While the deified bug Han Sen had fought was incredibly powerful, it didn't have any ranged attacks, so the kings with Han Sen still had a chance to run away. But beneath this sword rain that blanketed the sky, there was nowhere to run. No matter how strong a person's defenses were, getting continuously struck by that sword waterfall would eventually lead to him getting perforated. It was the same principle Han Sen had been counting on when he attacked the copper furnace. But this stream of attacks wasn't made up of water, it was composed of swords wielding half-deified power. If it was anyone else, with any different type of area power, they would have died within the first messy barrage of that stream of swords. Even their bones would have been crushed. Luckily, Han Sen had his Move Mountain area for protection. As all those sword streams came down on the Dongxian armor, they provided an incredible buff to the armor's defensive properties. As long as the first few attacks didn't break the Move Mountain area, using the Dongxian armor as the carrier made him invincible. The small copper furnace flew over to the big copper furnace. The mouth of the furnace kept spitting out fire as it made a pitiful whining noise. It seemed to be telling the big copper furnace of its woes. After the big copper furnace heard what it was told, it became enraged. It released a wave of green fire that looked like it could incinerate a planet. The fire area came down and covered the swords from the furnaces. The swords received the fire area's buff, and their powers rose to a terrifying level. Dragon 1 was flying through space. After Dia Robber left, he went around, following in the direction Han Sen had gone. He kept on the move, but he didn't see Han Sen. Han Sen had been traveling fast, clearly intending to kill as many xenogeniacs as possible. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber had talked for a while, before going their separate ways. It made sense that Dragon 1 had yet to catch up with Han Sen. Moving forward more leads to the core furnace zone. The strongest core furnace is halfway to being deified. It doesn't have its own substance chain yet, but it is stronger than most half-deified beings. And there are scary swords inside that furnace. Many kings and half-deifieds have confronted it, but none of them have been able to kill it. I wonder why Dollar is headed there. Is he going to fight the core furnace alone? Dragon 1 looked forward and frowned. He was still traveling forward, but he suddenly glanced over his shoulder. He saw a shadow coming toward him. Dragon 1 watched it suspiciously, and when he saw the person clearly, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Dia Robber? What a coincidence. We meet again so soon. Dia Robber smiled and flew towards Dragon 1, stopping right before him. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked at each other. They were both smart, so they both knew what the other wanted. Dia Robber, if you quit now, we will leave Exquisite Mountain. It will belong to you and the other destroyed, Dragon 1 offered quietly. Dia Robber laughed. Dragon 1, give me $. We do not want Exquisite Mountain. The dragon can keep it. It looks like we will have to employ our own tricks, Dragon 1 said with a feral grin. No matter what, $. Will belong to the destroyed, Dia Robber responded coldly. Even if that is what you want, he might not go with you, Dragon 1 countered. Dia Robber started to say something, but then he noticed some green flames far in the distance. The light reflected off of clouds of dust that had risen from the turmoil, and countless swords could be seen flying against the dusty backdrop. $. Went to the core furnaces? Dia Robber's face changed. Dragon 1 frowned. It seems that way. Dia Robber's face changed, but in the end, he laughed and looked at Dragon 1. He said, he really dares to go in there? Does he want to kill the core furnace? Not bad. Now we can gauge how strong he is. You will want to know as well, right? Dragon 1 had a wry smile. He and Dia Robber were thinking the same thing. They both wanted to use Dollar's powers to fight the core area's deified xenogeneics. The core area's deified xenogeneics were a very large prize. Because no deified could enter this place, claiming that prize was a very difficult process. Many different elites of varying races had attempted to bring down core deifieds, but they all had failed. Even the Extreme King had to rally many half-deified people to pull off such a hunt. The Dragon and the Destroyed had achieved some modicum of success in the past, but they had to rally many half-deifieds in their attempts. That also meant they lost a lot of people in the battles, and when the benefits were split among those who remained, there was never much for each person. Nothing to compensate for the danger and losses incurred. Therefore, over the past few years, there hadn't been many chances to hunt deified xenogeneics. The strength of deified xenogeneics varied widely, and the weaker variety were generally targeted by hunters. Once those deified xenogeneics were killed, only the strong deified xenogeneics remained, and over time, those monsters became even stronger. Killing them was now a much harder endeavor than it had once been. Like the weird bug they recently encountered, it was a powerful deified xenogeneic. Even if they gathered many half-deified elites, there'd be a very low chance of actually taking out that horrifying creature. People like Han Sen, who could survive a conflict with a deified xenogeneic, were really helpful when it came to taking down deified xenogeneics. Dia Robber and Dragon 1 both knew the value of recruiting Dollar to their respective causes. Even a party of Extreme King would be willing to hire Han Sen to fight for them. Kings wanted to hunt down deified creatures, and the Extreme King could sometimes do that, but only if they found a weak deified. The stronger deified beings were too powerful for even the Extreme King to handle. Dia Robber and Dragon 1 exchanged a glance, then flew towards the fire area at almost the same time. This looks very bad. The core furnace just triggered its third fire area. The swords from the furnace are strong enough to kill a half-deified elite now. When Dia Robber got a better view of the battlefield, he couldn't help but frown. The core furnace had remained alive while deified xenogeneics were killed around it because its power and fire area were too scary. It wasn't like no one had tried to take it down before. A group of half-deifieds had worked together to attack the creature before, but their attempt failed beneath that sword rain. A few of the half-deified elites were even killed before they could escape. The large sword rain and the stacking fire area was a nightmare for the kings that challenged this beast. It wasn't something that could be overcome simply by assembling more people to go up against it. Dragon 1 nodded. The fire area has stacked 3 times. Not even our last generation Dragon 13, who has the strongest defense, would have been able to block this. And he was half-deified. As they talked, they carefully kept themselves well outside of the fire area. They didn't dare enter. There were 3 fire area buffs and rivers of swords in front of them. If they went inside, they wouldn't be coming out alive. Plus, that core furnace was brewing its 4th fire area. But when they peered down through the haze of swords, their faces changed. Han Sen was wrapped in a blue glow, and rivers of swords were washing over his body from every angle. It was so scary that the 2 half-deifieds felt a little numb at the sight. Those scary sword streams slammed into Han Sen's body, but they couldn't break through the defense of his armor. Han Sen hung in the air as countless green crystal swords from the furnace came soaring down to strike him, then bounced off like they were made of cheap wood. Against Han Sen's armor, those scary swords that could kill half-deified beings were nothing more than raindrops. Boom! As they watched, the core furnace's cogwheels and chains moved, opening the furnace so it could absorb universal energies. Then the entrance port of the furnace spat out a volcano of green fire. The new fire area spread, then settled over the swords from the furnace. The swords from the furnace absorbed the fire area and crystallized further. Many of the swords now looked like green jewelry. They were glowing with light and fire, and each one of them looked like some mythic weapon of legend. The fourth fire area. Dia Robber's lips pressed into a thin line. Dragon 1 looked glum. 4 fire areas were now buffing the swords from the furnace. Each sword now wielded the power of a top half deified being. Every one of them was equal to Dragon 1's power. There were many swords, and they swirled through space like some angry, crystalline hurricane. If that core furnace could go out into the Geno universe, it could wipe out many of the higher races. Its storm of swords was like an army of half-deified xenogeneics. Of course, the core furnace had its downsides as well. Every time it absorbed power from the universe, it shouldered the burden of casting another fire area. Each fire area it cast was a strain on its strength, so it couldn't continue stacking its area power forever. 4 fire area buffs were almost all the core furnace could endure. If the fire area continued to stack, the furnace itself might buckle and melt under the strain. If the furnace was unlucky enough to encounter a powerful deified xenogeneic, the deified wouldn't let the fire area stack up that many times. The deified would just smash through the storm of swords and break the furnace in one hit. But right now, the furnace had managed to build up 4 layers of the fire area. The power it now wielded was truly frightening. It wasn't something a normal deified xenogeneic could deal with. A flash flood of swords approached Han Sen, blanketing the space around him. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber's eyebrows rose. The pressure of the situation was getting to them, and they clenched their fists. Can Dollar survive this? Dragon 1 and Dia Robber stared at Han Sen, hovering alone in his blue area. Boom! The waterfall of swords came crashing down on Han Senator. They buried Han Sen under a seething mountain of green jade. The raging stream of swords kept coming down, and it felt like so much mass was converging that a black hole was about to form right there in space. Sweat tricked down the foreheads of Dragon 1 and Dia Robber. If this kind of attack came at one of them, their bodies would be torn to shreds. It wasn't a matter of enduring it through force of will. It was an incredible power that had been designed for the sole purpose of killing enemies. It was impossible to endure unless the defender had more raw power than the attack. No amount of reinforcements or additional troops could overcome something like this. Water was very weak in small quantities, but when enough water gathered in one place, it could become a tsunami. Even tall buildings could be toppled by such forces of nature. The swords of the core furnace held that same awe-inspiring power. The impacts of the sword stream were so loud that Dragon 1 and Dia Robber could barely hear each other. Their eyes stared at the blue light in the middle of the sword stream. The blue light area had yet to be swallowed, and that meant Dollar was not yet dead. Surviving under such circumstances was nothing short of a miracle. Boom! The falling sword stream began to slow down, and Dragon 1 and Dia Robber could finally see Han Sen through the small gaps between the swords. Han Sen stood calmly in place. He was fearless, like some sort of god. He let those swords from the furnace collide with his armor, and he made no effort to block them. None of the swords could break through his defenses. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were both shocked and happy. What kind of area and armor power does Dollar have? He remained uninjured beneath the weight of those attacks. They could barely believe the strength of Han Sen's defenses, but it gave them hope. With such a powerful defense, stalling a deified xenogeneic might be possible. Move Mountain area was practically invincible, but Han Sen felt as if he was going to reach the end of his tether soon. There was no problem with the way Move Mountain area functioned, but there was a limit to the amount of power that the Dongxuan armor could support. So much power was being funneled into the armor that it was starting to produce cracking sounds like breaking glass. The Dongxian armor was only on its first tier. Although it was the best when compared to others of the same level, that level was simply too low for this situation. The fact that it had endured this long was amazing. If Dongxian armor can level up to its 9th tier and be reset, then the combination of Move Mountain area and the Dongxian area will make fighting a deified xenogenic face-to-face quite feasible, Hansen thought to himself. Boom! As Hansen was thinking, the core furnace was opening to absorb as much universal energy as it could. The furnace's fire flared up brightly. The furnace itself seemed to be changing under the heat. The copper had become semi-transparent, and it glowed with the wavering light of its flames. It looked both very weird and very beautiful. Fire spewed out of it as the fifth fire area poured forth. The greenish fireball became solid like water as it wrapped over the swords from the furnace. Many swords absorbed that fifth fire area power. The swords looked like perfect glass now. They moved like they had been possessed by sword spirits, and dangerous shadows traveled behind them. 5 fire areas? This is very nearly a substance chain power. The core furnace is cheating. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were both in shock. Their bodies were trembling with intimidation from the sight of all those swords. They weren't scared for their own lives, of course, but the sight of all that power caused a gut reaction that neither of them had expected. Even from this distance, they could feel the dangerous heat of the coming attack. Luckily, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were top kings. These wisps of sword air would have already forced ordinary kings down onto their knees. Maybe after this fight, that core furnace will become deified, Dragon 1 murmured, his eyes locked on the furnace. Can Dollar withstand it? Dia Robber looked into space. The stream of swords was pointing at Han Senator. The cold sweat running off of the destroyed had soaked his clothing. Hansen could see that the swords from the furnace were all aiming at him, but he wasn't afraid. He complimented them quietly, saying, "Such a powerful xenogenic. What a shame." As he spoke to himself, Hansen stretched out a hand. His thumb and middle finger came together, and a coin appeared between them. Hansen couldn't move. Move Mountain area's buffing had made the Dongxian armor too heavy. In addition, the Dongxian armor had reached max capacity. If it absorbed any more power, it was sure to blow up. So, now, Hansen had to fight face to face. He had no choice. He has to fight? Upon seeing Hansen's plan, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked unsettled. A first-tier king was going to fight the almost deified furnace. The likelihood of death was very high. They could see Hansen's situation and hear his armor creaking. There were some small marks starting to appear across it. Clearly, it couldn't endure the suppression of that scary power for much longer. They thought Hansen was fighting now because he had no other choice. A first-tier king should have had no chance at all against that enormous storm of swords. Hansen didn't agree, though. The swords from the furnace were scary. Even Move Mountain area and his Dongxian armor couldn't bear them. But the incredible power that had built up within his armor was something that Hansen could now use. Come on. Let the world know the power of collecting taxes. Hansen growled under his breath. He held the coin tightly between his fingers. Buzz. The coin moaned, and the numbers upon its surface jumped up quickly. 1, 2, 10, 50. The numbers upon the coin blurred as they raced upward. The wave of swords gathered, preparing to head for Hansen and his coin. Hansen's coin had 2 skills, saving money and collecting taxes. Saving money could stack up his own power to attack. Collecting taxes came from Hansen's coin Geno core. Rather than using Hansen's own power, that skill depended on external powers. Within a certain radius, all creatures with power would sacrifice their own energy to fuel the skill. The stronger the creatures were, the more taxes were collected. Each and every sword from the furnace was wretchedly strong. They were half deified, almost fully deified. There were many of them, too. Every sword surrendered a small amount of power, and Hansen collected their taxes. An unnerving amount of power gathered on Hansen's single coin. That coin's power increased to such a level that Hansen almost couldn't control it. When the furnace groaned, countless swords received their fire buff. that put them on the move. The stream of swords looked like a tsunami descending on Han Senator, their power blanketed everything as if they were about to rip space itself apart. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber started to fall back. The stream of swords was too frightening. After that hit, the furnace was sure to become deified. Once that happened, they would have no hope of escaping. Ding! Hansen finally fired his coin at the smithy furnace. It flew toward the furnace in a streak of gold light. That coin's power was beyond Hansen's control, and he had no choice but to fire it. If he hadn't, it would have exploded and taken him with it. As the coin flew, the numbers continued to increase, gathering power from the area all around it. The coin's light, compared to the numerous sword lights, was tiny. Its tiny gleam was nothing outstanding. But when the swords from the furnace came into contact with the coin, they broke. They were as weak as soap bubbles, and the gold light continued toward the copper furnace. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were falling back. They saw Hansen fire his coin, but due to the heavy sword stream, they couldn't keep track of the small gold light. The scary stream of swords approached Hansen's body, and the coin came into contact with the copper furnace. Then, it produced a crunchy metal noise. It wasn't loud, but it was oddly clear amidst the thunderous noise of the raucous swords. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber turned back to look, their eyes finding the giant furnace. They saw the coin planted on the furnace. Then, in the next second, the coin was actually inside the furnace. And then the construct was shrinking. The furnace had become semi-transparent under the heat of its own flames. The coin hit the side of the furnace with so much force that it started to cave in on itself. A small hole formed in the surface, and the coin disappeared into that hole. It felt like time was standing still. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber didn't see the coin come out on the other side, so they assumed that the coin was still stuck to the furnace where it had originally landed. They doubted the coin would have enough power to penetrate the furnace. But then they froze in disbelief. The whole furnace was imploding. As if a black hole had formed at the center of the furnace, the whole thing collapsed in on itself. The huge furnace twisted into a small chunk of metal. And this minimizing process continued without stopping. It was like a soda can being crushed under someone's foot. The power inside the furnace continued to collapse its structure. The giant furnace grew smaller, and smaller, and smaller. Eventually, the furnace was no more than a point of light. Then it detonated like a supernova. The shockwave of the explosion rocked that section of space. Debris and destruction spread everywhere, far beyond what the eye could see. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were sent flying away by that scary power. When Dragon 1 and Dia Robber gathered themselves enough to look around, they saw that the giant copper furnace had been reduced to nothing but cosmic dust. All of the swords from the furnace had cracked because their hosting entity had been annihilated. They created a chain of explosions, one after another. It was like watching a giant universe firework event. Hansen still stood there unaffected. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked at each other. This hadn't just been a display of high defense. Dollar had completely annihilated a creature that was almost deified. That was a very powerful attack, to say the least. Even a top-class half-deified couldn't endure the stream of swords like he had just done. Scary. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber thought of the same thing at the same time. Mutant Xenogeneic King hunted, core smithy furnace. Beast soul gained. Hansen was shocked. There had been no announcement of a xenogeneic gene being found. Now Hansen understood the scariest part of the coin's power, it had even destroyed the xenogeneic gene inside the creature. That attack was the furnace's own power turned against it. The swords from the furnace were too powerful for it to withstand. Every power from the individual swords had been gathered together. Each one had probably reached deified level, and that was how Hansen was able to defeat the furnace. Just as Hansen was about to take a look at the beast soul the furnace had given him, he noticed something flashing far away. He looked closer, and he saw the small copper furnace running away. Hansen stopped using his move mountain area and flew after it. The furnace wasn't a fast creature. It didn't fly quickly, and so Hansen was able to catch up to it in no time. He pulled out his core demon bug gun to kill it. The small furnace stopped in its tracks, puffing its chimney to make the fire spin, spew, and spread. It gave off a string of crying noises. Hansen thought it was prepping itself to fight. He held the core demon bug gun with a fixed aim, but he soon noticed the furnace wasn't unleashing its green fire at Han Senator. Instead, the fire twisted in the air to form a few words. "My king, spare me." Hansen was shocked. He lowered the gun, taking his finger off the trigger. The small furnace, noticing that Hansen hadn't attacked, spit out a few more green flames. It formed the shape of more words. "I am willing to become your slave. Holy sh*T. This guy is very smart," Hansen thought in shock. The xenogeniacs he had seen so far in the core area weren't intelligent. Even the deified insect wasn't smart like an ordinary high-level creature. But the small furnace's intelligence was the same as a high-level creature's. "What can you do for me?" Hansen asked, looking at the furnace. Hansen didn't think he could take a core xenogeniac into the Geno universe. Even if he accepted its services, it would have to remain in the core area. The furnace understood Hansen, so it spat out more green fire to shape words. "I can give directions to my king, for I am familiar with this place." "Pa." Hansen laughed. He thought the small furnace was very talented. "Wouldn't you hate me for killing your brethren?" Hansen asked, raising an eyebrow at the small furnace. That big furnace looked like some sort of parental figure to the small furnace. It would be risky to have a servant who hated him. The small furnace spat out more fire and said, "We are of the same kind, but there is no connecting bloodline. If that is the case, then I will permit you to live. Go ahead and lead the way, then. If you try anything funny, I'll kill you." Hansen thought the small furnace was funny. He kind of liked the thing, so he couldn't bring himself to kill it. He would keep it around for now, and see whether or not it really wanted to give him good directions. If it really did want to serve him, then having a companion that knew about the core would be useful. In the future, he could avoid accidentally stepping into the territory of strong xenogeniacs. Having another mishap would be bad. "Do not worry, my king. I will lead the way. I will live for the king, and I will die for the king. I will spend my life in the service of the king." The small furnace spelled out. "Now I know you're full of sh*T. Lead me to where I can find xenogeniacs. Something I can kill that isn't so dangerous," Hansen instructed firmly. "This way, my king." The small furnace led the way out into space. After the two disappeared, Dia Robber and Dragon 1 revealed themselves. They hadn't come out and greeted Hansen before because he had been too scary. They had to think of a way they could motivate Hansen to cooperate with them. He was so powerful. Unless they provided a lot of incentive, Dollar wouldn't care for their offers. And the two of them were fighting each other, anyway. Before they could offer him a larger portion of the reward, though, they would have to consult with their own people. "Brother Dragon 1, I have a suggestion. I am wondering if you are interested in hearing it." Dia Robber looked at Dragon 1. "Cooperation?" Dragon 1 asked, looking at Dia Robber. "You had the same thought, brother?" Dia Robber was surprised. Dragon 1 smiled. "It looks like we are a match for each other. We should go somewhere nice and discuss the details." "My thoughts exactly." "After you, good sir." Dia Robber smiled. The furnace guided Hansen forward. He was still suspicious about its help, but the small furnace didn't play any tricks. They went to a place with a small number of king xenogeniacs. They were creatures that Hansen could kill easily. He managed to earn 20 xenogeniac core genes in just a few days. He grew confident that he would find more xenogeniacs with the furnace than if he was to remain solo. Miss Mirror sat in front of her computer. She looked at the information on the screen, locked in deep thought. All the documents pertained to Han Senator. It was everything that had been recorded of him since the fight when Kong Fei had snuffed out and relit a lantern. It informed her of everything he did, all the way up until he disguised himself as Bai Yi. The records of it were all there. Such a scary guy. These records make his life look like he's playing with cheat codes. He has done way too many unbelievable things. It is difficult to imagine that a leftover crystallizer, starting from scratch, achieved all that he has today. The investigation was very thorough. Miss Mirror had to admit that if she had been in the same situation as Han Sen, she wouldn't have been able to achieve half of what Han Sen had managed to. It is a shame that he isn't really Bai Yi. Otherwise, with his performance amongst the Extreme King, he might have become a legendary figure for us. Miss Mirror sighed. She turned off the computer and rubbed her temples. She had been tired for a while. The person who had her mirror spirit eye ring was disguising himself as a prince. It made things rather difficult for her. She couldn't tell King Bai about it, but neither could she lie to him. And King Bai wasn't an easy man to fool. Lying to him might lead her down a path she could never return from. Radio Wave should be investigating Han Senator. If they start uncovering his secrets too quickly, things might go badly for me. And if I had Han Sen over, I'm afraid the mirror spirit I won't be able to withstand the same dosage of damage again. Miss Mirror was beginning to develop a headache. Miss Mirror closed her eyes to think, but she couldn't figure out a solution that was perfect for her. A subordinate knocked at her door. Miss Mirror, the location of the 7568 God Battle Ruin has been confirmed. Give me the information. Miss Mirror sat up straight, looking like a lady again. The subordinate pushed open the door and set the documents down in front of her. Miss Mirror examined them for a while and frowned. She said, "Another race has been found? At Ruin 7568? Yes, my lady. Our people found a big excavation site, and some construction zones started up not too long ago," the subordinate explained. "Okay, that's all for now." Miss Mirror set the documents back down on the table. She closed her eyes and thought. A while later, she opened her eyes. She glanced over the pages again, then finally smiled. She said out loud, "Ruin 7568. If that is the one, perhaps I can convince my brother. I can take Han Sen there. This is an opportunity." For the first time in a while, things were going smoothly. Han Sen had the small furnace to show him the way, and he had collected many core xenogeneic genes. Now, he was holding 4. He ate 2 and tossed the others to the furnace. It wasn't because Han Sen was a waster. It was just because he couldn't digest them. Even with Consume's help, he could only eat 2 a day. If he wanted to gain 100 King-class genes, it would take more than a month. Because the small furnace behaved well, Han Sen gave it a few core xenogeneic genes whenever he could. The small furnace was always delighted to receive them. Swords from the furnace required core xenogeneic genes for production. But core genes from different xenogeneics could create different swords inside the furnace. No wonder that big furnace was so strong. All the swords it produced came from King xenogeneic genes. I can't even guess how many King-class core xenogeneics it managed to kill in its time. Too bad the xenogeneic genes are melted down inside the furnace. If a furnace is destroyed, the swords are also destroyed. Otherwise, I'd have received enough xenogeneic genes to last me many lives over, Han Sen thought with regret. The small furnace followed Han Sen and collected a few treats on the way. When Han Sen left the core area, it didn't run off. It waited for Han Sen to come back. A few days later, the small furnace was forging a few sword blanks. Han Sen thought this relaxed schedule would last for some time, but when Miss Mirror showed up, she destroyed his delusions of just enjoying life for a while. "Pack your stuff, you have a mission to go on," Miss Mirror said before taking a sip of tea. "What mission?" Han Sen asked with trepidation. Miss Mirror had asked him to pack, so that meant he was leaving King's Kingdom. This is your father's handwriting. Is there a problem? Miss Mirror asked, setting a note down on the table as she spoke. Yes. Can I bring my subordinates with me? Hansen asked. I suppose you can, but are you sure about taking them someplace dangerous? Miss Mirror looked like she was smiling, but she wasn't. Hansen knew Miss Mirror was referring to Bauer. She was warning Hansen not to attempt an escape. He wouldn't have a chance to. If I can, I would like to bring Bauer, Hansen said, pretending not to know what she meant. Sure, but I have already told you, this place is dangerous. If something happens, don't blame your auntie for not warning you, Miss Mirror said. I will be responsible for this decision, Hansen said tonelessly. Good. Go and prepare. We will be leaving tonight. With that, Miss Mirror turned and promptly left Underwater Town. Hansen called for Bauer. He left the Blood Kirin behind in Underwater Town to look after Lan Haixin, just in case she decided to stir up trouble. Hansen wasn't planning an escape. The Extreme King were too powerful. Unless he had a reliable backup plan, he wouldn't flee. He couldn't go back to Planet Eclipse either. He didn't want to drag Isha into his problematic affairs. Hansen wanted to bring Bauer because he didn't feel safe leaving her alone. Plus, he was used to having Bauer around. Whenever he was alone, it always felt like he was missing something. He asked the Blood Kirin to watch Lan Haixin. Lily begged Hansen to take her with him, but he refused. Miss Mirror had said that the place was dangerous, and Hansen didn't think she told him that just to scare him. He was bringing Bauer along because she could protect herself. Lily was just a duke. She would be unable to protect herself, and bringing her would be like handing her a death sentence. He brought Bauer to the rally point, knowing that they wouldn't be going alone. Many members of Spring Rain had already gathered. There were many kings and half-deifieds, and Hansen even saw 2 fully deified warriors amongst them. What are they doing here? Hansen wondered. This was enough combat power to annihilate a higher race. When the ship started to move, Miss Mirror didn't come looking for him. Hansen had free time, so he practiced and consumed King-class genes. Hansen started trying to push Jadeskin's self-universe cogwheel. He wanted to get Jadeskin up to King class. That progress would be much easier than leveling up the Dongxian Sutra. It would only be a matter of time. The ship flew through many space teleportation points. When the ship arrived at their ultimate destination, Hansen was shocked. He knew the place. Isn't this the Xenogenic space that Ningyu mentioned? Hansen wondered. The Xenogenic space was a very rocky landscape. The ships landed amidst an enormous field of stones, and the passengers of the ships made camp nearby. On Miss Mirror's orders, the Spring Rain members began digging into the stone field, unearthing even more rocks. Miss Mirror didn't instruct Hansen to do anything, other than telling him to stay in camp. While he didn't have to do any digging, his ability to wander around as he wished was limited. Hansen asked Miss Mirror what sort of place they had come to and what their mission was there, but she didn't answer him. She just told him that he would be safe as long as he stayed close, and he would be called for when the time came for him to work. This is the Xenogenic space Ningyu described. Ningyu's little green sword came from one of the rocks that was found here. It looks like Miss Mirror's task here is the same as it was for the Hell. They want to excavate something out of all this stone, Hansen thought to himself. He really wanted to join the others in the stone field so he could examine the rocks. But Miss Mirror was very firm that he shouldn't leave camp, so joining the others was out of the question. Instead, Hansen spent his time studying his geno-arts and absorbing King-class Xenogenic genes. On their second day in the Xenogenic space, something occurred in the stone fields. A few Spring Rain members had to be carried back to camp. When Hansen heard the commotion and came over to see, he found that the unfortunate individuals were turning into stone. Not long after, their entire bodies were fully petrified. They were just a bunch of statues. Miss Mirror and the two deified elites tried to stop the petrification process, but they could do nothing. None of their attempts even seemed to slow the transformation. After this, the work in the stone fields was brought to a halt. Although they were no longer digging, Miss Mirror showed no sign of wanting to leave. More ships arrived a few days later, bringing many different creatures to the camp. They were from a variety of different races, and all of them were marquises or dukes. They must have been brought there to become workers in the stone field. Ningyu. As Hansen watched the workers line up to register, he saw a pretty woman with pink armor. He recognized her as Ningyu, and he felt his eyes widen. Hansen was shocked. Not because Ningyu was now a woman, Hansen knew that little factoid already. It wasn't strange that Ningyu was actually there, either. Ningyu would have been looking for a chance to come back, so he could find out what happened to his body. The Extreme King had recruited workers, so it was reasonable that Ningyu had joined their ranks. Hansen was simply surprised by what he wore. He had a little pink dress on, and he also had some pink earrings, rings, necklaces, and red flowers in his hair. He was like a pink lady, and he was genuinely pretty. If Hansen hadn't seen Ningyu before, he definitely wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Oh no. What is wrong with Ningyu? Even if his body turned into the body of a woman, it doesn't mean he has to dress up as one, Hansen thought to himself. The longer he watched Ningyu, the more convinced he became that something was deeply wrong. How to talk to Ningyu alone? Hansen wanted to ask him what had happened, but he wasn't permitted to talk to the workers. Even if he could, everyone would be watching. There was nowhere they could discuss matters privately. Hansen thought about it overnight. And the next day, he barged into Miss Mirror's office. Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror. You brought me here, and yet you aren't letting me do anything. You won't let me out, and you won't even let me go on the internet. What is this? Hansen demanded. My lady, we couldn't stop the prince. He just barged in, the guards said tensely, trying to explain his sudden intrusion. You guys can leave, Miss Mirror said in a cool voice. Her pretty eyes didn't even glance their way. Instead, she kept her focus fixed on the documents she was reading. After the guards closed the door, Hansen said, even if you don't want to let me out, at least allow me to do something. If I'm stuck at home all day again, I am going to go crazy. And Bauer is just a kid. She can't remain cooped up all day, either. You are the one who asked to bring her here. She is entirely your responsibility. Miss Mirror closed the file and looked at Han Sr. You will be given your task when the time comes. But for now, your job is just to wait patiently in camp. Fine. I can do that, but can you at least make nicer food? Plus, I want Bauer to have a maid to look after her. That isn't too much to ask, is it? Hansen said. We are here to work. We aren't here on vacation. After a brief pause, Miss Mirror said, I will find you a maid. Now go home. That's better. Find a pretty one, though. It annoys me if the maid is ugly, Hansen said. Are you looking for a maid, or are you looking for a woman? Miss Mirror asked sternly. I am Prince 16. Is there something wrong with having a woman to please me? Hansen smiled. Prince 16? Miss Mirror shot Hansen a flat look. Hansen coughed. I wasn't going to do anything. I just want someone to look after my kid. But you won't let me go out, and I must make myself look like more of a prince. Any other concerns you would like to share? Miss Mirror asked, fixing Hansen with another unnerving stare. No, Hansen answered. If there is nothing more you require, then go home. I have work to attend to, Miss Mirror said in clear dismissal. Then I'll go now. Please be considerate when picking a maid for me, Hansen said. Miss Mirror stared at him until he left the office. I wonder if Miss Mirror will just pick a worker. If she picks a worker, I think Ningyu will have a high chance of being selected, Hansen thought as he walked. It was all he could do, after all. If Miss Mirror didn't pick a worker, then Han Sen would have to find another way to get some alone time with his target. The next day, after Han Sen opened the door to take Bauer to the canteen to eat, he saw a pretty extreme king woman standing directly before him. "My prince, Miss Mirror asked me to serve you." The woman bowed to Han Sen, but her face was expressionless. "Not bad. What's your name?" Han Sen smiled at the woman. He had been prepared for this possibility, so he wasn't disappointed. If Miss Mirror had picked any random person, Han Sen would have grown suspicious. "Falling Leaf," the woman answered. "Falling Leaf, huh? Not bad. Not bad. Miss Mirror didn't disappoint me. Come. Let's go find something to eat." Han Sen squinted slightly, lifting a smiling Bauer up to sit on his shoulder. Then the trio made their way to the canteen. While they ate, Han Sen turned to Bauer's new maid. "Falling Leaf, your mission is to take care of Bauer. Satisfy all her desires. You cannot make her cry. Do you understand?" "Sure," Falling Leaf answered, her voice smooth and emotionless. Han Sen had realized almost instantly that Falling Leaf wasn't an ordinary woman. She was very good at hiding her energy so that the average person would be unable to discern her level, but Han Sen had his Dongxian area. There was no way that Falling Leaf could hide her king-class power from him. Although Han Sen couldn't tell how many tiers she had unlocked, she had definitely surpassed the first couple of tiers. Miss Mirror is very generous. Falling Leaf must be a ranking member in Spring Rain, Han Sen thought, as he tried to come up with a way to make her leave. If Han Sen made her leave himself, that would draw unwanted attention. It would also give Miss Mirror a clue to figuring out what he really wanted. So, Han Sen couldn't take action himself. Instead of making her stay with them uncomfortable, and he would need to treat her nicely. Bauer, however. When it comes to making people miserable, Bauer is a true artist, Han Sen thought, looking at his smiling daughter. "Sister Falling Leaf, can you play a game with me?" Bauer was holding a doll in front of Falling Leaf. Her big eyes made it look as if she was desperately begging. "Of course I can," Falling Leaf replied, a smile softening her cold face. Falling Leaf was quite famous in Spring Rain. She was known as the icy femme fatale. Her calm, calculating mind made her an amazing assassin. When she worked, nothing could shake her up or throw her off her game. Her greatest fight took place on a deified-owned planet. She killed a half-deified elite, the son of a deified being, and they all backed off her. But facing a sweet little girl, even Falling Leaf's mood seemed a bit lighter. She seemed happier than when she faced Han Sen, at least. Falling Leaf didn't know Han Sen was a fake prince, but even believing that Han Sen was a real royal, she wasn't interested in him. She would hate the thought of dating a prince. If not for Miss Mirror's order, she wouldn't have accepted the mission that brought her here. She most certainly wouldn't have agreed to serve Han Sen. Han Sen watched Bauer play with Falling Leaf and felt some relief. He returned to his room to continue practicing. After many attempts to turn Jadeskin's self-universe cogwheel, he was finally beginning to understand how it worked. He only needed to hit a breaking point for it to reach King class. Jadeskin was different from the Dongxian Sutra. Han Sen could actually see the Dongxian Sutra's self-cogwheel and all the other universal cogwheels around it. But when he used Jadeskin, the universal cogwheels all appeared blurry. They weren't as clear as they were with the Dongxian Sutra. So, Han Sen tried many different methods in the hope of turning the self-universe cogwheel. He had long since lost track of how many attempts he had made. The self-cogwheel refused to budge, however. He only needed enough power to connect with the self-cogwheel. Anyone could push universal cogwheels, and the number of cogwheels they could push all boiled down to how much strength they had. But ordinary kings couldn't actually see the universal cogwheels like Han Sen could. They could get a vague sense of what they needed to do, but they couldn't tell it was actually a cogwheel they were pushing. And although Hansen had initially thought that the number of cogwheels someone had to push was directly related to their strength, that wasn't exactly true. There were some people who didn't push many universal cogwheels, but even so, they became very powerful. Many such people existed. The difficulty of reaching king class depended on the strength of the initial cogwheel. If the self-cogwheel was strong enough and you cast sufficient power, you could spin your self-cogwheel very quickly. In so doing, you could equal the power of people who spun many cogwheels just by spinning your single cogwheel at high velocity. Many kings with one area power could unleash more power than kings with many area powers. That was the theory. Jadeskin was a Geno art that was very simple in the way its power was used. The self-cogwheel didn't have to push many neighboring universal cogwheels, but that didn't mean the self-cogwheel was weak in itself. When Hansen was ready to become king class, he started off with Dongxian area. With Dongxian area's help, pushing other self-cogwheels was easier. The ability allowed Hansen to see the Jadeskin cogwheel. Jadeskin's self-cogwheel wasn't much smaller than the Dongxian Sutra's self-cogwheel. After all, they were the self-cogwheels that were based on Hansen's body, so there wouldn't be many differences between them. But the two cogwheels did look rather different. The Dongxian Sutra's cogwheel was black, while Jadeskin's was some sort of translucent jade. It connected to 7 universal cogwheels. That number was fairly ordinary for an average king. Compared to the Dongxian Sutra, that was a tiny number of connected cogs. But having a small number of connected cogs didn't mean that Jadeskin's power couldn't spread. The self-cogwheel would still spin very quickly. Under the Dongxian area, Hansen slowly cast his Jadeskin, then began shoving against his self-cogwheel to spin it. The progress was now much easier than it had been when he was pushing the Dongxian Sutra's self-cogwheel. After all, Hansen was king class now, so he had much more power that he could throw behind his efforts. Catcha! Catcha! The translucent jade cogwheel slowly started to shift. As the self-cogwheel spun, a weird flower symbol appeared on its surface. The flower symbol spread like a growing crystal, slowly sliding over the self-cogwheel. As the cogwheel spun, the symbol swelled more and more. A short time later, it had completely covered the cogwheel. Jadeskin's self-cogwheel became an ice moon. Jadeskin's self-cogwheel pushed the other 7 universal cogwheels that connected to it. As it did, the symbol glided over those universal cogwheels too. Then it spread further. The icy, jade-looking area power spread through Hansen, becoming a strange, sealing area. But after spreading for a while, the power returned, heading back for Hansenator. His body absorbed all of the power. When the ice moonlight cogwheel spun, Hansen's entire body crystallized, and he glowed like a crystal. He was like a god wrapped up in holy light. Boom! The cogwheel continued to spin as the universal core hall door opened. Hansen's body was sucked into it. He entered the universal core hall. Hansen didn't hesitate. He landed atop the cogwheels of the hall, and when the cogwheels moved, the hall's door opened. Hansen exited the hall, finding himself in a new place inside the core area. This wasn't where he had been previously. Ordinarily, leaving the core area would set a spawn point for his return. He would be able to come back to the exact place he had previously left. But now that Hansen was entering with his Jadeskin cogwheel, it had taken him to a different location than where he would spawn with his Dongxian Sutra cogwheel. Does that mean I can go to different core areas with each skill? I just need to change the self-cogwheel to determine which place I access. Hansen realized joyfully. Hansen took a moment to look around, trying to place where he was within the core area. He wasn't in the mood to hunt core xenogeneics at the moment. After he had confirmed his location, he just returned to camp. Hansen walked out of his private room, then suddenly jerked to a stop. Falling Leaf and Bauer were staring each other down. Falling Leaf's face, meanwhile, was covered in paper, *. She was holding 2 cards, and she looked very serious. Bauer, on the other hand, was holding 1 card. She looked gravely at Falling Leaf's 2 cards. Which one should I choose? Bauer wondered, carefully considering the decision. She pointed her finger, wavering between the two cards in the other woman's hand. It looked as if she had to pick one out of the two. When Hansen saw them, he knew Bauer and Falling Leaf were playing Old Man. Old Man was very simple to play. One of the jokers was removed from a normal deck of playing cards, and then the deck was dealt to the players. Each player then removed all the pairs they could from their hand. Once their hands only contained the cards that couldn't be paired, they took turns choosing cards from one another's hands. If a player chose a card that they could pair with one of their own cards, the player could discard the pair. The winner was whoever got rid of the joker, which could not be paired, and discarded all of their cards. This was a game that Hansen had played a lot with Bauer in the past. Because Hansen was very good at this sort of prediction game, Bauer initially never won. But after they played for a while, he stopped winning so often. Before long, Hansen felt as if he would never win another game. It took a lot of focus for him to play with Bauer, especially when he was doing his best to avoid losing. Eventually, he just stopped playing with Bauer entirely, which meant Bauer could never exact revenge on Hansen for all the times he had beaten her. Bauer had been angry about that for quite some time. But Hansen was very adamant about not playing with her. He never gave her the chance to exact revenge on him. It was a game that was highly based on luck, judgment, observation, and mind tricks. The Han family prided themselves on their skill with the game, but Hansen was no longer sure if he had what it took to beat Bauer these days. Seeing Falling Leaf with a face full of paper, he could tell she had lost badly. Bauer's face was very clean, and there was not a single piece of paper on her. As Bauer's hand moved slowly back and forth between the two cards, Falling Leaf's face displayed no emotion. But her heart leaped in her chest with every movement of Bauer's hand. She really did feel awful. In the beginning, she had only agreed to play the game with Bauer to make the child happy. A game like this was too easy for a killer like her. She was excellent at reading people, and her prediction abilities were phenomenal, of course. But in all the time since they had begun playing, she hadn't won once. Falling Leaf was rapidly growing rather desperate, and she would have done anything to win at least once. Falling Leaf's eyes stared at the two cards in her hands. Whenever Bauer touched the Joker card, she felt good. When she pointed at the Seven of Hearts, she felt very worried. "Maybe I'll pick this one?" Bauer said. Her little hand reached for the Joker card. Falling Leaf's pulse quickened as Bauer's fingers brushed the Joker card. "Take it! Take it!" Falling Leaf was shouting madly in her heart, but she didn't allow her emotions to show on her face. Suddenly, Bauer stopped. She turned and grabbed the Seven of Hearts, and she smiled. "I think I am going to take this one." A muscle in Falling Leaf's cheek twitched. Her fingers tightened on the two cards as Bauer tried to pull the Seven of Hearts loose. Falling Leaf wouldn't let it go. Seeing that the woman was refusing to let the card go, Bauer didn't know what to do. She let go of the Seven of Hearts and picked the Joker card. "In that case, I will take this one." Falling Leaf was thrilled, and she released her claw-like grip on the cards. Bauer grabbed the Joker card and quickly said, "It is my turn." Bauer placed two cards in the deck and then brought out two cards of her own. Facing Falling Leaf, she said, "Okay, it is your turn to pick." Falling Leaf gritted her teeth and stared at the two cards. She focused intently, as if she could read something from the back of the cards. As the top killer in Spring Rain, Falling Leaf's powers of observation and judgment were the best. She could easily pick up on even the smallest difference. She had just taken the Joker card, so it was possible that some instinct deep within her would guide her to victory. But God only knew what material was used to create those cards. They were thin as paper, but she couldn't sense any trace that might identify the cards. She couldn't tell what was on the cards. Falling Leaf's eyes looked ready to pop out of her skull. She couldn't tell which one was the Joker card. "Are you going to pick one or not?" Bauer said with a yawn. "What's the rush?" Falling Leaf reached out her hand to pick the card that was on the left. She looked at Bauer, hoping to see some sort of clue in her eyes. "If that's the one you want, then just take it," Bauer said, her face bored. Falling Leaf, hearing Bauer say this, decided not to pick it. They had only been together for 2 hours, but in Falling Leaf's eyes, Bauer was no longer a small child. "Trying to fool me, huh? It's not that easy." Falling Leaf raised her hand to take the card on the right. When she turned it around, though, she looked like she had been struck by lightning. It was a Joker card. "Why do you not just believe people? You adults are all so complicated. I don't understand you." Bauer looked sorrowful as she shook her head. Falling Leaf's face twitched. She gnashed her teeth and said nothing. She placed the card down behind her and drew 2 more cards. She put them in front of Bauer and coldly said, "Your turn." "I pick this one." Bauer reached out her hand and picked up the 7 of hearts from Falling Leaf's hands. "Haha, I win again." Bauer threw down her pair of 7s. She grabbed a piece of paper and stuck it on Falling Leaf's face. "We're playing again." Falling Leaf started to shuffle the deck. "I'm not playing. You are too weak for me." Bauer looked very bored. "Just one last time," Falling Leaf said slowly, enunciating the words. Her eyes looked ready to burst into flames. Hansen almost laughed. Playing that game with Bauer was like a death wish. Bauer rolled her eyes, looking like she really had no interest in playing. She said, "We can play, but sticking paper on each other's faces is boring. Let us raise the stakes." "Sure. What would you like to bet?" Falling Leaf really wanted to win. She was Spring Rain's top killer. She couldn't allow herself to lose to a kid. She had to win. "The loser has to go to the door and shout 'I am stupid,'" Bauer said after a moment of thought. That, Falling Leaf hesitated. She wasn't entirely sure she could defeat Bauer, and many Spring Rain elites were nearby. It would be embarrassing if she was heard. Never mind, then. This is lame, anyway. Bauer stood up and got ready to go. "Fine. We will do as you say." Falling Leaf almost shouted as she touched Bauer's arm. She was desperate to defeat her. Hansen couldn't watch. The game had ended before it even began. Not even a deified being could beat Bauer at this game. This was what the Hansen family was best at. *Endnote: When a person loses a round, they place a sticker on their face. This makes it obvious at a glance who is winning and who is losing. While Miss Mirror was speaking with 2 of the 4 Spring Rain Kings, whose names were Red Cloud and Night Wind, a sound erupted from Hansen's place, interrupting their discussion. "I am stupid," someone screamed. The 3 of them swapped strange glances. The voice undeniably belonged to Falling Leaf, but they couldn't believe Falling Leaf would ever yell those words. Aside from Miss Mirror and the 4 Kings of Spring Rain, Falling Leaf was known as one of Spring Rain's best. She was a very cruel woman, but she worked hard. She was proud, violent, and always ready for a fight. How could those words pass through the mouth of someone like that? Was that who it sounded like? Night Wind turned to Red Cloud and Miss Mirror with a confused expression. "We'll end things here for now. You 2 can go home." Miss Mirror frowned. She stood up and went to Hansen's place. She wanted to see what Hansen was up to. A woman like Falling Leaf wasn't someone who could be forced to say anything of the sort. She would rather die than make that sort of admission. If Hansen had used some trick to fool Falling Leaf, Miss Mirror wouldn't ignore such a transgression. She had sent Falling Leaf to look after Hansen, but she wouldn't stand for the woman being bullied. "Why are you here?" Hansen asked with a pleasant smile when he answered the door and saw Miss Mirror. "What did you do to Falling Leaf?" Miss Mirror frowned. "What did I do to her? I haven't spoken much with her. She's been playing with Bauer all this time. Go and take a look if you want to." Hansen moved aside and gestured for her to enter. Miss Mirror didn't believe Han Senator. She walked through the entry and went into the living room. There she found Falling Leaf playing card games with Bauer. Miss Mirror. Falling Leaf shot to her feet and bowed. Are you okay? Falling Leaf's forbidding face was covered in little stickers. The sight almost made Miss Mirror want to crack up in laughter. I'm okay. Falling Leaf's face blushed deeply, but she didn't remove the pieces of paper stuck to her face. She was a killer, and killers always kept their word. She might have lost the game, but she wasn't going to disgrace the rules. I'm glad to see you are okay. Miss Mirror looked at Hansen and said in a hard voice, "Follow me." Hansen shrugged and followed Miss Mirror into the garden. You know Falling Leaf is one of my people. You should be careful how you choose to treat her. Miss Mirror settled herself into one of the garden chairs and looked at Hansen as she spoke. Hansen laughed. I haven't done a single thing to her, and I wouldn't want to do anything to offend her, either. She is merely playing with Bauer. You can ask her if you don't believe me. It is good that you haven't mistreated her. I'm just warning you, though. Don't do anything that will make her or me unhappy, Miss Mirror said in a firm voice. Understood. Hansen shrugged again. Give me your hand. Miss Mirror was looking at the ring Hansen wore, and her request came with the glimmer of hesitation. Although Hansen wasn't a bad fighter, he was too low level. Miss Mirror didn't think Hansen, with his current power, could be of much assistance to her. But since she was there, she knew it would be a good idea to get to know him a little better. The mind and the heart were inseparably linked, so the best way to learn someone's personality was through their mind. It was a very accurate way of reading people. What are you doing? Hansen asked as he extended his right hand in front of Miss Mirror. Are you playing dumb? Miss Mirror stared at Hansen. Of course not. You should have just told me more clearly. Hansen laughed and pulled back his right hand. He extended his left hand instead, the mirror spirit eye ring glinting on one of his fingers. Miss Mirror observed the mirror spirit eye ring, and a lump rose in her throat. Seeing the ring made her mind harken back to the man who had once worn it. That man had been smart and gentle. Even now, thinking of that man made her heart leap. Miss Mirror never regretted marrying that man. Choosing him had been the most precious experience in her entire life, but God hadn't allowed her to be by his side forever. Thinking of that man would have made any woman's heart jump, and then seeing the current master of the ring, Miss Mirror could only sigh. Although Hansen was good, compared to that man, she thought he couldn't begin to compare. Miss Mirror reached out her hand and put her mirror spirit eye ring next to Hansen's ring. Miss Mirror's face didn't possess supermodel-like beauty. She wasn't as hot as someone like Gu Qingqing, certainly. She was more like a well-dressed and mature lady. But Miss Mirror's hands were too pretty to criticize. Every finger was long and slender. Her skin was white like jade, and her nails glittered like crystals. Her hands were lovely and elegant. Hansen had seen many pretty women in his time, but this was the first time he had ever seen such beautiful hands. Miss Mirror's hand came closer to Hansen, and the mirror spirit eye ring reacted. The emerald ring began to glow. When those two eye-like gems touched each other, Hansen and Miss Mirror both shivered. They felt a strange power generate in the mirror spirit eye rings, and then the power went into both of their bodies. The energy traveled up their arms and straight into their brains. Hansen's body vibrated. He looked around, finding himself in a place where it was raining. The springtime rain was falling as if God himself was crying. But when those tears fell, they watered everything around him. The trees, the flowers, the grass, the chestnuts. The rain soaked into all of them, and the sadness held within the rain provided a source of infinite life force and hope. Hansen had studied the 48 water minds of Destiny's Tower, and the spring rain mind was one of them. Miss Mirror's mind was spring rain, but it wasn't focused on the rain itself. Hansen felt the way her emotions shifted and swayed within her mind. Suddenly, he really admired this woman. This mind was professional and enduring. It was like the strongest a deified being could achieve. No wonder her organization is called Spring Rain. This mind can only be felt. It isn't something that could be explained. Achieving this sort of mind is very difficult. Miss Mirror is a very complicated and even contradictory woman. I cannot judge her as I normally would another. As Hansen observed and sensed the Spring Rain mind, he learned much from it. Miss Mirror's body shivered, too. She felt a mind inside her consciousness. But that mind wasn't too strong or surprising. It didn't impress her much. Miss Mirror didn't take Hansen's mind seriously, as she had only touched their rings together so she could learn more about him. But when the presence of his mind began to expand, Miss Mirror was stunned. What Miss Mirror saw, in terms of Hansen's mind, was something akin to a flower ready to open. The mere bud might not have been very impressive, but as she tried to understand, she peeled away the petals. But try as she might, she couldn't peel them all away. She couldn't get to the center of the flower, and that disturbed her. Miss Mirror hadn't thought Hansen's mind was strong, and the unexpected depth of his consciousness struck her with confusion. It was as if she had received a mystery gift, and she had no idea who had delivered it or what it contained. After opening that special parcel, she only found another mystery box inside. She opened it, layer by layer, but there never seemed to be an end. It didn't matter if the gift deep inside the layers of the package was good or bad, opening a gift like this would make people angry. Luckily, Miss Mirror was a very patient person, so she didn't look annoyed. She peeled open Hansen's mind, layer by layer. But after doing this for a while, she still hadn't found what lay at its center. Not even God had enough patience to keep searching endlessly like that. After Miss Mirror peeled away all those layers, her inability to find the center was too much. She didn't like feeling this way. I want to see what resides in your mind, Miss Mirror thought in determination. Gathering herself, she leaned the full weight of her deified mind atop Hansen's mind to try to crack it open. Spring rain destroyed flowers. Hansen's will was like the center of a flower that was being forced open. One by one, the petals fell. But when the place covered by the petals was finally revealed, she found that it was empty. It's only a shell, with nothing on the inside. Miss Mirror felt rather disappointed. Minds represented someone's personality and the way they felt things. Hansen's mind was very strong on the outside, but its interior was hollow. Therefore, he couldn't be considered someone strong. Miss Mirror wanted to pull her mind back since she was done investigating, but suddenly, she couldn't. She had opened Hansen's mind using brute force. A normal mind would have been shattered by such an act. There shouldn't have been left a trace of that mind left. But Miss Mirror could still detect Hansen's mind with her own will. That was unexpected. The mind moved. Miss Mirror's eyes lowered, and she looked at all of the petals across the floor. Every petal was like a crystal. They were scattered across the floor, but they weren't damaged. The will that Miss Mirror had detected invaded one of the petals, and as it did, Miss Mirror's eyes widened. She had only wanted to peel away the petals, to see what was on the inside. She hadn't bothered to look at the petals themselves. The mind entered the petal, and suddenly, that consciousness was like a rolling, storm-shaken sea. It was as wide as a sky and as deep as an ocean. The mind was so rich that Miss Mirror staggered under the detailed sensation of it. Miss Mirror bent and picked up another petal. The will was like a mountain crashing down. It was like a pillar that held up the sky, never moving. If she was a novel, this man would be a grand saga. A man could define himself as a broken, sick, elderly man on his deathbed, or as the warrior who threw himself into the thick of battle when he was young. People only focused on results. Wins and losses determined all, and rarely did people pay attention to what led up to those places. People often failed to see the desperation and difficult times men have to face frequently. Endurance and bravery abound in the hearts of men. Everyone fails sometimes, but real men get up and keep going despite their losses. No matter what environment they are in or what happens to their bodies, the only thing that can't be changed is the wants and desires of their hearts. They want victory, with the determination to win is greater than anything. Han Sen's will didn't have a core, because real men have no end. Ambitions grew continually, stretching out beyond the reaches of space and time. Forward. Forward. And forward again until their time of death. Han Sen wasn't looking to climb the highest mountains. He wanted to go further and higher. His ambitions had no end. Infinity went on forevermore. Miss Mirror didn't see the core of Han Sen's mind, but every petal was what Han Sen had experienced. There was anger, happiness, sadness, endurance, sensations of sea, and sky, and earth. Perhaps one single mind didn't make Han Sen better than Miss Mirror, but by observing all of those petals and understanding them, Miss Mirror couldn't help but feel awed. Suddenly, Miss Mirror raised her head. She realized she was trapped inside Han Sen's mind. His emotions were affecting her mood. "I cannot stay in a place that bothers my heart," Miss Mirror said with an implacable face. She summoned her spring rain mind, wanting to destroy the mirror where Han Sen had sent his will. She didn't want her own will to be affected. 10,000 petals were destroyed by her mind, but Miss Mirror soon found out that when the petals were destroyed, they fell to the ground like seeds. New flowers then opened. No matter how Miss Mirror's mind raged or how she tried to destroy Han Sen's will, the flowers grew. She couldn't destroy them, only spread them further. Why is this happening? Miss Mirror wondered, stupefied. She couldn't remain calm. She couldn't completely destroy Han Sen's mind. It was an impossible task. She was a deified elite. Her mind was one of the strongest in the whole of the Extreme King, and yet she couldn't deal with Han Sen, who just a meager king. She couldn't believe what was happening. Is his will really this strong? Miss Mirror examined at her will, where flowers were half opened. She looked at them strangely. Ding! Miss Mirror took a step back. She separated the two mirror spirit eye rings and looked right at Han Sen. Miss Mirror discovered that her mind was melting quickly into Han Sen's body. Seconds later, it was all gone. Even Miss Mirror could no longer feel it. The mirror spirit eye's mind that had been sent to Han Sen had been extinguished by him. "Thank you, my lady." Han Sen opened his eyes and bowed before Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror's spring rain mind had allowed Han Sen to learn a lot, and he was very thankful for the opportunity. When Miss Mirror looked at Han Sen, her expression was inscrutable. She didn't say anything, and she merely departed. When she returned to her room, Miss Mirror used many methods to try to erase Han Sen's influence, but try as she might, she couldn't. It greatly annoyed Miss Mirror. "Am I not as good as a mere king?" Miss Mirror chewed her lip and tried to use her mind to erase the flowers that stood for Han Sen's mind. Her efforts were futile. Those mind flowers had taken a firm root inside her mind. No matter how she tried to destroy them, the roots remained. They could keep growing again and again. Flowers know the sea. Half open and half hidden. Wildflowers kept burning. The wind blew, and the process started again. Miss Mirror's crew had been working in the stone fields for 5 days, and after that time passed, something weird happened. A worker dug up a rock that was the size of a mortar and pestle. A few words were engraved on the side of the rock. The 2 marquises that dug up the rock read the text, and all of a sudden, they became dukes. Miss Mirror went out to the stone field with Red Cloud and brought the rock back to camp. After their second day examining the rock, the deified Red Cloud was reduced to king class overnight. When Han Sen reached the control room, Miss Mirror, Red Cloud, and Night Wind were there staring at the rock through a monitor. The stone had been locked inside a warehouse. No one was allowed to physically approach the warehouse, though. Whenever any creature approached the stone, something strange would happen. A deified elite had suddenly been reduced to a king. That was something that had never happened before. Even Red Cloud didn't know what had happened to her. She hadn't been injured, and she hadn't felt anything invade her body. It was as if she had fallen asleep and gone back in time to a point before she had become deified. Although she still had a deified mind and senses, her physical power and prowess had dropped to king class. It was a very unusual phenomenon. Hansen heard what had happened, and when he looked at Red Cloud, he examined her carefully. He could see that Red Cloud's life force had significantly lowered. When he had looked at her previously, the cloudy appearance that had shrouded her power was now gone. He could see her life force clearly now. She was only a king, and she was weaker than Falling Leaf. What do you think? Miss Mirror asked Hansen, indicating the stone. Hansen looked at the stone displayed on the monitor, and he noticed that it looked like any ordinary block of stone. It was black, and it was roughly the size and shape of a man standing on his feet. It was only a rough shape, though. There was no discernible face. The rough outline of limbs were connected to the body, so the stone was a single lump. It looked like something that might have been crudely hewn from a greater rock by primitive individuals with their primal tools. Hansen knew it couldn't have been constructed, though. There was no evidence that it had been created by sentient beings. Even the symbols upon the stone man appeared to be naturally generated. They didn't look like carvings, at all. Hansen observed it for a while, and he couldn't find anything unusual about it. He didn't know what any of the symbols upon it meant, either. He had never seen them before, and they weren't like the Kingese, which he could understand by instinct. I cannot tell you anything just by looking at the video, Hansen answered. Do you want to go to the warehouse to take a look? Miss Mirror asked, glancing at Hansen. If you guys can't determine anything about this stone, then I definitely won't be able to, Hansen said quickly. He wasn't really interested in taking an unnecessary risk. Even a deified had been reduced to king class overnight. Hansen didn't want to have his level lowered, especially since he had only just become king. Hansen's answer surprised Miss Mirror. She was silent for a moment, then said, "This news has spread all across King's Kingdom. My brother told me to keep it here and figure out what it is exactly." That didn't surprise Han Senator. If they sent it back to the Extreme King without figuring out what it was or how to control it, the stone could end up draining the power of all the deified Extreme King. Hansen found the thought to be rather funny. Nightwind said, "We don't know how effective this item is. We will have to use another creature to figure out the nature and effective radius of its ability." 16. Didn't you want to work? I will let you handle this, Miss Mirror said. Me? Hansen was shocked. This was too dangerous of an endeavor, so he had no intention of trying it out himself. He would just pick some workers to go for him. It was surprising that Miss Mirror was actually letting Hansen handle this, though. You have a problem with that? Miss Mirror inquired. Nope. What people should I use, though? Hansen asked. Choose some workers to go. There are many of them, but you can only select a maximum of 10 dukes. You can have 10 marquises, too, Miss Mirror said. Sure, Hansen agreed. Then it is settled. Get to work, and I will await your good news. Miss Mirror smiled. Don't worry, my lady. I will not disappoint you, Hansen answered. When Hansen left, Nightwind said, My lady, is it suitable for Prince 16 to be the one to handle this? If something happens to him, what will we say to the king? I can handle that. Now, Red Cloud has lost most of her power. You will have to be in charge of the stone field. Be careful, Miss Mirror said. Hansen went to the stone field and selected a few people, including Ningyu. Although it was only a test, who knew how dangerous it could turn out to be? Because Hansen needed to confirm how effective the stone was, he would have to send people close to the stone. The closer someone was, the more danger they would be in. Hansen planned to keep Ningyu as far away from the stone as possible. Hopefully, he wouldn't be affected by the stone. If the furthest person was affected, then everyone in the base was already in range of the stone. In that case, it wouldn't matter who was or wasn't participating in the tests. Hansen put together his operation swiftly. He split his 20 nobles into 10 pairs, 1 marquis and 1 duke per team. He instructed each team to stand at a different distance from the stone. The closest team to the stone was inside the warehouse. The other teams were outside the warehouse. He spaced the teams out at regular intervals, positioning Ningyu far in the back. Then, all Hansen needed to do was watch the changes unfold within the 10 teams. High-level members of Spring Rain observed the proceedings, making careful records of everything that happened. After a single night, something occurred to the team that was nearest the stone, but it was different from what had happened with Red Cloud. They didn't drop a level. Instead, they leveled up. The Marquis became a duke, and the duke became a king. It wasn't as much of a surprise as when Red Cloud was reduced to king class, but it was still shocking, all the same. Now everyone was curious if the stone could be used to level up beyond king. If they could use the stone to turn a king into a deified, that would be pretty wicked. Even if the stone couldn't level people up that far, bringing dukes up to king class was exceptional. If he could use those powers safely, and there were no adverse side effects, Hansen thought he could raise a king-class army. That would be a force to be reckoned with. Hansen didn't allow the 2 leveled-up people to leave their position. They remained inside the warehouse, waiting for more changes to occur. By the 3rd day, no further changes were observed in the 2 people in the warehouse. The second team outside had been affected, though. Just like those of the first team, they had leveled up. Ever since that rock had been found, all the creatures that touched it leveled up once. Only Red Cloud had been knocked down a peg. Hansen went to check out the 10 teams each and every day. He also had a chance to speak with Ningyu. Hansen found the experience to be chilling, though. Ningyu was really girly. It wasn't just his body anymore, his personality had changed, too. Hansen could scarcely believe that this was the Ningyu he used to know. Ningyu never used to be afraid of anything, but now he really was sensitive like a girl. I was affected by that sword. Hansen would never forget Ningyu's face when he said that. It was like a woman that had just been married, but her husband was killed immediately after. He looked so desperate and helpless, he was pitiful. Hansen felt a chill. This was no longer funny. Ningyu's mental endurance was almost as good as Hansen's, but Ningyu had been dramatically affected by the green sword. Hansen didn't know what to do with the changes that were occurring. Ningyu's body, his genes, and even his personality had undergone a shift. Hansen couldn't believe that Ningyu now dressed entirely in pink and his personality had suddenly become so very sensitive. He was very cowardly now, and he had lost all of his decisiveness. He didn't look like Ningyu anymore. Hansen even wondered if Ningyu's soul had been taken by a woman. What is up with this xenogeneic space? Why are there so many weird things going on? Hansen frowned, and he subconsciously stepped farther away from the stone. He did not want to end up like Ningyu. The excavation of the stone fields continued. It took another 7 or 8 days for something strange to happen again. Someone managed to dig up a big rock that was leaking blood and had a hand coming out of it. The hand managed to break free and kill a dozen workers. It didn't stop until Night Wind appeared and killed it. Hansen's experiments were still going on, too. 4 groups had been affected thus far. They had all leveled up once, but only by 1 level. They didn't level up after that, and no one else had leveled down either. Now that Hansen could confirm the effective radius of the stone, he could mark out a danger zone around the warehouse. But he didn't call the 10 teams back in. They still remained in their places, continuing the test. For now, no one could be sure if the stone might begin acting differently. Either way, the experiment wasn't going to stop. Hansen didn't enter the warehouse to look at the rock, but it seemed like the stone was benefiting everyone who got close to it. But after the one anomaly of what happened to Red Cloud, Hansen wasn't going to risk being careless. Just like usual, Hansen called the 10 teams over. After questioning them, he planned on going back to his room to eat with Bauer. But Falling Leaf informed Hansen that Miss Mirror wanted to see him in her office. Miss Mirror has something important enough to call me in now? From what Hansen could tell, the digging job was being shoved forward as fast as possible. And they kept encountering problems. Miss Mirror had gone to the stone fields on her own, so if she had come back seeking Hansen, he surmised something must have happened. Hansen went to Miss Mirror's office as he was instructed to. He knocked and entered. When he saw Miss Mirror, his greeting died on his lips. Miss Mirror had ended up like Red Cloud. She didn't have that scary, mysterious presence anymore. Her life force was weak. She was like a king now, that was certain. She was no longer deified. Yes, I have become king class. Miss Mirror looked calm, but Hansen could still see the profound sadness behind her eyes. It looked like downgrading from being a deified being had been quite the gut punch for Miss Mirror. He respected the strength of her mind, but even a strong person like her would be shaken like this. Hansen went silent. Then he looked at Miss Mirror and asked, "What can I do?" He knew Miss Mirror wouldn't ask him to come and see her for no reason. There were also limits to what she would tell a fake prince like him. Miss Mirror's eyes were steady. "Reinforcements are on the way. It will take them 2 weeks to arrive, and we are losing control of what is happening here. It has escaped my grasp, and something even worse might soon occur." Hansen's face looked glum. For a strong woman like Miss Mirror to make such a confession meant that things were really bad. It was almost unimaginable. Things must have been far worse than Hansen himself expected. "Why don't we just stop digging for now and leave this place? We can wait for backup to get here," Hansen suggested quietly. Miss Mirror shook her head. "It is too late. Before I left the stone field, we dug up another statue." Hansen froze. "A second statue like the one in the warehouse?" he asked, staring at Miss Mirror. It was different. This time it was a genuine statue. It has 1,000 eyes and hands, and each eye has 4 pupils. When Miss Mirror spoke of it, her breathing quickened. Her emotions were clearly still unstable. "Because of that statue, you became king class?" Hansen asked. Miss Mirror nodded, and then she shook her head. "Within half an hour after digging up the statue, I dropped from being deified. But Night Wind, who was inspecting the statue with me, was fine. The other workers were fine, too. So, I cannot confirm that I fell because of the statue. In that case, we really should move. We should abandon these efforts, stop excavation, and get out of here," Hansen said. Miss Mirror shook her head. "I told you, it is too late. Look at my eyes." "What the hell happened to your eyes?" Hansen demanded. When he looked closer into Miss Mirror's eyes, what he saw shocked him. Miss Mirror once had beautiful eyes that looked like phoenixes. Her pupils had been black, but now they were red. And furthermore, the pupils were split in half. The 4 red pupils were a deeply unsettling sight. "Are those pupils similar to the statues?" Hansen asked. Miss Mirror nodded. "Everyone who saw the creature, including me and Night Wind, looked like this. If we stray too far from the statue, we'll act like addicts who need a fix. The further away from the statue we go, the stronger the feeling grows. Our desire to dig in the stone fields becomes irresistible. You have to keep digging to scratch that itch. The only way to satisfy the urge is to plow. It is the only thing that makes us feel better." Hansen's face looked gloomy. Everything about this place was way too scary. Even deifieds were affected without knowing how or why. Hansen couldn't ensure his own safety in that place. "What can I do for you?" Hansen asked again. The situation was beyond everyone's control. He wasn't sure that he could be of any help. If he could have chosen, he would have left the xenogenic space. The further away he got, the better. Miss Mirror started to answer, but suddenly, the office's doors were banged open. Nightwind rushed in. Hansen looked at Nightwind's eyes. His pupils had turned red, and he too had a case of the double trouble pupils. What happened? Miss Mirror asked, looking at Nightwind. We unearthed stone doors in the stone field. They're huge, as if they lead to some giant, ancient city, Nightwind explained in a strained voice. Nightwind's face was tight and worried, and he had also brought a video back with him. When that video was played, Hansen understood Nightwind's expression. The beginning of the video showed a stone path, which must have been the road that had been dug up. Hansen didn't know how they chose where to start digging, but it clearly wasn't a random decision. They had somehow figured out exactly where to start digging. The Hell had controlled large-scale dig sites. When Miss Mirror and her people arrived, they quickly reduced the scale of the operations. Now excavation was being conducted in 3 locations, and the one in the middle had to have been where they began. As the video went on, it revealed many complicated stone paths that branched off until the stone road opened up to reveal a large room. There, Hansen found himself looking at the statue Miss Mirror had mentioned. It was 10 meters tall. It wasn't very big when compared to some of the statues Hansen had seen before, but it was pitch black, and it had the same texture as the rocks around it. The statue featured a man sitting with his legs crossed. His arms were crossed, as well, making an X shape. The eyes of the man were just as Miss Mirror had described. There were 2 pupils in each, and they were red. Behind the statue were many arms and hands. They formed together to create the large shape of a torch. Every hand also featured a red eye with 2 pupils. Looking at the statue was disconcerting. It was like there was an endless tide of weird eyes were staring out of the screen. Hansen was only looking at them through the video, but even so, he got goosebumps. A chill passed over Miss Mirror and Nightwind as well. The video didn't hang around the statue for long. It moved forward, revealing something that was even more surprising. Beyond the statue, the stone path vanished into a cave. It was a rough hole that looked like it had been dug by bare hand or claws. The walls of the stone tunnel were smeared here and there with blood. Claws and talons were carved into the surface of the tunnel. As the video progressed, more and more blood was revealed. The blood slowly took over every surface, turning the black cave red. The sight made Hansen's stomach crawl. That cave couldn't have been dug by hand, right? Hansen couldn't help but ask. Although the Extreme King didn't give much respect to the workers, they only hired people who were at least marquises. Those people were considered strong within their own races. Their weapons might not have been legendary treasures, but they should have been decent. Even if they didn't bring their own tools, the Extreme King would have provided them with xenogeneic treasures. They wouldn't have had to use their hands to dig that tunnel. But based on the marks and scratches left behind, the tunnel was obviously the work of claws and hands. It hadn't been dug out with tools. Miss Mirror and Nightwind looked at the video with perplexed stares. They didn't answer Hansen's question. Hansen knew it was true even without their confirmation, though. He looked at the video for a bit longer, and he soon saw a dead marquise with the head of a cow. Instead of hands, there was only a twisted mass of gore at the end of the man's arms. Bits of bone protruded through the scraped flesh. Seeing this scene, Hansen couldn't stop his imagination from replaying what had happened. The cow-headed man had dug frantically with his hands, injuring its fingers on the hard stone. And yet, it didn't stop. It kept on digging and digging with frenzied energy. Eventually, the man's hands had been ground to nubs. He had bled out and died. The video didn't stop there, and the grisly sight replayed itself over and over. Hansen saw more and more dead bodies scattered throughout the cave. They were all in the same position. They leaned forward, pressing their destroyed hands against the walls. Some had shredded their palms, whereas others were missing entire arms. Despite having died, they still maintained their digging positions. Their faces looked very passionate, as if they were excited about what they were doing, but amidst that passion, there was also the presence of fear. It was a terror that lay deep in their bones. Hansen couldn't explain all the emotions he saw etched across those dead faces, but his stomach clenched and a cold sweat beaded across his back. The eyes of the dead workers were all open, exposing their dual red pupils. The stone path was no longer really a path. It was like a long grave dug out with blood. So many dukes and marquises had died up and down that stone path. And the further the path went, the worse the sights were. At the end of the video was a stone door. Just as Nightwind said, the double door looked like the entrance to a city. Both sides of the door were crimson, like they'd been made of solidified blood. There were also many semicircular marks across the door, scrapes left behind by fingernails. The door was 10 meters high, and because they had dug right up to the surface of the door, only rock surrounded the doorframe. It was impossible to see what was beyond those doors. But what lay before the door gave Hansen chills. Many of the workers were stretched out before the door like people trying to escape from the demons of hell. Their dead arms were extended painfully in front of them, trying to reach some non-existent salvation. Their nails were broken and their bones were chipped. The blood on their hands had dyed the door, but none of them had been able to open the door. The workers had lasted so long, but they had all died before this door. Blood pooled around the bodies before the evil door. The door stood solid and unmoving, like the entrance to hell itself. Nightwind's face looked terrible. They are all dead. No one is left alive, and they had all gone insane by the end. They just kept digging and digging. Those rocks are hard, and they are incredibly difficult to dig, even with tools. When they used their fingers to dig, they began bleeding quite quickly. But when the blood touched the stone, it was almost as if the stone softened. They could dig it up, but it still hurt them. They kept digging until they bled out. Nightwind's voice trembled, even though he was a deified that had witnessed many life and death scenarios. What he had seen would give even him nightmares. This place is cursed. Hansen felt sick. He had the urge to just grab Bauer and flee. Although they had the red bird with them, there was something that was simply wrong about this place. Even Miss Mirror, who was a strong deified, had been affected. There was every chance the red bird might not escape whatever power was doing these horrible things. Run. We must run. We cannot stay in this horrible place any longer, Hansen decided. He was going to leave this place, no matter what. He would leave, even if Miss Mirror sought to stop him. Your eyes. Miss Mirror suddenly whispered in dread, looking at Hansen's eyes. Fear filled her face. What happened to my eyes? Hansen's heart jumped. He knew this was bad. With no hesitation, Hansen waved his hand to cast a water mirror so he could look at himself. At that moment, Hansen felt like fear had sunk deep into his bones. His black eyes had turned red, and furthermore, a fissure was running down the center of each pupil. The circular pupils became gourd-shaped, and they were slowly splitting in half. I've been infected with whatever this is. Hansen realized grimly, and a stark chill rolled through his body. He had no idea how or when he contracted this creepy condition. Until Miss Mirror pointed it out, he hadn't even realized that the strange power had managed to sneak into his body and infect his eyes. Miss Mirror and Nightwind stared at him in astonishment. Hansen had never visited the stone path, nor had he looked at the statue with 1,000 eyes in person. But now, there was no denying that each of his eyes had 2 red pupils. That could only mean one thing: the power was contagious. If it really was contagious, then that meant it was game over for every person in their camp. Even the reinforcements heading their way would be at risk. Hansen reacted instantly. He turned around and ran out of the office, then he grabbed the guard outside and peered deeply into the man's eyes. The guard was about to shake him loose, but Miss Mirror and Nightwind came out to stop him. His pupils haven't changed. Hansen looked into the eyes of a few more guards. Their eyes were perfectly normal. The next second, Hansen pulled out his phone and called Falling Leaf's number. It rang twice, and then Falling Leaf picked up the phone. She only answered the voice call, though, so there was no video. Falling Leaf, is Bauer nearby? Hansen asked. Yes, Falling Leaf answered. Turn on your video chat, Hansen said. Why? Falling Leaf asked, without turning on the video. Just do what he told you to, Miss Mirror said. Okay, Falling Leaf answered. She turned on her video chat, and her image appeared on Hansen's screen. Falling Leaf's hair was a bit messy, and her clothing was misbuttoned. Hansen had no idea what she had been doing with Bauer all alone. But that wasn't important. Hansen stared at her pupils and noticed they were normal. The colors were still the same, and there was only one pupil in each eye. Hansen sagged a little in relief. Dad. Bauer was sitting on the sofa, holding a pair of dice in her hands. Her voice sounded so sweet as she called out to Hansen. Bauer's eyes looked normal. That made him feel even safer. Bauer, stay in the room and play with Falling Leaf. Don't go anywhere, and wait for me there, okay? Sure, Dad. Bauer nodded. Hansen turned his attention back to Falling Leaf. Falling Leaf, keep the door shut and don't go anywhere. Don't let anyone in either, unless it is me. Falling Leaf didn't answer. She looked at Miss Mirror, who was still standing next to Hansen. Do as he says, Miss Mirror said calmly. Sure. Falling Leaf nodded in agreement. Hansen turned off the phone and spoke to Miss Mirror. Find someone with unchanged eyes. We need to conduct a test. Miss Mirror looked at Night Wind. Night Wind vanished without a word. A short time later, Night Wind reappeared in the office again, pushing two people in front of him. They were two of the workers that Hansen had positioned within range of the stone statue. One of them was Ningyu, and the other was the man he had been teamed with. Because Ningyu had been farthest from the warehouse, he and his partner were the first people that Night Wind had run into. You stay here. Hansen pushed Ningyu out the door of the office and closed it. He pulled the Duke before the computer and restarted the video. He made sure that the Duke watched the entire thing. Hansen, Miss Mirror, and Night Wind stared into the Duke's eyes. After the Duke saw the statue with 1,000 eyes and 1,000 arms, the man's pupils soon began to turn red. Seconds later, the color had deepened to a rich scarlet. Then the pupils started to split. In minutes, the Duke had red eyes, just like Hansen. Hansen didn't need to say anything. They all understood what was happening. Merely looking at the videotape containing an image of that statue could infect them with whatever cursed power that structure contained. Hansen opened the door and let Ningyu inside the room. His eyes were still fine, and there were no new changes there. He was able to confirm that when Hansen asked, "No matter how you see that statue, you will be infected by its power." Hansen frowned. He used a few of his powers to explore his own eyes and figure out why they had changed, but there was nothing he could learn. As far as Hansen could stretch his senses, the eyes felt normal. They didn't seem to be under the influence of any foreign power. Even the Dongxian area couldn't determine what had happened to his eyes. It was like his eyes were the same as usual. But Hansen could feel the same urges that Miss Mirror had described. He had a sudden impulse to head for the stone field. It was like an old smoker who hadn't smoked all day. He desperately wanted to go out and buy a pack. Luckily, Hansen had a stable mind. He was able to resist the impulse. If his mind had been weak, he would have run into the fields already. The Duke screamed. His eyes turned red, and he started to gasp. He made an unnatural, swallowing sound, then turned to rush out of the office. Night Wind grabbed the Duke and pinned him to the ground. He used a substance chain to keep him locked in place. The Duke fought like mad as he tried to shake the substance chain loose. His entire body shook like a junkie in need of a fix. His tears and snot began to drip onto the floor. What do we do? Hansen asked, looking at Miss Mirror and Night Wind. Things were going bad very quickly, and this wasn't something they could run away from. Complaining about the situation would be useless. They had to figure out a way to get free of this mess. Maybe our answers lie beyond those stone doors. We might have to go there to find a solution to our current problems, Nightwind said. Have you tried destroying the statue with 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands? Hansen asked. I have tried to break it, but I was unsuccessful. That statue is harder than the average black rock. Our powers cannot damage it, Nightwind said. It looks like the stone door is the only way for us to proceed, then. The urges are getting stronger, and even with our powerful wills, we won't last forever. We can't wait for the reinforcements to get here. Let's head to the doors while we still have control of ourselves. When Miss Mirror made the decision, she didn't sound hesitant. Her voice was firm and controlled. Sure. Let's go to that stone door and take a look. Hansen nodded. He wanted to see the 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes statue, too. They didn't have any evidence that the infection could spread person to person if the video wasn't involved, but at this point, who knew how the infection might be transmitted? If Bauer and Ningyu caught whatever this was, that would be bad. Plus, Ningyu was already infected with something. It had become hard to tell if he was a man or a woman, and his personality had changed radically as well. The Ningyu that Hansen had known was gone. Now that Miss Mirror had made her decision, she immediately took action. Hansen, Night Wind, and that Duke followed her to the stone fields. Red Cloud had fallen to King Class, so they left her behind at the camp. She hadn't seen the statue yet, so for the moment, her eyes remained normal. Instead of coming with them and putting herself at risk, Miss Mirror instructed her to take charge of the camp while they were gone. The stone path was exactly the same as the video depicted. It was unremarkable in the beginning, and Hansen and the others reached the statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. But Hansen could clearly feel that the closer he got to the statue, the stronger the strange impulses became. When Hansen laid his own eyes on the disturbing statue, the feeling was strong enough to make even him shake. As the countless eyes seemed to examine him, Hansen felt as if a ghost was actually staring at him. The feeling was 100 times greater than what he felt when he had watched the video. It felt like an endless stream of ghosts was going to come right out of the hands to devour him. Hansen activated his purple-eye butterfly, hoping to view the secrets behind the statue. The purple pupil claimed Hansen's eye, becoming 4 spinning petals. Hansen took a deep breath and turned his gaze on the statue. At that moment, Hansen felt like he was seeing a demon from hell itself. Before he got a good look at it, pain lanced through his right eye. A wet feeling slicked over his palms, as if his hands were covered in blood. Hansen's face changed. He forced himself to continue looking at the statue, but then he realized that the sight was about to blind him. He jerked his gaze away, not daring to turn back toward the statue with his purple-eye butterfly still activated. Are you okay? Miss Mirror and Night Wind looked at Hansen. I used a trick of the eyes to look at the statue, but it almost blinded me. Hansen lowered his hands, which he had used to cover his face. His eyes were red and dripping with bloody tears. Luckily, Hansen's blood was crystallized. Otherwise, he would have lost so much blood that he would have died. Stop looking. And don't use your eye skill to examine it again. If my guess is correct, this statue is related to some sort of eye god. Its powers are directly linked to vision. If you use an eye skill to look at it, that's like asking for death, Nightwind said. Hansen nodded and remained silent. He followed Miss Mirror down the path. After moving around the statue, they came to the stone cave that had been smeared with blood. It looked just as it had in the video, with more blood and gore appearing the farther they walked. Eventually, they found the door at the end of the cavern. The Duke that was bound by substance chains screamed again. He tried his hardest to rush to the stone door. If Night Wind hadn't held the Duke back, he would have smashed into the door hard enough to burst open his own skull. The stone door was shut tight, and they had no idea what lay beyond it. Hansen didn't dare to use his purple-eyed butterfly again, though, so he had to inspect it with his own eyesight. The urge to go to the stone door had grown stronger, but luckily, the three of them had strong wills. They wouldn't lose control of themselves like the Duke. But the urges grew stronger as time went by, and it was only a matter of time until their wills snapped. It would take a god to hold back these impulses forever. The stone door had no lock or handle. It was shut tightly, almost seamlessly, and that was that. Countless dukes had tried to dig into it to no avail. The door had been impervious to their physical attacks. Night Wind and Miss Mirror swapped glances, and then Night Wind started to gather up power. They wanted to follow their original plan of forcing the stone door open. Hansen stood next to Miss Mirror. His right eye was still red and swollen, and occasional sharp jabs of pain still radiated from it. Night Wind moved his substance chain, which hovered over the ground like a black sheet. Answering his call, it slipped into his hand and manifested as a black sword. When Hansen saw the sword that Night Wind was holding, he noted that it gave him the same feeling as looking at an empty night sky. The powers it contained were unpredictable. Night Wind's eyes froze. The black sword in his hand struck the middle of the stone door, and the swirling darkness slammed against the door's surface like a dark horizon touching the ground. He struck the door repeatedly with the full force of his substance chain, but every time the darkness came in contact with the door, the darkness shattered like a crashing wave. All the while, the stone door refused to budge. Night Wind's power could incinerate an entire planet, but the door seemed unaffected. The rocks around were all broken by the dark blade, revealing the edges of the doorframe, but the door did not open. They could, however, now glimpse what surrounded the door beyond the doorframe. The door was set into a city tower. The city tower was built with black bricks. The bricks looked a lot like the black stone that was everywhere in the tunnel, but they were much harder. Even Night Wind's chain power could only leave scrapes across them. The scrapes he left behind looked like cat scratches. As the power of Night Wind's sword tore away more of the black rock surrounding the door, Hansen saw 3 words engraved above the door. Hansen recognized those 3 words. They were written in the common language of the universe. Do God City. Do God City. This is Do God City? Night Wind screamed. Even Miss Mirror looked dumbfounded. What is Do God City? Hansen asked Night Wind. He had never heard of this place before. Night Wind's emotions had risen until he was almost hysterical. He lost all the composure a deified individual should have carried, but he didn't seem to notice. His eyes blazed as he stared at the 3 words above the door. The legends say that the ancient god had a powerful city in ancient times. That place was called Do God City. Because the people of the ancient god were born deified, they couldn't level up further. Those who went to Do God City, however, often had the opportunity to rise above the deified level. All this time everyone thought it was just a legend. No one could confirm that Do God City actually existed. If this is the real Do God City of the ancient god, then that explains why so many weird things have happened to us. And perhaps there is a chance for us to become stronger here. Night Wind looked at the door very excitedly. He seemed to have forgotten the danger that they were in. Hansen couldn't blame Night Wind for his elation, though. Even when Sacred had been in power, not many elites had been able to reach the last step. Even the horrendously powerful ancient water god hadn't been able to rise above his deified status. Instead, he ended up as blood rain that moisturized the world. For the vast majority of deified elites, going through the Geno Hall to become a god spirit had a practically microscopic chance of success. If Do God City was a method in which one could become a god spirit, that would be tempting for any deified. Deified elites were still just people, and they could get sick and die. They were not immortal, even Sacred Leader had been searching for the key to immortality. It was natural for deified elites to want this. If Do God City can turn people into god spirits, then ancient god wouldn't be one of the three most powerful races, Hansen said with a frown. Miss Mirror looked at the three words and said, Do God City is just a legend. This city has the words Do God City written on it, but there's no proof that it's actually the city of our legends. If it was the real Do God City, why would it be buried here? We need to think about this. We need to be careful. We can't get into the city. Talking about it is useless, Hansen said, looking at the undamaged city door. Night Wind's power was strong, and it far exceeded Hansen's capabilities. Hansen didn't stand a chance of opening Do God City's door if Night Wind had failed, and Miss Mirror had fallen to King class. They really didn't seem to have any options. Night Wind's heart jumped. His sword of darkness slashed again, but this time, he wasn't targeting the door itself. He turned his attention to the rocks all around, planning to dig out the entire tower that the door was set into. Hansen and Miss Mirror stepped back and watched. Since the door was impassable, they couldn't think of any alternatives. Night Wind's plan was a desperate, last-ditch effort, not a well-thought-out strategy. The dark substance chains kept whipping into the black rocks, and the rocks were shattered and swept away. More and more sections of the tower were revealed. Hansen didn't know how many floors the tower had once possessed, and that was because the tower had actually been cut in half. It looked like the whole building had been slashed by an enormous sword. The stone pillars in the front were all chopped off. The pillars fell smoothly from tall to short, as if it had been a very tidy cut. The stone pillars were thicker than a water tank. There were multiple lines of pillars, and each line contained a dozen of them. The three of them stared up at the broken tower with wide eyes. Night Wind wasn't one of the top deified in the universe, but he wasn't weak by any measurement. Attacks backed by his full deified power were only able to leave small scratches on the city's bricks. Cutting a single brick would be far beyond his abilities. With that in mind, it was difficult to imagine the sort of power that would have been required to cut clean through this entire tower. Even thinking about it was frightening. In the beginning, Hansen wasn't very hopeful that they would be able to enter Do God City from above. Surely such a large and powerful city would have some sort of bysema or restrictive power in place. This wasn't the sort of place that you could just climb over a wall to get into. But now, the tower was broken, and the restrictive properties of the place must have long been abandoned. That meant gaining access would be easier than Hansen had imagined. The upper half of the city tower was missing. Night Wind slashed the rocks in various directions, but he couldn't find the other half of the tower. The bottom half of the tower was filled with rubble, and so Night Wind swung his dark substance chain. He moved the stones out of the way, clearing a path so the three of them could enter the tower. There was little to see in the half of the tower that remained. A statue had once stood in the tower, but the upper half had been sliced through and taken away with the top half of the tower. The part of the statue that remained appeared to be sitting, and its legs were crossed. The three of them couldn't tell what sort of statue it might have been originally. The shattered remnants of stone beasts lay scattered around the statue. They had fallen, breaking across the floor. Judging by where they now lay, it was clear that they had once stood guard on either side of the statue. It looks like a pretty savage battle was once fought here, but if that is true, how come we haven't found the corpses of the creatures that must have died here? Hansen asked with a confused tone of voice. Maybe we have. We've dug up a few severed arms, remember? Those limbs were ridiculously dangerous. Even once they had been amputated, the arms still managed to kill many of our workers. That certainly shows how scary the people involved in this battle must have been. Even their limbs possess indestructible power, Night Wind said. Miss Mirror frowned. She looked toward Do God City and said, if this is really Do God City, then this must be the sacred place for the ancient god. Even the extreme king had believed that Do God City was just a legend, not a real place that actually existed. The ancient god had protected the city very seriously. If other creatures wished to attack Do God City, then the ancient god surely would have fought back. But I've never heard any stories of the ancient god having a battle on this scale. After pausing, Miss Mirror said, based on what we're seeing, this is a ruin of a god spirit's battleground, probably from the very first era. How did the ancient god claim it? The ancient god might have the word God in their title, but they are not actually gods. Maybe we're making assumptions about what happened here. This might not be the ruins of a god spirit's battleground, Nightwind said. Even if this isn't, a fight like this must have shocked the entire universe. There is no way no one knows about this. Miss Mirror shook her head. Hansen thought and said, maybe God City really did exist, and it was just a forbidden place that was sacred to the ancient god. But this city was already destroyed in the very first era. Maybe that is why no one has actually seen God City, maybe the ancient god themselves don't even know where to find it. That is possible. The ancient god and the very high are always so secretive and mysterious. Those two races already existed back in the sacred era, and they were already very powerful. But they were suppressed by sacred back then. They weren't as famous as they are right now. Miss Mirror nodded in thought. If God City already existed in the era of the gods, and it was destroyed at some point afterward, does that mean there are secrets here that are associated with what it takes to become a god? Nightwind sounded very excited. Hansen shook his head. Maybe not. For God City to be destroyed like this, it probably means that the ancient god failed. Maybe the secret inside God City was already stolen? This might just be an empty city now. Nightwind understood this line of reasoning, but he still held hopes of plundering God City. He said, no way. There must be something inside this city. Otherwise, why are other powers trying to fight their way into the city? It's hard to say, Hansen said quietly. In truth, Hansen also thought that there was something inside God City. But that item could be something very different from the secret to becoming a god. Perhaps some frightening people had survived the grand battle and were now deliberately luring people inside. Hansen had a bad feeling about this place. They had found a stone that could turn a deified into a king, and a statue that had 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Whatever was inside this creepy place, it wouldn't be very nice. Let's head inside for now, Miss Mirror told Nightwind. Nightwind went back to breaking up and hauling out the rubble. The whole of God City was buried under an avalanche of stone. Even the structures and streets were all buried by rock. If Nightwind and the others wanted to proceed, they would have to move the stones. Luckily, all the rocks in the city had already been reduced to shattered rubble. There weren't big chunks like what they had found outside the door. Because of that, they didn't need tools to break up the rocks into smaller chunks. They just had to haul out the shattered stones. With Nightwind's powers, moving mountains wouldn't have been difficult, so hauling away some rubble was really easy. He didn't dare use his power to remove all the rubble, though. He was afraid of breaking something valuable buried under the stone. Also, on the chance that something was still alive and sleeping within the city, he didn't want to wake it up. After the experiences that they'd had in recent days, even a deified elite like Nightwind would treat God City with an appropriate level of respect. He wouldn't attempt anything stupid. Nightwind guided his dark substance chains, sliding aside rocks that were 12 meters wide. After going past the tower, they found themselves in a plaza. Nightwind kept digging, removing 100 meters of stone before coming to a stop. He stared at the place he had just dug up. Hansen and Miss Mirror carefully followed Nightwind's gaze. Nearby, there was a big sword sticking partially out of the rubble. The sword's handle was 1 foot wide and 2 feet tall. They couldn't tell how long the blade was, because the blade was plunged deep into the ground of the plaza. Only 80 centimeters of it could be seen. The sword was fairly rusty, and it was covered by a layer of gray film. A grim expression passed over Hansen's face as he looked at the weapon. It gave off a powerful, murderous aura. The handle was shaped like a bamboo branch, and there was no actual handguard protecting it. The handle connected straight to the blade of the sword itself. It was double-edged, and there were strange symbols engraved down the center of the blade. They looked like snakes or vines or something. With so little of the blade visible, it was difficult to tell exactly what they were. Night Wind sensed something dangerous about this half-buried sword, which was why he had ceased digging. All he did was stare at it. Hansen could feel the power simmering from the sword. It was like there were 1,000 angry spirits struggling, twisting, and screaming within its blade. But when he looked closer, he couldn't actually detect anything threatening about the weapon. It was huge, but other than that, it was ordinary and covered in rust. Night Wind lifted his sword of darkness again and approached the big sword slowly. He was so careful that it looked like he was walking towards some sort of terrifying, deified elite rather than a rusty sword plunged into the earth. Miss Mirror and Hansen stood back. They were now king class. If Night Wind couldn't handle this threat, there was nothing they could do to even the odds. Night Wind had to force himself to take every step. This entire place was just too weird, and there was something ominous about the way the sword was plunged into the ground. It was entirely possible that the sword harbored some mysterious, frightening power, like the two statues they had encountered. But thankfully, when Night Wind reached the sword, the weapon didn't react to his presence. Night Wind didn't touch the sword. He used a night substance chain to remove the rocks behind the sword. He dug another path around the sword, and the sword remained in place. Nothing happened. Miss Mirror frowned and studied the sword. She seemed to be considering their options. It looks like the sword isn't going to attack. It might just be a weapon that they left behind. Night Wind looked at the sword, his eyes flashing. If it really was a weapon from the era of the gods, then perhaps it was some relic that exceeded the strength of a deified weapon. "My lady, should I try to pick it up?" Night Wind asked, looking at Miss Mirror. Although Miss Mirror was king class now, Night Wind still really respected her. He wasn't going to speak disrespectfully to her or talk down to her because of her level. Whatever power drew us here, it isn't this. Let's not move it. Continue digging a way forward, Miss Mirror said quietly. Hansen's greedy personality usually drove him to take every piece of the treasure he could find, but in this place, not even he was willing to be careless. He agreed with what Miss Mirror said. It was best not to touch it for now. This place was cursed, so perhaps something fouler had yet to occur. But Night Wind disagreed. He thought for a moment and said, "If this is a weapon that was left behind during the battle between gods, perhaps it will help us search the city." There was some truth in Night Wind's words. If they could free the sword, they might be able to use it as a weapon. The sword must have been extremely powerful back in the day. If they could control the weapon, perhaps it could sort out many of the issues they had yet to face. For instance, the sword might be able to break the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. If they were able to do that, perhaps they could remove the red eye powers. If they could use the sword to remove their infection, then it wouldn't be necessary for them to keep exploring the city. Instead, they could merrily wait until their reinforcements arrived. Miss Mirror was still a little hesitant. Whether they took the sword or not, both options had pros and cons. It was a gamble either way. Winning the bet would have fantastic rewards, but if they lost, it would make their situation even worse. "Let's keep on going." Miss Mirror didn't allow Night Wind to touch the sword. If there was a gamble, they might be on the losing end. If they did not gamble, they would neither win nor lose. If the choice had been up to Hansen, not even he would have tried his luck with that sword. It was far too risky, he believed. The most important reason he didn't want anything to do with the sword, though, was because of what had happened with Ningyu and the little green sword. The green sword had been much smaller, and it had turned Ningyu into someone who was neither a man nor a woman. If Hansen grabbed that big sword, God only knew what might happen. Perhaps it would turn him into a eunuch. That was unthinkable. Although Ningyu was really girly, at least he still had a penis. Night Wind didn't insist, though. It seemed as if he still acknowledged Miss Mirror's authority. Even though he held a different opinion, he didn't go against Miss Mirror's will. The three of them proceeded around the sword as Night Wind continued to remove the rubble from a path in front of them. As they went, Night Wind's excavation revealed many more gouges and deep slices that had been carved into the plaza. A sword mark was carved meters deep into the hard ground paved with black stone. The black rock was amazingly sturdy, but it had been cut open like tofu. Pieces of the broken stone had flown everywhere, so it was scary to imagine how strong the wielder of that power must have been. These sword marks can't have been made by the person who left behind the big sword, can they? I wonder who used it. As Hansen observed the sword marks, he couldn't stop thinking about the buried sword. The woman dug up by the hell had only been deified like Night Wind. But when Night Wind's power struck the plaza, it barely left a scratch. Compared to the meters-deep clefts made by some ancient weapon, the difference was staggering. They were not on the same level. Miss Mirror and Night Wind were thinking along the same line, but they had already decided not to touch the sword. There was no reversing that decision now. Night Wind was leading them all forward when suddenly, a ding noise sounded. Night Wind's dark substance chains looked as if they had struck something, and they shattered into darkness. What did we find this time? Hansen asked, moving to get a better view. The dark substance chains had broken against a stone wall, and despite hitting the wall with considerable force, the chains hadn't damaged it. The wall was covered with engravings, but since they could only see a small section of the wall, they couldn't tell what the engravings represented. Night Wind moved very fast as he cleared out the rubble around the wall. A short time later, the entire stone wall stood exposed before them. The wall looked like a floral screen, but it was much bigger than the average floral screen. It was 100 meters long and 3 meters high. Hansen looked carefully at the carvings on the screen, and when he did, his face changed. Their eyes were drawn to the center of the screen. At first, they thought it was nothing, but when that section of the wall was viewed from the far left, the image resolved into something very strange. There were pictures of the wall, and to Hansen's surprise, they all looked humanoid. The figures had hands, legs, and heads, just like humans. Oddly, though, they didn't have faces. Where there should have been noses, eyes, and mouths, there was empty space instead. They were blank and faceless men. Hansen wasn't weirded out by the sight. After all, he had seen many kinds of weird creatures before, so a few carvings of faceless people wasn't enough to shake him up. The disturbing thing about the pictures was the scenes that they depicted. The 100-meter screen held 6 pictures. The first picture showed a broken city tower. In front of that tower stood a few men without faces. One of the faceless men was using a sword to attack the tower. That picture showed the backs of the faceless men. Their faces weren't visible, but when he thought about it some more and took it all in as a whole, Hansen's gut clenched and goosebumps flared up across his skin. Oh, **T. These faceless people in the painting cannot be us, right? Hansen stared at the first picture. He could only see the back of the faceless man who was cutting down the tower, but the scene reminded him strongly of when Night Wind had been clearing rocks from around the city tower. There were another 2 faceless men watching, and a 4th man was lying on the floor. That was obviously Hansen, Miss Mirror, and the Duke they had brought with them. No matter how Hansen looked at it, the picture seemed to represent their attempt to enter through the stone door. The people inside the carving were faceless and their figures weren't terribly distinct, which was the only thing keeping Hansen from fully confirming that his theory was correct. Hansen and Miss Mirror looked at each other, then turned their attention to the second picture. The carving still featured 4 faceless figures with their backs turned. Not far from the figures, a sword was lodged in the ground. Hansen didn't think that this picture required much interpretation. It was clearly depicting the moment that they had discovered the gigantic, rusty sword that had been stabbed into the ground. But the third picture, without a doubt, was them standing in front of the screen. 3 faceless men were examining the drawing on the screen. Only one faceless man was lying on the ground, and it really did look just like them. Who's playing this trick? Come on out. Night Wind shouted. His sword of darkness slashed repeatedly at the screen. Obviously, unless the person who created the pictures on the screen was a prophet, there was no way those carvings could have been drawn before their arrival. The only possibility was that someone had imbued that screen with some sort of power, and when they arrived there, it generated the scenes that were visible across the carving. Night Wind's dark substance chains struck the screen and shattered again, leaving no trace of their attack on the screen's surface. The screen was as hard as a deified treasure. Don't waste your energy. Let's look at the rest of the picture for now, Miss Mirror said. Night Wind's attacks were useless. He lowered his hands and joined them in examining the carvings. Hansen understood what Miss Mirror meant. The third picture represented their current situation in front of the screen, but there were another 3 pictures. If the carvings were already carved prior to their arrival, then those 3 pictures might predict what would happen next. If the pictures failed to predict what was to happen, or if their predictions weren't accurate, it would prove that someone had been playing a trick on them. That would mean that the screen held no prophetic power, and they didn't have to be afraid of its contents. Hansen looked at the 4th picture. The 4th picture still featured 4 faceless men, but they were now facing a tree. And this time, they didn't all have their backs turned. A faceless man lay on the floor, and 2 of the others had their backs turned, but the last faceless man was showing his faceless face. One of the faceless men with their backs turned clutched a sword. The sword was pierced through the faceless man that was facing the front of the picture. Blood ran down the blade. Is this predicting that we will kill each other? Hansen wondered. Night Wind looked at the 4th picture and frowned. Miss Mirror had no reaction, and she merely moved on to look at the 5th carving. The 5th picture didn't contain 4 faceless men. There were only 3. One of them was lying on the ground, and the other 2 were in the process of strangling each other. From the picture, it seemed as if the faceless man on top was succeeding in suffocating the man below. That is rubbish. Night River grunted. This was a prediction that they would kill each other. Night Wind really thought someone had to be playing tricks on them, attempting to give them a scare. Again, Miss Mirror showed no reaction. She moved on to look at the final, 6th picture. The 6th picture was even weirder. There were only 2 faceless men left. One of them was on the ground, and the other knelt with their hands folded as if in prayer. In front of the praying man, there was a statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. It looked just like the statue they had seen before upon the stone path. Something must still be alive here. It's changing the pictures to mess with us, Night Wind growled, giving the pictures a look of disdain. Hansen knew why Night Wind was having such a strong reaction. He wasn't trying to point out how ridiculous the pictures were, he was just trying to prove his loyalty. Those 4 faceless men had no faces, and they couldn't be identified by their body shapes either. It was impossible to tell who was who. But the faceless man who held a sword had clearly attacked the others, and the Duke they had brought with them was clearly the man lying on the ground in all the pictures. Only one of the figures in the pictures used a sword. Night Wind also used a sword, and he was good at sword skills. The faceless man who held the sword had to be him, and that was why he was dying to prove his loyalty to Miss Mirror. If what happened in the pictures came true, no matter who Night Wind attacked, things would go very badly for him. He didn't know that Hansen was a fake Prince 16. Killing Prince 16 or Miss Mirror, who was the king's right hand and sister, would have consequences that he didn't even want to consider. Deified beings were very strong, but compared to the combined might of the extreme king, a sole deified criminal was nothing. It doesn't matter if the person doing this is a god or a ghost. If he cannot come out, then that means he is scared of us. Night Wind, let's keep going, Miss Mirror said smoothly. Her pretty face was still serene. She didn't seem to care about the contents of the carving one bit. Hansen wasn't very concerned about it either. Just like Miss Mirror said, even if someone alive was actively altering the carvings, that person wasn't daring to attack them outright. Their unseen enemy had to be scared of something, and that made them feel a little safer. Night Wind obeyed the command and deployed his substance chains to clear the rubble behind the screen. The three of them hauled their junkie Duke along with them, moving around the screen and proceeding forward. Blood came from every orifice of the Duke's body. He wasn't dead yet, but his prospects weren't looking good. That was especially true of his eyes. They had turned entirely red, and even the whites of his eyes had been consumed by the new color. Night Wind focused his attention on clearing the road ahead. After he cleared the path for some distance in front of them, he suddenly stopped. He looked at Miss Mirror and said, "Miss Mirror, should we change the direction of our travel?" "Why?" Miss Mirror asked Night Wind. Hansen was curious about this, too. He had no clue why Night Wind had made this suggestion. Night Wind sighed and said, "The third picture predicts that we will reach a tree. But comparing the height of the figures to the height of the tree in the picture, it suggests that the tree is very large. It would be 100 meters tall, at least. Moving a tree like that out of our path could be difficult." Hansen understood Night Wind's rationale now. The fourth picture seemed to indicate that they'd encounter a tree, and that tree couldn't be moved. If they changed course ahead of time to avoid the tree, though, the prediction would be incorrect. If they avoided the tree successfully, that would suggest that it really had been someone messing with them. "Let's switch directions, then." Miss Mirror nodded. With Miss Mirror's approval, Night Wind changed direction and resumed digging. If someone was trying to trick them, it would be easy for that person to guess their course since they were digging in the direction that the power was drawing them. The source of that power was their destination, after all. The mysterious trickster might have seen them, known where they would go, and then carved the pictures accordingly. If someone was rattled by those pictures, they would probably find some sense of security in following the road they had already intended to travel. And if they encountered that tree, they would be terrified. The trickster's plans would come together rather neatly in that case. Night Wind made this suggestion to keep that from happening. If the trickster tried to move the tree to intercept them, he was bound to leave behind some evidence of what he had done. The trickster's plan would fail. Night Wind moved quickly, digging at a very fast pace. After 10 minutes, they had followed Night Wind down a trench that was a few hundred meters long. But Night Wind suddenly came to a standstill. The rigidity in his back made it obvious that he had frozen mid-step, not just stopped for a breather. He stood there, staring ahead as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't even lower his raised arms. What happened? Hansen followed Night Wind's gaze. He saw that Night Wind had cleared half of the rocks, and a small object was now peeking out of the rubble. When Hansen saw what it was, his face paled as well. A twig was rising from the rocks, and several green leaves had sprouted from it. It looked like it belonged to a willow tree. "How?" Hansen asked uncomfortably. He peered more closely at the twigs and leaves, and they looked like the ones in the picture. Night Wind silently used his dark substance chains to remove all the nearby rocks. More twigs appeared as the rubble was tossed away. A few minutes later, a mass of twigs and branches was showing. The whole tree had been unearthed. It was exactly the same as it appeared in the picture. It was 100 meters tall, and it looked like a willow tree. The flexible branches hung low, and the tree was covered with countless green leaves. The three of them stared glumly up at the tree. They had changed course in a way that should have been unpredictable, but they had found the tree anyway. It was way too weird. Hansen inspected the roots of the tree. It was nestled in a flower bed made of stone, and rich soil covered its roots. "It doesn't look as if someone moved it here," Miss Mirror said while looking at the flower bed. "Maybe there are many trees like this. If that is the case, then we were bound to encounter at least one of them. This plaza is probably walled with trees. We would have found one no matter where we chose to dig," Hansen said after a moment of thought. "Right," Night Wind replied seriously, and he moved his substance chains to dig elsewhere. He wanted to see if another tree could be found in a different direction. Stop digging. There will not be another one of these trees. Miss Mirror waved her hands to stop him. Night Wind wasn't going to question Miss Mirror, but he did look at her with confusion. He was waiting for her to explain that declaration. Miss Mirror looked at the tree and said, "I think this is a requiem tree." A requiem tree. When Night Wind heard that, he paled slightly. He looked at the tree with an expression of disbelief. Hansen looked at Miss Mirror and Night Wind with confusion. He had never heard of a requiem tree before. Miss Mirror knew what Hansen was wondering, and before he had a chance to ask, she explained, "When I visited the ancient god, I saw a requiem tree once. The ancient gods say that these requiem trees are where their people go for their final slumber. The legends say that the ancient god need to be buried next to them so that their souls can find eternal rest. If you've seen a tree like this amongst the ancient god, and now there is another one here, it doesn't sound like these things are terribly rare. Why would you say that there won't be another one of these trees around here somewhere?" Hansen asked, his brow furrowed. He was obviously missing something. "I don't know how many requiem trees there are in the universe, but the one I saw before was only 2 feet tall," Miss Mirror said. "The master of that requiem tree said they only grow to a height of about 3 feet, anyway. Then, they stop growing. If an ancient god dies and is buried beneath the requiem tree, it will absorb the ancient god's body. The tree will then grow 1 more foot, no more and no less. Do the math. If this tree has grown so high, how many ancient god bodies were here? Do you think there will be multiple trees that have reached this height? This is really a requiem tree?" Hansen stared up at the tree, suddenly seeing its prodigious height in a whole new light. Ancient water god's body had moisturized a few systems, bringing life to many planets and even making primitive races level up. If Miss Mirror was speaking the truth, then that requiem tree must have absorbed a few hundred ancient god bodies, at the least. It must have taken in an unbelievable amount of energy. It was hard to imagine how strong the tree must be. But Hansen couldn't feel the appalling life force that should have been radiating from the tree. To him, it was little more than an ordinary plant. It is easy to determine whether or not it is a genuine requiem tree. If it is a requiem tree, the tree will have a requiem tree hole that holds ancient god powers. Miss Mirror walked around the tree, and it wasn't long before she came to a stop. She stared at one specific location on the trunk. Hansen and Night Wind walked over to Miss Mirror. They followed Miss Mirror's gaze and found her looking at a tree hole that was the size of a man's fist. The interior of the hole was jet black, and Hansen's eyesight wasn't good enough to pierce the gloom and see if anything was inside. "That is it. This is a requiem tree hole. I can't tell if a requiem tree egg is there, though," Miss Mirror murmured to herself as she looked at the tree hole. "Trees make babies? Is this requiem tree a xenogenic?" Hansen asked in confusion. Miss Mirror shook her head. "I don't know if the requiem tree is a xenogenic, but it doesn't produce babies. The tree egg is essentially a collection of the tree's resin. The more energy a requiem tree takes in, the more resin it can produce. That resin gathers inside the tree hole to become an orb. It looks something like an ant egg. They are called tree eggs. I was told a story of a man who managed to get a requiem tree egg that was around the size of a fingernail. He was only a low-tier king, but he used the requiem tree egg's power to advance all the way to deified. Ever since then, requiem tree eggs have become the most sought-after treasure in the entire universe. But the ability of requiem tree eggs to help a king-class being rise to deified is only of secondary importance. People are more interested in them because they can be used to help deified individuals ascend." Miss Mirror paused and went on to say, "But considering the battle that happened here, I'm afraid the requiem tree egg inside the tree hole has already been taken away. Maybe it's still here." "Let me see," Night Wind said. Then he launched himself into the air and flew up to the tree hole. He hovered right in front of it, putting his eyes right near the tree hole, to peer inside. This tree hole is strange. I'm looking right into it, but I cannot see anything inside, Night Wind said to Miss Mirror. Requiem trees are resting trees for the ancient god. They have unusual powers, so not even deified elites can see what is inside the tree hole. Luckily, Requiem tree holes aren't dangerous. Just put your hand inside, Miss Mirror said. Night Wind hesitated, but he did as he was instructed. Just in case, he shrouded his hand in night power that would defend against anything evil that might have taken up residence inside the tree hole. Then he placed his hand into the hole. She said the tree hole wasn't dangerous, but who knew if some toxic bug had decided to make its home there or something. This entire city felt cursed, and so by Night Wind's reasoning, bizarre toxic bugs weren't out of the question. Seeing Night Wind place his hand in the hole, Hansen felt nervous on his behalf. If there was something weird inside the tree hole, and it pulled Night Wind inside, that would actually be kind of scary. But after Night Wind plunged his hand into the hole, a grin crossed his face. He shouted, "There is something in here. It is circular, and it feels like a stone. I don't know if it is a Requiem tree egg, however. Touch it with your hand." "If it is a Requiem tree egg, your hand will smell like resin," Miss Mirror said. Night Wind touched the item and then pulled his hand out of the hole to sniff it. He didn't actually need to bring it up to his nose. Even at the bottom of the tree, Hansen and Miss Mirror could smell that pleasant, grassy fragrance. Just the smell alone was enough to make Hansen feel like his body was waking up after a long winter. He felt so relaxed, it was like his cells were coming alive. Not bad. That is the smell of a Requiem tree egg. I can barely believe that the Requiem tree egg is still there. Pull it out, Miss Mirror said. Night Wind immediately reached into the hole again to pull the tree egg out. But when he tried to draw his arms back out, they stopped abruptly. He couldn't seem to get the egg out. The egg is too big. I can't get it to fit through the hole, Night Wind said. He pulled out his sword of darkness to slash the tree hole in an attempt to widen it. But when the sword of darkness hit the bark of the tree, it only left a small white scratch mark behind. There wasn't the faintest semblance of a firm dent. Trying to cut it is useless. The Requiem tree is the resting place of many members of the ancient god. Even a tiny Requiem tree is impervious to most powers and gear, and this tree is enormous, Miss Mirror said. Can he not crack the egg into pieces and bring them out like that? Hansen said. The egg will be harder than the Requiem tree itself. How is he supposed to break it? Miss Mirror rolled her eyes at Hans Senator, then she turned to Night Wind again. How big is the tree egg? Very big, Night Wind said, his voice strangely distracted. How big is very big? Big like a brain? Hansen asked with a laugh. A fingernail-sized Requiem tree egg turned a king into a deified. If there was a brain-sized Requiem tree egg, it would probably start a war that would consume the entire universe. If your brain is 1 meter across, then yes, it is sized like your brain, Night Wind said quietly. Hansen noticed that the man's eyes were very wide. What? That large? Hansen asked hoarsely. His eyes almost popped out of his skull. He could scarcely believe how big that was. Are you sure that is a Requiem tree egg and not something else? Miss Mirror asked with shock. Not even she could believe it. No one had ever heard of such a giant Requiem tree egg before. Even small eggs were considered priceless relics among deified elites, but this. The thought of a 1 meter long Requiem tree egg was enough to make people's blood boil and their hearts leap in their chests. The power of something like that was beyond imagining. I don't know. You should confirm it yourself, Miss Mirror. Night Wind came down from the tree hole. He still looked somewhat shell-shocked as he spoke to Miss Mirror. It was weird to see such an expression on Night Wind's face. But when seeing a Requiem egg such as that, even a deified was bound to have difficulty managing their excitement. A Requiem tree egg could strengthen deifieds. A requiem tree egg the size of a plum could increase a deiphyte's level by quite a bit. If a deiphyte refined a tree egg of this magnitude, they could easily become a god spirit. Miss Mirror flew up to the tree hole. She put her hand in and began feeling around the tree hole. Seconds later, her jaw hung slack in wonder. It really is a requiem tree egg. I cannot believe that such a large egg exists. Miss Mirror finally said after 10 minutes of fiddling. Her expression said that she wasn't entirely sure how she should feel. It really is a requiem tree egg, Han Sen and Night Wind said together. Yes, and it is also circular. It is somewhere between 1 meter and 2 meters across. Miss Mirror couldn't help but sigh. It is a shame that the tree hole is only the size of a fist. If it was a small requiem tree egg, we could take it out. Now we know that there is a tree egg inside and that it is something that would change the universe as we know it. However, we don't have a way to remove it. Wait. Maybe there's a way to get it out. Night Wind suddenly sounded exhilarated. What? You have a way to expand the tree hole? Han Sen looked at Night Wind. Miss Mirror looked at him as well, a single eyebrow raised. Instead of answering, Night Wind used his finger to point at the tree excitedly, and spoke, "Look over there." Han Sen and Miss Mirror followed his finger. A deep scar ran across one side of the tree. It was a 3-foot-long gash, and it was 3 fingers deep, at least. That is a sword mark. Han Sen's eyes brightened. The sword mark was old, and even though the tree had healed, there was a scar. But based on the angle of the scar, it looked as if it had been delivered by the big sword they had found earlier. If we can grab that sword, maybe we can use it to widen the tree hole and retrieve the requiem tree egg, Night Wind said, his eyes bright with anticipation. That might actually work. Maybe someone or something wants us to go back and retrieve that sword, Han Sen said. The entire scenario seemed a little too convenient, though. They had chosen to leave the sword behind on the road, despite what the pictures on the screen seemed to indicate. Now, they had been presented with a tantalizing prize that would force them to return and retrieve the sword after all. They seemed to be drifting slowly closer to the reality that the screen had predicted. I am willing to give it a try. I will go find the sword again and bring it back, Night Wind said to Miss Mirror. Go, but be careful, Miss Mirror said, her voice distracted and distant. Yes, I will get it done. Night Wind bowed, turned around, and walked away. After taking a few steps, Night Wind stopped. He looked at the Duke. He thought for a moment and then said to Miss Mirror, "My lady, this guy isn't going to make it. Why don't I put him out of his misery now?" Han Sen knew what the man meant. Night Wind was obviously still scared about the prophetic pictures they had seen on the screen. If he got rid of the Duke, however, there'd be one less faceless man. That would mean the prophecy could be proven wrong, and it was nothing more than an illusion. Miss Mirror nodded. Night Wind picked up the Duke and left. Is it wise to let him go? Han Sen asked, looking at Miss Mirror. Han Sen thought that Miss Mirror and Night Wind knew more than they were saying, but Miss Mirror hadn't tried to stop Night Wind from leaving. That confused Han Sen. Miss Mirror didn't move, and her voice was chilly. You think he would stay if I forbade him from going? You mean Night Wind will betray us for the requiem tree egg? Han Sen now understood what Miss Mirror was getting at. If she stopped Night Wind from getting the sword, and Night Wind wanted the requiem tree egg badly enough, what happened in the picture might actually come to pass. I don't know for certain if Night Wind will betray us, but when something as valuable as this egg lies in the balance, loyalties can be tested. The requiem tree egg is a treasure that is far too tempting, and there would be few consequences for breaking the rules right now. I have to be careful. Miss Mirror ended with a sigh. From what you know of Night Wind, if he really brings back the sword and claims the requiem tree egg, do you think he'd go the extra mile and do something else? Han Sen asked. I honestly don't know. Miss Mirror shook her head, and then she said, so, we just need to be prepared. I hope that Night Wind doesn't decide to betray us, but if he does, we need a contingency in place that can keep us breathing. I'm no longer what I once was, remember. I am only king class. If we fight, I cannot hope to beat Night Wind. Our only chance of surviving is if you and I work together. Even if you and I work together, fighting a deified elite won't be easy. Hansen shook his head. Miss Mirror brushed her fingers across her bangs, smiled, and said, even if 10 ordinary kings allied together, their collective power might not be enough to defeat Night Wind. But you and I are different. If we work together, even if we cannot beat him, we should be able to keep ourselves alive. I am with you, of course, my lady. Hansen smiled. Although I have become king class, I still have the mind of a deified. And I understand Night Wind's power. I know all about Night Wind. I will just need you to do as I say. If he really tries to do something rash, we'll hold him back long enough that we can escape. Miss Mirror said. I will listen to you, my lady, Hansen answered quickly, but he had a different plan in mind. Things had become complicated. The three of them each had their own plan. Although they all had individual goals, they knew that surviving in such a place would be difficult. But none of them could resist the temptation of the Requiem Tree egg. Although Miss Mirror hadn't said anything about it, she obviously had her own thoughts about the Requiem Tree egg. She just hadn't been obvious about it like Night Wind. Both of them went silent. Hansen thought it wasn't a good idea to let the uncomfortable silence grow, so he started talking. Do you think Night Wind can safely retrieve that big sword? I don't know. Miss Mirror paused. It definitely seems like something is orchestrating this situation, trying to drive us to fight for the Requiem Tree egg. Since this entity obviously seems to require the big sword, common sense should tell you that the sword is dangerous. But Night Wind went to retrieve it anyway, and he isn't stupid. Since he insisted on going, he might have an ulterior motive. Maybe. Miss Mirror didn't finish her thought, but the look on her face suggested that she was worried. Hansen picked up where Miss Mirror had left off, and he said, maybe he isn't concerned about the future that the screen seemed to foretell? Miss Mirror didn't respond. It was like a silent agreement. Hansen went on to say, if the prophecy is false, then Night Wind is fine with that. If the prophecy is true, then the person wielding the sword should be fine anyway. After all, whoever takes the sword in the prophecy will be the one who claims the egg and survives. The odds for survival are swinging wildly in Night Wind's favor, with how things currently stand. You and I cannot take him down if things go badly. Miss Mirror nodded. She agreed. But there is one thing I don't understand. How can Night Wind be sure that nothing will kill him when he grabs the sword? Hansen asked Miss Mirror. Hansen wasn't familiar with Night Wind, so he couldn't guess the answer with any confidence. Do not underestimate any deified being. Night Wind isn't the most powerful deified, but the simple fact that he reached the deified level still means a lot. Do not be misled by his apparent loyalty and service to me. It can put you on a slippery slope to a painful demise, Miss Mirror said, her voice hard. Hansen shrugged. He did not say anything more. He looked back along the path behind them, hoping to see something. Night Wind should have already returned with the sword by now. If some sort of trap had been laid on or around the sword, he should have already triggered it. But the ruined city was still deathly quiet. There wasn't a single sound. They had no way of knowing if Night Wind had removed the sword or not yet. While Hansen was thinking, a shadow appeared far down the path. It looked like Night Wind's. Indeed, when the figure drew closer, Hansen could see that it was Night Wind returning. He had a big sword slung over his shoulder, which looked just like the one they had seen before. But contrary to their expectations, the sword was only 1 meter long. The tip was flat as if it had been snapped off. The sword was broken. That surprised Miss Mirror and Hansen both, and they swapped curious glances with each other. Luckily, I was able to retrieve the sword. Night Wind stepped in front of Miss Mirror and bowed. He placed the sword down in front of her. The Duke was gone, so it seemed that Night Wind had gotten rid of the man. The sword was broken? Miss Mirror asked, looking directly at Night Wind. She didn't stoop to touch the sword. It seemed like a pointless question to ask, but there was a deeper meaning to her inquiry. Night Wind knew what she was asking. He immediately answered, "When I pulled it out, it was broken already. And I couldn't find any pieces of the blade in the surrounding area, either. I tested what's left of the blade, and while I don't know what level it is, it could cut through the rubble like butter." Hansen understood. Night Wind had answered 3 of Miss Mirror's questions. He wasn't the one to break the sword, and the sword hadn't broken recently. Furthermore, the sword power was still inside it. "Let's see if we can use it to widen the hole in the tree," Miss Mirror instructed Night Wind, still not touching the sword herself. Hansen knew why Miss Mirror didn't want to accept the sword. She still didn't know if Night Wind was going to betray her. If he really held traitorous intentions, he would reveal his true self and strike Miss Mirror down as soon as she took the sword. Miss Mirror didn't want to go against Night Wind just yet, so she didn't want to touch the sword. First, she wanted to see if Night Wind could cut the tree open. If he was unable to widen the hole, then the Requiem egg tree would remain beyond their reach. In that case, they would no longer have any reason to distrust each other, and they'd continue cooperating in order to remove their red-eye affliction. Night Wind was the strongest one there, so they would need his help. "Let me see what I can do to free the egg," Night Wind said, and then he approached the opening in the Requiem tree. He lifted the sword and slashed toward the hole. The dark color of the blade spread, and Night Wind's dark substance chain struck the tree hole. The darkness broke and spilled everywhere. But when the blade of the broken sword slammed into the hole, it bit into the trunk of the tree, splitting the wood in a narrow gash. "It works!" Night Wind exulted. He pulled the broken sword free and then continued to strike the tree hole. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the fist-sized hole got bigger and bigger. Hansen and Miss Mirror simply stood beneath the tree, watching. While the broken sword was capable of cutting the tree, the wood of the tree itself was still incredibly hard. Night Wind was making progress, but only a few centimeters were achieved with each strike. After slashing at the tree for half an hour, the hole had been expanded to the size of a frying pan's lid. The Requiem tree egg still wasn't visible through the hole, of course. "We're almost there. Try to pull the egg out so that we can confirm that it's genuine," Miss Mirror said from down below. Night Wind slung the broken sword across his back. He put his hand inside and felt around until he got a firm grip on the egg. Then he pulled the egg out as far as it would go. Only the tip was showing, though, as the hole was too small to pull the egg out completely. From the part of it that was showing, the Requiem tree egg appeared to be transparent. It looked like amber, in that it was tinged with a bit of gold. It looked pretty. It gave off a fragrance that awakened Hansen's senses, like his body was being rinsed clean by some holy liquid. "It is a Requiem tree egg," Night Wind said with a grin. Miss Mirror looked odd. Hansen had never seen a Requiem tree egg before, so he didn't know what it was supposed to look like, but that gold crystal was obviously some good stuff. Once they had confirmed the nature of the orb inside the tree, Night Wind let the egg fall back into the hole and went back to hacking at the tree trunk using the broken sword. Wood chips and shavings flew everywhere as the hole grew steadily larger. Hansen and Miss Mirror looked at each other. They could see the greediness and awareness in each other's eyes. Such a giant Requiem tree egg was the rarest of treasures. They all wanted it for themselves, but Night Wind was too powerful. And Hansen and Miss Mirror couldn't predict if Night Wind would betray them. In addition to being deified, he was now wielding that deadly broken sword. If he did decide to turn on them, Hansen and Miss Mirror would be in a lot of danger. After another hour of hacking away at the tree hole was an entire meter wide. It seemed as if they'd be able to pull the tree egg out now. Night Wind swung the broken sword across his back. He leaned into the greatly expanded hole, using his hands to try to pull the egg out into the open. Night Wind applied steady pressure, and the egg began to slide steadily, if slowly, out of the hole. The giant requiem tree egg was gold like amber, and the small section that had been revealed so far looked like the narrow end of a chicken's egg. All three of them froze as they stared not at the egg itself, but at what lay beneath the egg's transparent exterior. Within that small end of the gold egg, they could see a head. It looked like the head of someone who was either a human or one of the Extreme King. The head appeared to belong to an 18-year-old girl. Her eyes were closed peacefully, and her hair appeared to be gold, but they couldn't tell if that was just the tint of the tree egg or her natural color. Her eyelashes were long. In that serene pose, she looked like Sleeping Beauty from the fairy tale. Why does the requiem tree egg have a creature inside it? Night Wind asked, looking at the tree egg with confusion. Miss Mirror looked at the tree egg, shook her head, and said, I don't know. I've never heard of such a giant requiem tree egg. And I've never heard of there being life inside one of them. Is the requiem tree a xenogenic? Can the requiem tree breed and produce life? Hansen asked uncertainly. Maybe she accidentally entered the tree hole and died, and then her body was covered by resin. Maybe that is how she ended up like this, Night Wind mumbled thoughtfully to himself. Hansen's eyes suddenly hardened. He gritted his teeth and said, Now we have one more person. When Night Wind and Miss Mirror heard him, their brows furrowed. The prediction of the 6 pictures revealed 4 faceless men. They thought that they had changed things by getting rid of the Duke. When their numbers were reduced to 3, they thought they had trumped the prophecy. But now the tree egg had a human-like creature inside, and that brought their numbers back up to 4. The 3 of them looked at each other nervously. Night Wind gnashed his teeth. He wanted to push the tree egg back into the hole. But the tree egg suddenly shone with a golden light, and a wave of power tossed Night Wind away from the egg and the girl it contained. The egg shot out of the hole like a bullet, then fell to the ground where it rolled for a bit. Now that they could see the tree egg's full appearance, it was just as Miss Mirror had predicted. 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It was like a giant amber egg. A naked, 15-year-old girl lay inside that tree egg. Beneath the blonde hair that spread across her shoulders, they could see a tattoo covering her whole back. A 9-life cat. Hansen thought the instant he saw the tattoo. His nostrils flared, and he barely kept himself from shouting the words. This is rather ominous, Hansen thought in his heart. He quickly reviewed the facts. There was a giant requiem tree inside God City. The tree contained a giant requiem egg, and there was a girl frozen within that egg, for some reason. The girl had a 9-life cat tattoo across her entire back. Hansen's mind raced for an explanation, but he couldn't come up with one. The sight of a 9-life cat tattoo on a woman's back was familiar to Hans Senator. This girl's tattoo looked the same as Zero's. It was exactly the same, in fact, and that was why Hansen was so shocked. Is that girl inside the egg Zero's sister? But that doesn't make sense. God City fell a billion years ago. How long has Zero been alive? It doesn't seem as if the 2 of them could be related. But then, why would they have the same tattoo on their backs? Is it the same organization's branding? Blood Legion's symbol is the 9-life cat, but Blood Legion hasn't been around as long as God City, and their history doesn't reach back to the time before it fell. That god *MN old cat. He must know all the answers I'm looking for. Hansen was giving himself a headache trying to figure all this out. He wanted to lay his hands on that old cat and string it up. He wanted to torture the feline so that he could learn everything it knew. Catcha! A snapping sound suddenly came from the egg, pulling Hansen out of his thoughts. A crack had formed across the golden egg. Is that girl still alive? Hansen asked in amazement, slowly taking a single step back. Miss Mirror, Night Wind, and Hansen all had the same reaction. After falling back a little ways, they stopped. They couldn't escape now. They hadn't found a cure for their red eyes, and they were sure to die if they chose to leave. But Han Sen was worried about something a little different. Although he also had red eyes that he couldn't get rid of, he was more afraid that the weird power might be contagious. He didn't want to risk infecting Bauer or Ningyu. That was why he had come here. He wanted to find some way to remove the infectious power, and if this abandoned city didn't present any answers, he planned to try getting rid of the red eyes with his super god spirit body. Han Sen had no control over what was occurring, and he couldn't even tell if it was dangerous or not. He wanted to flee. But before he had time to turn and run, he heard a humming tone like the sound one might expect from a viola. The giant egg cracked like glass around the form of the blonde girl, then shattered completely. Seeing the scattered remains of the egg, Night Wind gnashed his teeth and dropped into a defensive crouch. His dark substance chains then shot out to collect all of the pieces of the egg. The egg had disintegrated and fallen to the ground, but the girl still hung in the air. Her body was curled up in fetal position, and an intriguing scent wafted from her. She smelled like the Requiem tree egg, but better. One moment Han Sen thought he could barely smell the scent, and the next moment it was almost overpowering. "I don't care who or what you are, I have to kill you now." Dark substance chains circled and writhed around Night Wind's body, and he sent increasing amounts of power into the hand that wasn't holding the broken sword. After charging up his strike for a few seconds, he slashed at the girl. Night Wind had no choice. If he didn't go forward with this, the red-eye power would drive him insane. The only escape from this fate was to acquire more power. His sword of darkness tore through the air toward the sleeping girl. The girl's body looked as if it was shielded by some invisible power. When Night Wind's dark substance chains got within a foot of the girl, they shattered. His power couldn't reach her. Night Wind roared like thunder and prepared to slash with the broken sword instead. His dark substance chains were unable to damage the girl, so he poured all of his strength into the broken sword. Since the broken sword was able to damage the Requiem tree, he believed it should be able to harm the girl's seemingly delicate skin. The blade hissed through the air toward her, and it didn't explode like the dark substance chain. He slashed downwards, but the sword moved so slowly. It was like the sword was gradually slicing through some invisible substance. The sword descended toward the girl's throat. The blade was going to touch her skin. As this occurred, the girl's eyes moved beneath their eyelids. It seemed as if she was about to wake up. Her blonde hair silently waved and shimmered. To Night Wind's surprise, the girl's blonde hair rose and wrapped around the blade of the broken sword, stopping the weapon in an instant. Night Wind stared. The broken sword that could cut through the Requiem tree was unable to cut the girl's hair. Still gripping the broken sword by its handle, Night Wind used his substance chain in an attempt to pull the broken sword out of the entrapment of the girl's hair. He tugged at it a few times, but it didn't budge. The girl finally opened her eyes. She had gold irises. She looked expressionlessly at Night Wind. Either that, or she was simply looking forward and he happened to be in the way. Night Wind was a very decisive individual. When he was unable to pull the sword from her grasp, he abandoned the sword and turned to run. Han Sen and Miss Mirror had started running as soon as Night Wind attacked the girl. Speaking of running, Han Sen was the best at that. He ran faster than Miss Mirror, and that put him in front. Miss Mirror wasn't slow, but she was king class. She wouldn't be as fast as Night Wind anymore, either. Night Wind quick sped by her. Han Sen used his Dongxian area, which allowed him to see everything. Night Wind didn't slow down. He was headed past Han Sen like he was teleporting. But with his expanded vision, Han Sen saw something hit Miss Mirror in her back. She tumbled to the ground with blood bubbling over her lips. And then, all of a sudden, the blonde girl was standing right next to Han Senator. Not even the Dongxian area had warned him that she was coming. Pucha! Night Wind had been moving around Han Sen, and when the blonde girl appeared, he almost bumped into her. He raised his arms to defend himself, but it was too late. The blonde girl was holding the broken sword, and she thrust it into Nightwind's heart with an almost casual motion. Time stood still. Miss Mirror was on the ground. Han-sen was standing next to the blonde girl, and the blonde girl had stabbed the broken sword into Nightwind's chest. It was just like the fourth picture. Was it really a prophetic drawing? Han-sen wondered. The only thing he knew for sure was that he would be unable to escape the girl. Not even the deified Nightwind had stood a chance against her speed. Nightwind had been stabbed, and his face hadn't changed a bit. He did not have blood ooze from his chest either. His body simply melted into the darkness and became formless. Then, he went to space. The blonde-haired girl was still holding the broken sword in its thrusting position. She did not blink, and she still looked incredibly cold. It was like she had no focus. But that broken sword's symbols had some golden flames on it. The broken sword was burning like a sun. It was shining with a scary, golden light. Arg! Nightwind had become one with the darkness. Not even the broken sword could hurt him now, but he screamed when the sunlight gold light shined on him. His body was fading into the gold light that was like a sun. It only took a second to completely destroy his life force. Han-sen felt a chill. Nightwind was a deified elite, and he had been killed in moments. Miss Mirror was severely injured, and she wouldn't be getting back to her feet anytime soon. Blood continued to trickle past her lips, but luckily, her life force still seemed stable. She was wounded, but not dying. Han-sen turned around and looked at the blonde girl, and he noticed that she had turned around to look at him, too. They stared at each other, only a single step separating them. What the hell is happening right now? Han-sen wondered. His heart was pounding like it was about to jump out of his chest, and he considered teleporting to the sanctuaries immediately. This blonde girl had just executed a deified elite as easily as Han-sen might step on an insect. Attempting to fight her would be a death wish. Han-sen didn't want to die, so he didn't attempt to fight back or make any moves that the girl might interpret as aggression. But when Han-sen saw the girl's eyes, he resisted the urge to hop back to the sanctuaries. She didn't look murderous. Of course, that wasn't the most important reason that Han-sen was staying here rather than fleeing to the sanctuaries. He could already tell that the girl could strike with her sword much more quickly than Han-sen could use the Blood Pulse Sutra to open a portal. She could cut his head off before he even finished summoning power. So instead of running or fighting, both of them just stood there. Han-sen didn't move. He was afraid that any motion on his part might cause the blonde girl to attack. But the blonde girl just stood where she was, not attacking. She looked in Han-sen's direction, but her eyes didn't seem focused. It was hard to tell if she really was looking at him. Han-sen remained motionless as cold sweat beaded on his brow. The scary girl was as still as stone, and they had been staring at each other for 10 minutes. If they had been in a bar or pub, staring at a beautiful blonde girl for a prolonged amount of time would have been an enjoyable, relaxing thing for Han-senator. Instead, they were in an abandoned city in a cursed land, and Han-sen was anything but relaxed. Looking at a pretty girl was like looking at a beautiful painting. Han-sen didn't need to touch it to enjoy the experience. But right now, Han-sen had difficulty breathing under the pressure. Every second felt as long as a century. That girl was pretty indeed. She was like a blonde princess from a fairy tale, but no matter how attractive she was, thinking about how easily she had just killed a deified extreme king kept Han-sen from calming himself down. Who knew when she might suddenly decide to cut Han-sen in half with a single swing of her sword? You should move. Show me a sign. Are we fighting or seeking peace? Han-sen thought desperately. Sweat was running down his face now. He thought of a million ideas, but the girl was still just looking at him. Her eyes were dull, like she was badly dazed. Han-sen gritted his teeth. He gradually moved his foot, wanting to step away from her, wondering if he could walk off slowly without disturbing her. But he had only taken half a step when the blonde girl took one whole step toward Han-senator. She almost bumped into him. Han-sen immediately stopped, which made the girl stop, as well. Both of them were much closer now. Hansen could almost feel the girl's breath, and he could smell her perfume again. Hansen didn't move, and the girl didn't either. The two of them continued to stare at each other again. Oh, my God, what is happening here? Is this girl really a princess? Does she think I am so handsome that she doesn't want to kill me? Does she want to marry me instead? Just tell me if you want to marry me. Don't just stand there doing nothing. It's creepy. Hansen thought. If this girl liked him, she should summon her courage and tell him. If she was in love with him, that was totally fine, it was better than killing him, anyway. If something didn't happen soon, the tension was going to make Hansen explode. The girl clearly hadn't noticed how rigid and uncomfortable he was. Her eyes were still unfocused. When she stepped forward as he stepped away, it was probably a subconscious reaction. Hansen didn't know what the girl would do once she woke up. If she had injured Miss Mirror and killed Night Wind without even being fully conscious, she must be pretty scary. Then Hansen remembered something that made it seem even less likely that this would end well for him. The first 4 pictures on the screen had already come true. When Hansen remembered the scene from the 5th picture, his heart began beating even faster. In the 5th picture, one faceless man had been lying on the ground, and 2 other faceless men appeared to be fighting. One of them was gripping the other's neck. Hansen could guess that the faceless man on the ground represented Miss Mirror, which meant that the fighting faceless men were the girl and himself. If he fought someone with her power, there was no way he could win. Thinking of Miss Mirror, Hansen glanced over at her. She was in a much better condition, and her wounds were healing quickly. But she lay on the ground, not attempting to get up or run away. Why isn't she running? Hansen thought to himself. Then, he understood. She must have remembered the 5th picture, as well. If the 5th picture came true, she might be the safest by remaining on the ground. If she got up to run, perhaps she would end up as the one fighting. So evil, Hansen thought. The girl still hadn't moved, but it did seem as if her eyes were starting to brighten. She was slowly starting to wake up. Hansen kept thinking, if those pictures are true, then only 2 faceless men will exist by the 6th picture. One will be on the floor, and the other will be kneeling in prayer before the statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. I don't know if the one on the floor is dead or alive. If they are alive, then that means either Miss Mirror or I will survive. Only one of us will live, but that doesn't matter. Miss Mirror will be the one who dies. I will be the one who gets out. Hansen was confident about this. He was very confident because he had the super god spirit body. He couldn't beat the girl, but he could use the short period of invincibility to return to the sanctuary. Hansen continued to think, and Miss Mirror remained on the ground, waiting for some chance. The girl, meanwhile, was looking at Hansen. None of them were moving. It was like time had stood still, and everything was silent. Life and awareness were flowing back into the girl's eyes. Only her eyes seemed to change, but somehow, they made her whole body seem different. She had moved like an emotionless killing machine when she first came out of the egg, but now she seemed like a real human. The girl blinked, and Hansen's heart jumped in response. With this girl now awake, God only knew what she might do. After the girl blinked, she seemed to come back to herself fully. She saw Hansen, and so she moved. She jumped to him and grabbed him by the neck. Hansen felt something very powerful coming his way. His body leaned back reflexively, trying to get away from it. The blonde girl leaped on top of him. Miss Mirror didn't move as the girl jumped and wrapped her arms around Hansen's neck, her weight slamming into his chest and taking him to the ground. They both became entangled, just as the 5th picture on the screen had shown. Hansen had prepared himself for the inevitable fight, and as they fell, Hansen's eyes started to turn white as he summoned his super god spirit body. Big brother. Warner has been waiting for you to come back. The blonde girl was riding Hansen hard, and she now wore a beautiful smile. She clutched his face, lowered her head, and kissed Hansen on the forehead. Hansen was stunned. He didn't know what was going on, but the glowing white in his eyes started to recede. Hansen was still trying to summon his super god spirit body, but it vanished after the girl kissed him. Something else disappeared, too. The blonde girl's golden light rapidly faded into nothing. The blonde hair that had shone like a sun was now like a fire that had been extinguished. It darkened until she had a full head of black hair. Even her golden pupils were now as dark as ink. I can finally be with Big Brother again. Wanner pulled herself back upright, sitting on Hansen's chest. She looked at Hansen with her beautiful smile. That sweet and happy smile made Hansen freeze. At that moment, she looked so incredibly innocent. The next second, her eyelids fluttered, closed. She looked soft as she slumped down on Hansen's chest, and a few seconds later, she lost consciousness. Hey, lady, you have it wrong. I'm not your big brother. Hansen shifted the girl who referred to herself as Wanner, sliding his arms under her as he climbed back to his feet. Her skin appeared smooth, and it was very soft. Hansen could no longer feel her scary presence and power. Her life force had dropped to a tiny fraction of what it had been. Now she was as weak as a commoner in this universe, or perhaps even weaker. If Hansen hadn't seen her transform with his own eyes, he never would have imagined that this black-haired girl was the blonde girl who had taken out the deified night wind in a single blow. Hansen realized that the tattoo of the nine-life cat on her back was now gone. The skin of her back was smooth and white as if the tattoo had never existed in the first place. What is going on? Hansen frowned. When he scanned the girl, he confirmed that she had passed out, but she was still alive. Her life force was so low that it was concerning, however. It was hard to imagine how she had been able to blast out the scary power she had used earlier. Lady, wake up. Hansen pressed his finger to her lips to see if she really was in a coma or if she was just pretending instead. But he quickly pulled his finger back, startled. The girl Wanner didn't wake up, and her pink skin was bleeding where Hansen had pressed his finger, as if her skin was fragile and paper-thin. Hansen hadn't even used strength. With the strength she had previously demonstrated, there should have been no way for Hansen to leave a mark on her body, even if he used his full strength. But he had just slightly tapped her lips, and now the skin was broken and bleeding. She was no longer what she had been when she first woke up. What is this? What's going on with her? Hansen looked at the girl weirdly. Miss Mirror eventually got back to her feet. She picked up the broken sword and tried to stab Lady Wanner. Hansen tightened his arms around the girl and dodged. Miss Mirror directed a hard stare at him. What are you doing? Now is the best time to kill her. If she wakes up and becomes that blonde B*TCH again, we won't be able to kill her. Then we'll be the ones to die. Hansen frowned and looked at the girl. He had thought about doing this, as well. He knew Miss Mirror was right. The girl's body was like that of an average person right now. A random strike could kill her. This really was their best chance. If she woke up and engaged her blondie mode, he and Miss Mirror would be unable to touch her. They might be in grave danger. In the sixth picture, there were only two faceless people. That meant one of them was gone. If they didn't kill the blonde girl now, that meant one of them would have to die. What happened next might be a conflict between Hansen and Miss Mirror. Because of all these things, killing the girl really seemed like the best choice. It would certainly sort out many of their current troubles, and it could heighten their chances for survival. But Hansen still hesitated. What Wanner said to Hansen before she fainted made him think. He didn't think he was actually Wanner's big brother, but killing a girl who wasn't currently hostile and couldn't fight back was something Hansen couldn't make himself do. And there was one thing that really did nag at him. His super god spirit body was supposed to be invincible, but the girl's power had been able to cancel its activation. He was really confused about what had happened there. His super god spirit power hadn't been destroyed, just pushed back. Hansen could activate the super god spirit body again, but the girl had done something that he had never experienced before. He cared deeply about what it could mean. Miss Mirror knew what Hansen was thinking. She lifted the sword and pointed it at the girl, saying, "Don't get fooled by what she said." She probably knew she couldn't last long, and that's why she said it. She wanted to give you a reason to keep her alive. Shouldn't you know that she isn't your real sister? She isn't my sister, but I can't do it. Hansen took off his jacket and covered the girl's body. The girl could have killed him, but she hadn't. Hansen knew that things were not as Miss Mirror was saying. "If you cannot do it, then I will do it." Miss Mirror growled. "I'm sorry, but there is something I would like to ask her." "Let's decide once she has woken up," Hansen said as he held the girl. "You are a gentleman, but you seem to have forgotten what the sixth picture depicts." Miss Mirror laughed darkly. "I didn't forget. But you really don't think that can predict our future, do you?" Hansen asked calmly. "I don't know if it can predict our future, but everything predicted by the prior pictures came true." "We have to be careful," Miss Mirror said. Hansen knew Miss Mirror was correct. He sighed and said, "You should just go. Let me handle this. I will continue to explore. Even if the prophetic picture is correct, it doesn't say that whoever isn't in the picture ends up dead. You and I have exchanged minds. You know what my personality is like." Miss Mirror didn't move. She raised the sword and pointed it at the girl in Hansen's arms. Hansen knew Miss Mirror's personality well. She was ambitious, and that ambition compelled her to control every scenario. She wouldn't allow others to dictate what course her future would take. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the stone fields in the first place. She only had to send Hansen, Night Wind, or even Red Cloud. "My lady, can't you see that we are walking right into that prophecy?" Hansen looked at Miss Mirror. He had never believed in the prophecy anyway. Around the same time as the girl broke out of the egg, the human stone in the camp melted like ice. But instead of water, a substance that looked like blood emerged from the melting stone. The two guinea pigs inside the warehouse witnessed this happen, and they backed away from the stone with wide eyes. They screamed and turned to run, but when their mouths opened, they stopped mid-stride. Their eyes turned red, and a scary presence came out of them. More of that red blood oozed from the stone. It began to rise from the ground as a vapor, spreading to fill the surrounding air. All the members of Spring Rain and the workers that were nearby fell under the influence of that invisible power. They all leveled up, their power increasing so quickly that it almost seemed like they were cheating. They increased one level, and their genes grew stronger. All of the nearby kings became half-deified, and the half-deifieds actually downgraded to become measly dukes. The creatures that had already been affected by the stone didn't change again, but other than those few who had already been altered, there was only one anomaly, Mingyu. He hadn't been affected in any capacity. His little green sword groaned, then flew up and landed in Mingyu's hand. It shone green, bathing him in a protective light. In Hansen's room, Bauer was still playing games with Falling Leaf. She looked up suddenly, and her face grew worried. She raised her hand and summoned a little gourd. The little gourd shone with a weird light of its own, covering herself, Falling Leaf, and the little red bird. "What are you doing?" Falling Leaf asked, having no idea what Bauer was actually doing. She saw the shining little gourd, but she didn't notice any of the other powers that were at play. "Nothing. Let's continue our card game," Bauer said with a blink. Falling Leaf made no comment, and they resumed their game. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the stone had completely melted. A white-haired man with white clothing had been revealed, sitting exactly where the stone had been. He looked pale, and he smelled musty and ancient. It was as if he had been sitting there forever, watching the days and the moons go by, and the stars themselves fall to darkness. Time must have moved like a river for him. It was like nothing in the world could leave a mark on him. The rise and fall of empires were mere moments to a man like this. He let out a sigh. The man opened his eyes, and then he spoke to himself, after all these lifetimes, I just want to get drunk with you. Is there any point living in this world without you? The white-haired man stood up and exited the warehouse. The infected creatures of the base, meanwhile, were in the midst of fighting each other. Their levels had increased or decreased, and their eyes had turned red. They became insane and bloodthirsty, trying to kill anyone they could reach. All kinds of powers were being used across the base. If the base hadn't been built out of the sturdy black rock, it would have been reduced to a ruin by now. The white-haired man walked through the various pitched battles, but none of the crazed people attacked him. No power dared to land on him. He slid through the base like a ghost, immaterial and untouchable. The man walked out of the base camp and turned his gray eyes up to look at the stars above. The buildings behind him began to collapse under the ferocity of the fights, and explosions of power bloomed like fireworks. But the man was wholly uninterested, and he continued talking to himself. This world is so boring without you. The white-haired man looked at the base, and his eyes drifted toward Bauer's room. Then, his calm eyes suddenly looked shocked. Pang! Falling Leaf and Bauer were in the middle of playing card games. Suddenly, a booming noise shook the room, and the walls collapsed like the petals of a flower. But not a single piece of debris came near them. When Falling Leaf looked outside, her eyes opened wide. The entire base was little more than a ruin. Spring Rain members and workers were all mixed together, fighting and killing each other like they'd been possessed. Dead bodies and torn flesh were strewn about in pools of blood. Are you guys crazy? Falling Leaf shouted. But the crazed fighters paid no heed to her cry. They continued butchering each other in a frenzy. Amidst the killing, the white-haired man walked gracefully toward them. He moved effortlessly through the destruction, and the violence fell away from him like oil over water. Falling Leaf's heart leaped inside her chest. She flipped her hand and quickly brought out a dagger. She looked at the white-haired man and said firmly, "Stop. If you step closer, I'll kill you." The white-haired man behaved as if he hadn't heard her. He kept walking toward the room, peering at Bauer, who was atop the sofa. She gave 3 warnings, but the white-haired man didn't seem to hear her. Falling Leaf had no idea what was going on, but Miss Mirror had commanded that she look after Bauer and keep the girl safe, and that was exactly what Falling Leaf would do. She thrust her dagger at the white-haired man. Falling Leaf's entire person seemed to connect with the universe. For a moment she was extending her dagger in an attack, and that moment froze, hovering like an afterimage. Then the afterimage vanished, and the only thing left behind was the sinking feeling of watching yellow leaves fall in late autumn, withered and dying. That feeling of death flashed by the white-haired man, harmless. Falling Leaf was back where she had started as if nothing had happened. But Falling Leaf's pupils grew smaller. Her assassination skills were top-notch, and her full-power attacks were a threat to even deified elites. But this man had simply ignored her attack, and he was still headed for Bauer as if nothing had happened. How is that possible? Falling Leaf couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at the white-haired man. Her chest constricted with sudden fear. She had no idea how the white-haired man might have broken her strongest attack. Although he didn't look strong, there was a cold feeling in her stomach. Merely looking at the man gave Falling Leaf the creeps. The man never looked at Falling Leaf, though. His attention was focused on Bauer. Bauer grabbed her little gourd. Her face looked very dire, and she stared at the man as if he was an enemy. Boom! The little red bird on Bauer's shoulder seemed to feel that it needed to intervene as well. It flew off of Bauer's shoulder, becoming a scary fire phoenix that hovered right beside the girl. It cried at the white-haired man in warning, but it didn't attack. It actually looked quite afraid of the white-haired man. Interesting. Is this a combination of a phoenix and a fish bird? To be able to do this. This is quite interesting. The white-haired man finally averted his gaze from Bauer to look at the little red bird, intrigued. Falling Leaf was frozen. She had thought the little red bird on Bauer's shoulder was a useless pet. But the scary presence it now exuded told her that it was actually a deified xenogeniac. The next second, an even scarier thing happened. The white-haired man simply reached out and grabbed the fire phoenix out of the air. The bird's fire vanished, and it didn't even have a chance to resist. It returned to being that little red bird in his hands, and it couldn't fly away. The white-haired man looked at the little red bird in his hand. It kept squirming, thrashing its wings as it tried to escape the grasp. He spoke to himself, saying, "You really have phoenix and fish-bird genes? And it is still so young? Who could do something like this?" Bauer looked at the white-haired man. She blinked and said, "Are you going to bully a kid and her pet?" When the white-haired man heard Bauer, he turned to her and smiled. Raising his hand, he freed the little red bird. It flapped its wings and quickly hid behind Bauer, too afraid to reveal itself. "What is your name?" the white-haired man asked Bauer. "Bauer, Han Bauer," Bauer answered seriously. Aside from the times when she was with Han Sen and Ji Yanran, she was rarely so honest. "Not bad. Say hi to your father for me." The white-haired man nodded to Bauer, then turned to leave. "What is your name?" Bauer asked, looking at the white-haired man's back. "Tai Yi." The white-haired man didn't look back. He kept on walking. After a few steps, though, his body began to disappear into a ripple in space. "What are you doing?" Bauer asked. "Calling in a debt. It's time that I get back something that doesn't belong to them." The white-haired man's voice echoed through the cosmos, drifting from an increasing distance until it vanished entirely. Falling Leaf was left trembling. She had never seen someone use a teleportation skill while still sending back their voice. Even King Bike couldn't do something like that. As Falling Leaf recovered from her shock, someone cried out, calling for aid. "Help!" They turned around, and a girl wearing pink clothing was running through in the middle of the fight. She sprinted toward them, screaming and sobbing. A Duke xenogeniac worker was chasing after her. It had no weapon, and it was reaching for the woman with its bare hands. Based on how she was moving, the woman seemed stronger than the Duke worker. But she also looked terrified, and she ran recklessly without the will or courage to look back. Bauer cocked her head curiously as Ningyu approached. She remembered Ningyu, and no matter how much she tried, she couldn't connect this Ningyu with the powerful person she used to know. "Help me! Bauer, help me!" Ningyu pleaded, running forward like a dog with its tail between its legs. Falling Leaf was about to stop Ningyu, but Bauer hastily told her. "Let him come." Ningyu stumbled clumsily into the ruins of the room, and when she got there, she hid behind Bauer, still shaking. Too scary. "Save me, Bauer." "Huh. Little Miss Ningyu, you should be much stronger than that lame Duke. What are you afraid of?" Bauer laughed, looking at Ningyu as if she was eyeing a fun new toy. Tremors still ran through Ningyu's body. Her face looked pale. She really seemed to be rattled. Fighting is wrong. Murder is even more wrong. Plus, I am such a beautiful girl. Huh. Bauer couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes smiled like a crescent moon, and she stroked Ningyu's hair. Right. You are so right. Pretty and cute girls like us shouldn't be fighting and killing. I know, right? Ningyu frantically nodded her agreement. She still looked to be on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Falling Leaf didn't agree at all. She swiftly used her dagger to cut the Duke's head off. What happened? Why is this happening? Does this have something to do with that man? Falling Leaf looked around. The killing was taking place everywhere, and she didn't seem to know where to look. More creatures were toward them. Falling Leaf warned them loudly to stay back, but they didn't listen to her words, and so she had to fight and cut them down. Hansen and Miss Mirror were still having a standoff. Neither of them had yet made the first move. Me or her? You can only pick one. Miss Mirror eyed Hansen, her grip on the broken sword still tight. Let's leave here together. This place is so scary, it will be safer if we go someplace with more people. Hansen smiled. Safety depends on what kind of partner you have. I don't want to haul a ticking time bomb around with me, not knowing if it will explode at any moment, Miss Mirror said. Then how about you keep going on ahead by yourself, and I will turn back with the girl. Is that okay? Hansen said after a moment of thought. No. Do you want her to bring harm to my spring rain? Miss Mirror frowned. Then I will wait here with her and not go anywhere, Hansen said. No. If you cannot do it, then I will do it for you, Miss Mirror said. She swung her sword at the girl in Hansen's arms. Miss Mirror had become king class, but her will and intelligence were still deified. Her slash appeared like a rainbow, not straight, but mysteriously curved. It made it very difficult to tell where the sword was headed. Hansen's movements were also difficult to predict, but after a couple of attempts to evade the attack, he was still unable to dodge Miss Mirror's sword. He threw his palm out to intercept the broken sword. He touched its hilt, but not its blade. The broken sword could cut through a requiem tree, so it was far too sharp to counter directly. Hansen wouldn't use his own weapon to block the blow. Even a deified treasure might be destroyed by the broken sword. But when his palm struck the hilt of the broken sword, a sharp pain seared through his chest. A wave of power sent him flying and made his ribs groan under the strain. He tasted blood in the back of his mouth. What's going on? Something injured my chest. Is this my own power? Hansen thought to himself, but Miss Mirror's broken sword came slashing toward him again. Miss Mirror was proving why she had been such a powerful deified elite. Her sword skills far exceeded Hansen's abilities, and she was still extremely strong. And her sword skills were uncanny. No matter how much Hansen varied his movement patterns, he couldn't avoid the strike. It was kind of like a falsified sky attack, but this attack lacked causal powers. Pang! Hansen had to reach out his hand to counter the attack. Like last time, his hand struck the hilt of the broken sword. Another impact thudded into his chest and sent him flying. Miss Mirror followed him like his own shadow. She kept trying to strike that girl that Hansen held in his arms. Is this your mirror spirit body? Hansen asked as he retreated. Yes. Even as a king class, I can kill you easily. So don't test my patience, Miss Mirror said warningly. So your mirror spirit body can only return attacks that I deal? That's not very impressive, Hansen said. Maybe it's not amazing, but it's enough to kill you, Miss Mirror declared. You're willing to kill me? Hansen couldn't fall back anymore. He wouldn't be able to avoid the next attack, and he couldn't counterattack Miss Mirror or the broken sword. He turned around and used his body to shield the girl from the blade. Don't think that I won't kill you, Miss Mirror said with obvious annoyance, as she stopped her sword. My lady is a princess of the extreme king, and you are the king's sister. You are the leader of spring rain. Are you really going to believe in the truthfulness of this prophecy? Tell me the real reason you want to kill her, Hansen said coolly as he eyed Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror didn't continue trying to attack him. She looked at Hansen for a while before saying, prophecies can have very real power. Not many elites can actually predict the future, but there are some. Most notably, the very high are very skilled at prophecy. They are able to predict events in a similar manner to how the pictures on that screen seem to function. But that isn't the real reason that you want to kill her, Hansen said, shaking his head. Miss Mirror didn't deny the accusation. Right now, her body is weak, so weak that any noble could kill her. But the powers that she displayed earlier were very strong. Even Night Wind, a deified elite of the extreme king, was brought down in a single blow. This strangely fluctuating power reminds me of someone from an old legend. Who? Hansen raised his eyebrow. Sacred Leader, Miss Mirror said slowly. How is that possible? Sacred Leader led so many powerful elites. If he had a weakness that was so obvious, I'm sure he would have died many times over, Hansen replied skeptically. If Sacred Leader's body was that weak, he would have had great difficulty keeping himself alive, let alone ruling an empire. He commanded a multitude of people with incredible power. Such people would have discovered his weakness quite easily. There was no way Sacred Leader could have led Sacred for so long with such a blatant flaw. Of course, it is only a legend. Although Sacred Leader's body was sometimes weak, he was always wearing a magical set of armor. Even those closest to Sacred Leader never saw his face. Plus, he was extremely skilled with the powers of time and space. Ambushing or trapping him would have been impossible. I don't know exactly what it means, but this girl's power is very abnormal. Maybe she is somehow connected with Sacred Leader. Even if they aren't related, I must still take the precaution of killing her. I am not risking my life for her. Miss Mirror looked at Hansen and went on to say, you should leave now, as this is your last chance. If you try to stop me, I will kill you. I won't let you escape if you oppose me here. Hansen had questions he needed to ask the girl, many of which he desperately wanted to know the answers to. He didn't want her to die just yet. I am sorry, but I'd like for her to live, Hansen murmured quietly. Miss Mirror said nothing. She merely slashed towards Hansen, letting her action speak for her. She had made a decision. And if Hansen was going to stop her from killing the girl, she would no longer try to avoid injuring him. Based on the power in Miss Mirror's attack, it seemed that she was no longer playing around. And Hansen knew it. He took this threat seriously. His purple-eyed butterfly kept spinning, analyzing Miss Mirror's sword skill. He could use his Dongxian area to stop Miss Mirror's area and power, but that skill was part of his identity as Dollar. If Hansen used it in this situation, then his identity would be exposed. He didn't want to have to do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Miss Mirror's sword skills were strangely unpredictable. They were not causal sword skills, but they were still hard to dodge. As he saw Miss Mirror coming, Hansen moved again to avoid her blade. Hansen's movement was fast. He was faster than Miss Mirror, but somehow, the broken sword still hit him and sliced into his arm. Hansen had the undying original Water King body, so even if his body was cut open, he could heal immediately. Normal injuries wouldn't really hurt him. When he took a strike from that broken sword, however, his original Water King body wasn't healing. It looks like this broken sword might have been quite the infamous weapon. Even the original Water King body cannot stand against it. You better think about how much you really want to stop me. The next hit won't land on your arm, Miss Mirror promised, and then, she swung her sword. The sword arced like a rainbow, seeming to disappear mid-swing, like usual. I understand your sword skills. Hansen moved, and Miss Mirror's attack hit nothing. Miss Mirror froze. She swung her sword at Hansen again. Many sword rainbows came down, but Hansen was like a butterfly. He fluttered back and forth, weaving between the sword rainbows. He was still holding the girl, though, and so he couldn't fight back. But he dodged each and every one of Miss Mirror's attacks. This must be a combination of your mirror area and your sword skills. Sword skills that go across the mirror world can't really be dodged. It flips the world, allowing an attack to travel through space that shouldn't exist. That keeps your opponents from discerning where a sword is coming from because they can't follow the blade along its path. It is a very powerful move, but it is useless against someone like me, Hansen said, continuing to speak calmly as he dodged Miss Mirror's attacks. Miss Mirror finally forced herself to accept that Hansen could see through her mirror sword skills. Continuing to attack would be pointless, so she lowered the sword. Can we actually talk now? Hansen didn't want to fight with Miss Mirror. Doing that would lead them right into the prophesied scenario. Miss Mirror gently laughed. You think you have escaped my mirror sword skills? Have I not? Hansen asked. If you insist on getting in my way, I will let you see the real mirror area, Miss Mirror said, before lifting the sword in her hand again. Hansen knew Miss Mirror was an annoyingly powerful woman, so he hadn't let his guard down when she stopped attacking. I will use this sword to blind your left eye. Miss Mirror swung with the broken sword, but this time, no sword rainbows appeared, twisting sinuously through space itself. This power slammed into Hansen with no warning. Pain shot through Hansen's left eye like it had been stabbed by a needle. Blood squirted from it, then the eyeball exploded. Hansen didn't even see how she had managed to get his eye. This attack will break your right eye, Miss Mirror said simply, then she slashed again with her broken sword. Hansen focused, pushing his purple eye butterfly to the max. He still couldn't identify the power that was pushing the broken sword. A ripping sensation came from his right eye, as if it had been cut by a blade as well. It exploded like the left eye, and blood poured from the socket. Because of the broken sword's weird power, his eyes kept bleeding. The bleeding wasn't going to stop, and his blood wouldn't crystallize either. Let go of that girl, or my next strike will kill you, Miss Mirror said in a hard tone. Hansen was now blind, but that didn't affect what he could feel. He still looked incredibly calm as he said, I should have known this was the real mirror area. My eyes reflected you and your sword, so you could break my eyes using your mirror. Now that my eyes are destroyed, what else will reflect you and your sword? How are you going to kill me? Miss Mirror sighed. You are too young. You think that's all my mirror area can do? After that, Miss Mirror raised her hand, and an old mirror appeared next to her. It was as tall as she was. That old mirror was pointed at Hansen, and it reflected Hansen's image. Miss Mirror thrust her blade toward the mirror. The broken sword shoved through the mirror, but the mirror wasn't broken. Hansen felt a surge of pain in his chest, and a bloody hole appeared not far from his sternum. What a powerful mirror area. Thank you for not killing me, my lady. Hansen knew the sword Miss Mirror wielded could have penetrated his heart or sliced his head off. I am giving you one last chance, Miss Mirror said, her voice as harsh as a winter wind. She didn't want to kill Hansenator after all, he was the master of the mirror spirit eye ring. Killing him would deal a lot of damage to the mirror spirit eye ring, which would affect Miss Mirror herself very severely. But although she really didn't want to risk damaging the ring, she wanted to kill Lady Warner even more. If Hansen refused to walk away, then she needed to beat Hansen badly enough that he was no longer in any condition to protect the girl. If the last picture is true, will it be me and Hansen in front of that statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes? Miss Mirror wondered. My lady, you overestimate your mirror area's power. Twin trails of blood streaked over Hansen's cheeks as he held Lady Warner. He looked very calm. Right, Miss Mirror snapped, looking a bit angry. She had never been this patient with anyone before. If another person had tested her temper like this, even if they were deified, she would have struck them down. She kept enduring Hansen's stubbornness and rudeness, but he obviously didn't appreciate that she was going easy on him. It was very frustrating for Miss Mirror. She used her sword to slash at the mirror. Hansen moved the moment Miss Mirror swung the broken sword. Her broken sword entered the mirror, but it couldn't hurt Hansen this time. Your mirror area can assault my shadow within the mirror you create. Since that shadow is linked to my real body, you can hurt me. But that all depends on you being able to touch my shadow. My shadow in the mirror, however, moves with me. I can control it, allowing it to dodge your broken sword, Hansen said. You are smart. You have learned much about my mirror area in such a short amount of time, Miss Mirror complimented him. Her face remained impassive. But even if you do know that, so what? The mirror world is the opposite of our world. You can control your shadow, but it won't move as naturally as your own body, because every move you make in this world will be reversed in the mirror. And on top of that, you have been blinded. You cannot see your shadow in the mirror, so how do you expect that you will be able to dodge me? Try to attack me again, and you will see for yourself how well I can still dodge. Hansen's composed expression hadn't changed. Clearly, Miss Mirror wasn't fond of Hansen's attitude. She slashed her sword in the direction of the mirror with one of her rainbows. The power of the attack headed for Hansen's shadow in the mirror. Hansen needed to control his movement, guiding his shadow around the incoming attack. Hansen's shadow responded instantly to his every movement, but the reversal of the mirror made it very difficult to control. Normal people used mirrors to do their makeup or brush their hair. When performing a task that required a person to make extremely precise movements, people who weren't very experienced with working in mirrors would often make mistakes. Hansen wasn't doing anything as simple as brushing his hair, though. He was using a mirror to fight for his life. Hansen had to control his reflection to avoid Miss Mirror's scary attacks. It would be a difficult task at the best of times, and doing so while blinded and injured would be nearly impossible. But Miss Mirror, despite running her sword skills at full power, was failing to inflict any more damage on Hansen's reflection. She couldn't land a single strike. How was he doing this? Miss Mirror wondered, her shock etched deep into her face. She knew how hard this had to be, especially since Hansen had only just become a king. She would never have expected that Hansen would be able to neutralize her sword skills. After all, she had the experience of a deified. She wasn't some ordinary king-class enemy to him. Now Hansen could fight her face to face, and he could control the shadow in the mirror with unbelievable proficiency. She missed each and every attack. Through all of this, though, the most amazing thing was that Hansen was blind. It was hard to imagine how strong his other senses must be to accomplish a feat such as this. Miss Mirror couldn't hurt his reflection, and so her sword stopped moving. "My lady, it looks like you cannot hurt me," Hansen said. Miss Mirror was no longer angry. She had underestimated Hansen, who was a king. She never thought Hansen would become an actual threat to her. But now, Hansen's performance had revealed him as just that, an enemy who could rival her power. He wasn't just some random king she could slay on a whim. "You are very strong. A leftover of the crystallizers, is this capable? That is incredibly rare. If it was possible to avoid being your enemy, I would choose to do so," Miss Mirror said, looking at Hansen with newfound respect. "I don't want to be your enemy, either. Why don't we re-establish our bonds of cooperation and work to rid ourselves of the red-eye plague?" Hansen smiled. "We will, of course. But she must die first," Miss Mirror said. The muscles in her jaw tightened, and a weird light shimmered. A scary mirror area appeared. Hansen immediately realized he was now trapped in a mirror maze. Mirrors appeared everywhere he looked. Even the ground and the sky above were just mirror images. Hansen's reflection was in every mirror, as if thousands of Hansens were there. The mirrors reflected each other, creating reflections of Hansen that stretched back into infinity. Hansen's face changed. Since there were so many reflections, Miss Mirror could strike him with far greater ease now. Hansen needed to stop her from hitting any one of those reflections. Defending himself had become a much more difficult task now. And it would be even harder to break the old mirrors now, too. He didn't know if those old mirrors could be broken, but even if they could break, the mirrors would only shatter and create countless more reflections in the shards. Hansen would be in even more danger, then. "Still confident that you can dodge my attacks?" Miss Mirror asked as she hung in the center of the mirror area. "Let's give it a try. Maybe I can make it work." Hansen shrugged. "You are so stubborn," Miss Mirror grunted. With a swing of the broken sword, sword rainbows came to life and went flying at Hansen through the mirrors. There were too many reflections in the mirrors, and Miss Mirror continued to attack without pause or hesitation. Countless reflections would be involved in every single evasion that was required. Hansen's heart leaped. He summoned Jadeskin and channeled as much power into it as he could. His body became icy jade. His mind opened, and his jade skin area appeared. His expression focused, Hansen jumped, and all of his reflections avoided the incoming sword strike. At the same time, his jade skin area covered all of the old mirrors. Frost spread over the surface of every single mirror. That's useless. Your reflections in the ice are susceptible to my strikes, so I can still use them to kill you. Miss Mirror slashed towards one of the frozen-over mirrors. The ice won't work? It looks like this is it, then. Hansen sighed. Hansen withdrew his jade skin area, pulling it all back into his body. Miss Mirror's sword came for one of Hansen's reflections again, but this time, Hansen didn't dodge. Dong. 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 Miss Mirror's sword struck all of Hansen's reflections, but Hansen just stood where he was. He wasn't bleeding, and not a single wound appeared across his body. It was like he was a jade statue, resolute and still. Not even dust will tarnish my jade skin, Miss Mirror. My body is my body. It is mine alone, and nothing in this world will change that. Even if you break all my reflections, you cannot hurt me. Hansen held Lady Warner while he spoke, his voice frosty. Miss Mirror's rainbow powers kept swinging. They broke many of the reflections in the mirrors, but Hansen's body remained completely undamaged. My lady, if you still had a deified body, it is safe to say that my jade skin wouldn't be able to endure your powerful sword strikes. But now, you aren't too different from me. You are a first-tier king-class opponent. Unless you strike me with the broken sword, hitting my reflections isn't going to hurt me, Hansen said. So, what? It's actually quite relieving that I don't have to worry about striking you. I will just hit the woman instead. Even if you hide her behind you, you cannot protect her shadow from me, Miss Mirror pronounced as she raised her broken sword again. My lady, you must have heard what I just said, Hansen said, as he suddenly looked at Miss Mirror. What? Miss Mirror asked. We are the same level as kings. Hansen raised his fists. The ice jade around his fists became a godlight and flashed toward Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror's heart jumped, and an old mirror formed in front of her. She wanted to reflect the jade skin godlight back on its wielder, but the godlight wasn't a simple attack power. It was a power for sealing. The icy light suddenly wrapped a binding seal around Miss Mirror and the old mirror, resolving into the shape of a giant ice cube. Miss Mirror, I'm going on ahead. If I can break the red eye power, I will come back for you. Hansen looked at Miss Mirror's broken sword, but he decided not to take it with him. He simply resettled his arms a little more comfortably around Warner and headed back into the broken city. Even if the prophecy was true, it would be fulfilled by him and the girl now. Their current situation still aligned with the sixth picture of the mural they had discovered. But the broken city in front of them had yet to be cleared. The place was covered in broken stone and debris, and since Night Wind was no longer there to make a path for them, Hansen had to do it. While carrying the girl, he broke the stones himself. He didn't have substance chains like Night Wind, so he was unable to clear a wide area. Instead, he broke a path just wide enough for him to slip through while still carrying the girl. He tried to travel as fast as he could. Hansen felt as if the red-eye power wasn't affecting him as much, which might or might not have been because his eyes were broken. He still felt the urge to move in a certain direction, but it wasn't that strong. He wasn't sure what sort of weapon that broken sword had been, but Hansen's injured eyes weren't healing with Jadeskin's power. But Hansen cared little about that. It didn't matter to him if he had eyes right now. He could take the time to heal when he got out of there. Hansen hadn't been gone for long when the ice sealing Miss Mirror made a groaning noise. Cracks appeared across its surface, and a second later, the ice cube shattered. Miss Mirror was free. Miss Mirror looked in the direction that Hansen had escaped. Her expression was conflicted, but a while later, she sighed. I hope he can break the red-eye curse. Miss Mirror had realized something, and although she didn't want to think about it, she knew she had to. Unless she became deified again, it wouldn't be possible for her to defeat Han Sen at his current level. And so, if Han Sen couldn't find and destroy the source of the Red Eye Curse, all was lost. Perhaps the prophecy would come true, too, and one of them would die. We might be the same level, but I can't compete with you. I hope when you are deified, you will have the courage to face me in the same way. Miss Mirror sat on a rock near the entrance to the cave leading into the city. She cast a Geno art to block the addiction-like draw of the Red Eye power, and she sat there awaiting Han Sen's result. Han Sen carried Lady Wanner forward, breaking rocks as he went. He didn't encounter anything weird this time. But after 2 hours of travel, the rocks in front of him were becoming easier to move. When Han Sen moved the next pile of rubble out of his way, he realized that there was open air behind it. Han Sen stood before the entrance to a hall. And in that hall, there was a statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. It looked exactly the same as the one they had seen previously, but this statue was 1,000 meters tall, far bigger than the one he had seen before. The moment Han Sen entered the hall, he could feel the statue staring at him. Han Sen's blinded eyes suddenly burned. The damage in his eyes began to repair itself, and in seconds, and he was able to see again. Even with no mirror, Han Sen could feel that his eyes were shining with red light. The 4 pupils in his eyes were now like 4 red suns. That feeling of addiction had suddenly grown by orders of magnitude. Han Sen felt like a moth drawn to a flame. He wanted nothing more than to go to that statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Han Sen's will was really strong, but even he was wavering under the draw of the statue. It was like the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes was his final home. He wanted so badly to go into it. Come, come, a demonic voice whispered from the statue. It was beckoning him over. Although Han Sen tried to control his will, his feet began stepping forward of their own volition. The call couldn't go unheeded, it seemed. He was slowly walking towards the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Boom! Without hesitation, Han Sen deployed his super god spirit body. A glowing light spread in his eyes. It smothered the red and made his entire eyes turn white. When Han Sen last used his super god spirit body, he had been interrupted by Wanner before it could remove the red color from his eyes. But now that he had unleashed it, the red eyes were gone. The white light burned across Han Sen like a cleansing flame. Han Sen's body hung in the air, white and godlike. He looked down on that giant statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. There were red eyes on one of the statue's pairs of hands, and those hands moved with Han Sen's body. That eye on the statue was like a demon, tracing Han Sen's movements. But under the influence of his super god spirit mode, the power of the eyes didn't work on Han. Senator Han Sen gathered up his power to use super spank. He wanted to see if he could break the demon-looking eye upon the statue. But before Han Sen struck, he felt his super god spirit body's power begin to fade. It suddenly disappeared and returned to his Geno core. What is this? Han Sen was shocked. The power had begun to fade from his back, and that was where Lady Wanner was. The super god spirit body's power disappeared. The power of the statue landed on Han Sen, and it suddenly turned his eyes back into those red ones. Once more, Han Sen felt like a moth drawn to a flame. It was stronger than last time, too. His body was pulled uncontrollably toward the statue. This is bad. Now that Wanner has no power, why would my super god spirit body be affected by her? Han Sen was in shock. Wanner was still in her comatose state, but Han Sen tossed her body away from him. She landed against the ground some distance away, but luckily, Han Sen had used some of his power to cushion her landing. Instead of slamming into the ground like a bag of rocks, Wanner slid smoothly through the air and landed softly, almost silently, on the ground. Han Sen wanted to see if having some distance between himself and Wanner would allow him to fully activate and maintain his super god spirit body. After tossing Wanner aside, Han Sen redeployed his super god spirit body. White light surrounded him once again, glowing from his hair and eyes. His red eyes vanished in a sea of white, just like they had on his previous attempt. But this time, Hansen managed to keep his super god spirit body going, and his power didn't fade. Was Wanner really causing my power to disappear? What's going on? How is it possible for her to affect my super god spirit body? Hansen looked at Wanner with shock. He noticed that her own body was glowing with gold light. Her eyes and hair were turning gold. Hansen didn't have time to worry about that at the moment, though. He just focused on using Super Spank. He threw his fist toward the eye on the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes to see if he could break it. But the moment Hansen got close, a weird glow rose around the statue. The statue seemed to be gathering up a substance chain of red light, and then the light lashed out at Hansen. Hansen's super god spirit body ignored blood light coming for him. The blood light went straight through him like he didn't even exist. Like he was some sort of phantom. But Hansen punched the statue's eye, releasing an explosion of force. The shockwave shoved Hansen's body back, but the super spank strike was unable to destroy the eye. This is harder than that weird deified bug. Even the thought made Hansen feel a cold dread. Part of him had expected this result, though. The confirmation simply disappointed him. He couldn't break the statue. That meant he couldn't unlock the secrets of the red eye power. But it also wouldn't affect him because he had the super god spirit body. But if anyone else was infected with the red eye condition, there was nothing he could do. Hansen turned around and began walking away. He needed to leave the broken city, first and foremost. But then, the statue suddenly moved. Its enormous form suddenly stood fully erect, and it looked down on Hansen with abject hatred. The entire hall shook as the statue rose to its full height. It is alive. Hansen wasn't surprised. He jumped forward and tried to reach Wanner. But he then saw Wanner's body lift itself off the ground. Her hair and eyes had turned blonde, and she now looked exactly as she had appeared when Hansen first saw her. Her eyes were open, but they were glazed and unfocused. The statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes stepped forward, sending one of its demon-like hands down to slap Hansen. It paused above him, though, and it began to shine. The blonde-haired Wanner teleported in front of the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes, hovering in the air directly in front of its face. She waved her hand and cut its head off. Boom! The giant stone head fell onto the floor of the hall, creating a good-sized crater where it slammed into the floor. Hansen was frozen. Wanner had such a weak body, but after she turned golden, her power became truly frightening. Its magnitude was difficult to believe. This was completely different from what the sixth image of the mural had depicted, too. The sixth picture showed one person on the floor and another person praying to the complete statue. But while the head had been cut off, the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes did not fall. Its body began to writhe, and all of its 1,000 arms were moving. The red eye in each of its hands began to glow, and that hellish glow covered the hall from one end to the other. Countless red substance chains emerged and slithered toward Wanner's body. Wanner's power was incredible, but her body was solid and could therefore be injured. She didn't have the invincible features of Hansen's super god spirit body. Countless substance chains tangled around Wanner's body, and a cruel grin suddenly played across the mouth of the statue head on the floor. It flew up and opened its mouth, trying to consume Wanner. Hansen's heart leaped. He stepped forward to help Wanner, but the golden light coming from Wanner's body intensified, and the rest of the chains suddenly melted. She raised a single hand and pressed it against the statue's head, and then, the statue's head exploded like fireworks. The head was shattered, but the statue wasn't dead. It seemed to be quite shocked, though. It turned its giant body around to run away. Wanner's blonde-haired form flashed, and she reappeared beside the statue. She reached out and planted her hands firmly on the statue's body. Pang! The whole statue exploded. The giant body was reduced to a heap of rubble, and its arms lay scattered about. Too strong. Hansen couldn't help but compliment her display of power. Strength like that could destroy almost anything. Even that powerful statue had been killed in scant moments. Most of the arms that fell to the floor of the hall were now broken, and the eyes that they held had been destroyed. Even those that hadn't been outright destroyed were bleeding profusely. They would die soon. The arms writhed on the floor in a sickening fashion, like deadly snakes. But one broken eyeball did shoot away from its attendant hand. It became a blood light as it tried to escape the hall. Hansen stood next to the exit of the hall, and he watched that blood eye come. He used super spank to smack it. There was a loud squelching noise as he smacked it, and the jelly of the eyeball sprayed out as the thing fell to the floor. When the eyeball ruptured, the writhing pieces of the statue all stopped. It was like a heap of rubble now, and nothing more. Mutant deified xenogenic hunted, blood-eye evil god. Mutant xenogenic gene found. Obtained blood-eye evil god beast soul. When Hansen heard the announcement, he was shocked. He hadn't even realized what he was about to do when he struck the eyeball. He just didn't want it to escape. He hadn't thought there'd be a reward, especially a reward on such a scale. Before Hansen had time to examine the blood-eye evil god's beast soul, the blonde-haired Wanner teleported over to him. Her golden eyes looked in Hansen's direction, but they had so little focus that he couldn't tell if she was actually looking at him. Then Wanner's hand drifted forward to pat Hansen on the head. This shocked Senator. He suddenly realized that when Wanner had grabbed his neck, she had wanted to kill him. But something else had happened instead. As Wanner's hand came from, an overwhelming sense of danger weighed on Hansen's shoulders. The feeling was so strong it was almost suffocating. Wanner struck too fast for Hansen to dodge. His fast reflexes moved his head far enough back that she didn't strike him directly, but her fingertips still tore into his face. 3 deep gashes were torn into Hansen's face. The clefts were so deep that his skull became visible through them. Hansen was shocked. He was still in his super god spirit body mode, but Wanner's fingers had damaged him anyway. This was the first time something of the sort had ever happened. Luckily, he managed to dodge most of her attack. Otherwise, his entire head would have split open like a cut watermelon. Hansen instinctually started to return to the sanctuaries. His super god spirit body couldn't block Wanner's power if she chose to attack him again, so he couldn't escape by traditional means if she wanted to fight him. But Wanner didn't attack him again. She stood where she was, unmoving. She looked at the blood on her fingers, which was Hansen's blood. A little life came back to her eyes, and her golden power began to fade. Do we affect each other? Hansen thought happily. He gritted his teeth and grabbed Wanner's arm. He examined her. As Wanner's body came closer to Hansen, her gold color faded much faster. When he saw that Wanner wasn't resisting, Hansen pulled her into his arms. When their bodies were in physical contact, Wanner's golden power vanished completely. Her eyes looked fully cognizant for the first time. Good brother, it's so nice to have you here, Wanner mumbled against Hansen's chest. She was lying forward against him, and she slowly closed her eyes. After she spoke, Wanner's body went soft. Her consciousness drifted away as it had before. Hansen frowned and looked at the girl in his arms. Her life force was weaker than it had been the previous time, when she was in a coma. Now, her life force was like that of a dying old woman. She no longer had the vitality of a teenage lady. Does this mean that using the golden power costs her the strength of her life force? Hansen looked at the lady thoughtfully as a variety of emotions shifted across her expression. This girl was the only person Hansen had ever encountered who could threaten him in his super god spirit body mode. It might have been a good idea to get rid of her, but there were so many unknowns about the girl. A lot of questions had been raised by her existence, and she did seem to harbor some sort of connection to Senator. He really needed to figure out what was going on here. As long as she is next to me, she can't make use of that scary power. so I suppose I don't have to be too afraid. I need to figure out what she is before I do anything drastic. Hansen sighed, set the girl down, and then looked across the hall. The hall had only been home to the statue, and Hansen looked around for a while, but he didn't find anything useful there. And the materials that composed the hall were too tough to be broken through, so Hansen couldn't search any further. Hansen did find a piece of red crystal that was around the size of his hand, though. It was inside the remains of the red eyeball. He put it in his pocket, then went back the way he had come. Now that the statue has been destroyed, I wonder if the red eye condition is still in effect. Hansen went back the way he had come to take a look. But when he reached the place that he had left Miss Mirror, he didn't see her there. Did she go back to camp? That really isn't her style. Hansen frowned, then began walking a little faster. Even if the red eye power infecting Miss Mirror had vanished, she wouldn't simply go home. She would have stayed where she was and waited for Hansen to return so she could grill him thoroughly over what had happened. Plus, the pieces of the shattered tree egg were still lying around. If Miss Mirror had decided to leave, she would have at least taken the pieces of the tree egg with her. They were a valuable treasure. It's good that she is gone, then. That means all of these tree egg shards are mine. Hansen picked up a piece and started to put it away. As he did, he noticed how nice the chunk of egg smelled. But there didn't seem to be any life force within the pieces of egg. And furthermore, there was no semblance of power. This definitely wasn't what Hansen had expected. No wonder Miss Mirror left these behind. They're already useless. Did one absorb the powers of the tree egg while she was inside it? Hansen guessed. He couldn't think of any other explanations. Hansen kept walking back the way he had come. He didn't encounter any more trouble. Warner was still in her coma, and her body was so weak that it looked like the final tether of her life would break at any second. Hansen didn't know why the girl had been reduced to such a condition. If this continued, she wouldn't last long. Strangely, though, Hansen found no evidence of the wall of pictures on his return trip. The wall seemed to have just vanished into thin air, without a trace. Hansen continued walking back toward camp, and when the first statue came into view, he froze. Miss Mirror was lying in front of the statue, and a woman was kneeling beside her. The woman was praying to the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. It was one of the 4 kings. It was Red Cloud. The scene before him was the same as the 6th picture depicted on the screen's mural. It gave Hansen a chill. What is going on? Hansen was confused. He looked at Red Cloud and Miss Mirror, unsure what was happening. Miss Mirror's presence was still there. She wasn't dead, but she seemed to be badly wounded as she lay on the ground. She obviously wasn't doing well. Red Cloud knelt before the statue like a sincere believer. Her eyes were closed and her hands were folded as she prayed. No way. Red Cloud never saw the statue. And didn't Miss Mirror tell her to watch over the base? Why is she here? Did the red eye power become contagious? That means Bauer and Ningyu are in danger. Anxiety grew in the pit of Hansen's stomach, and he started jogging forward. Before Hansen reached the statue, Red Cloud opened her eyes. Her eyes were the color of blood, and they contained 2 pupils each. That was the look people had when they were stricken with the power of the Blood Eye evil god. Upon seeing Hansen, Red Cloud looked murderous. She picked up the broken sword, but instead of striking Hansen, she turned and thrust the broken blade into Miss Mirror's chest. Hansen's heart jumped, and he used his jade skin area to freeze Red Cloud. Red Cloud was only King class, so she was unable to defeat Han Senator. The red eye powers were running through her too strongly for her to know what she was doing. She couldn't block Hansen's power, and so she ended up frozen. Hansen walked up to Miss Mirror. He crouched, looked at her, and smiled. "Miss Mirror, why are you lying around at a time like this?" "Use your sword to break the statue," Miss Mirror said quietly through gritted teeth. Her eyes were still a deep red. Hansen could feel that the statue still had that red-eye power, but it wasn't as strong as the statue Warner had destroyed earlier. It didn't make him want to run deep into the city. It just wanted him to go to the statue itself. Clearly, although the Blood-Eye Evil God had been killed, this statue still had some of that Blood-Eye Evil God power. Hansen pulled the broken sword out of Red Cloud's hand and swung it across the face of the statue. A deep furrow was gouged into the statue's face, and blood started to leak from it. The statue didn't move, however. The statue wasn't as hard as Hansen had expected, though. After a few more of those strikes, the stone statue's head fell off. The severed neck of the statue gushed blood, but it was just a statue. Where the blood came from, Hansen had no idea. Strangely, once Hansen cut off the head of the statue, it didn't behave like the Blood-Eye Evil God had upon being decapitated. Instead of getting stronger or fighting back, it simply died. Hansen examined the statue again to confirm what he thought he saw. The statue was dying. It dried up like a withered plant. It looked somewhat like a bergamot flower. The stalk and its flowers were dark red. The stone head that had been lopped off was the plant's largest blossom. "It is a plant," Hansen remarked in surprise. He didn't hear any killing announcement, which made him doubt that the plant was actually a creature. After the flower died, Miss Mirror's red eyes started to fade. It looked like the red-eye powers were finally gone. Miss Mirror, however, was too injured to rejoice. She remained on the ground, unable to rise. Hansen put an arm around her back and helped her sit up. "What happened? Why is Red Cloud here? Why are you hurt?" Miss Mirror opened her mouth, but struggled to speak. "Something happened back at base camp. We need to go back now." When Hansen heard that, his face turned gray. Without asking any further questions, he simply picked up Miss Mirror. With her in one arm and Lady Warner in the other, he sprinted back to the stone fields. When they reached what was left of the base, their hearts sank. What Hansen saw sickened him. The base had become a ruin and been painted red with the blood and gore of its inhabitants. No one was left alive. Miss Mirror looked terrible. A third of Spring Rain's members had been brought there, and now they were all gone. Furthermore, one of the 4 kings was dead, and Red Cloud had been reduced to a king-class soldier. Miss Mirror had lost so much. Hansen's face looked awfully glum, too. He feared Ningyu and Bauer might have been killed in the carnage. "Dad?" Hansen turned to begin searching through the rubble of the ruin, but all of a sudden, Bauer emerged over the top of one heap. It was like a mountaintop. She jumped onto Hansen's chest and wrapped her small arms tightly around his neck. "Bauer." Bauer was okay, and as she clung to his neck, Ningyu and Falling Leaf came over the rubble, too. Hansen was so overjoyed that he dropped Miss Mirror to wrap his arms around Bauer. "Arg!" Miss Mirror was too injured to catch herself, and she hit the ground hard. She coughed up some blood and looked rather angered at being suddenly dropped. "Miss Mirror." Falling Leaf ran over to pick Miss Mirror up. She imbued her superior with some of her healing powers. "Don't bother, I am too injured for that. I won't heal quickly regardless, so just tell me what happened," Miss Mirror said abruptly, wiping some of the blood from her mouth. Falling Leaf told her everything that had transpired, but for some reason, she left out the part with the white-haired man and the conversation he had shared with Bauer. She also left out the bit regarding the little bird becoming a fiery phoenix. She only said that, after the white-haired man appeared, the people of the base went crazy. They all started killing each other until none of them remained. But for some reason, a few of them had been unaffected. They were able to escape amidst the chaos. "That white-haired man, where did he come from?" Miss Mirror asked with a frown. "I don't know. When we first saw him, he was already walking around the base and everyone was going insane," Falling Leaf said with a shake of her head. Miss Mirror suddenly had a thought, and she turned her gaze back to Falling Leaf. "That stone. Go and see if the stone is still there. We've already looked, Falling Leaf answered. The stone is gone. Miss Mirror sighed and said, Go find Red Cloud and bring her back here. We will have to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Hansen handed the broken sword to Falling Leaf. She went to the stone fields and brought the frozen Red Cloud back. Although the red-eye power had vanished from the rest of them, Red Cloud was still crazed, and her eyes were still clouded with that shade of red. After she was released, she again tried to attack everyone around. Hansen had to freeze her once more. When the reinforcements came, he was going to let them deal with it. As for Miss Mirror, Hansen knew why she had been injured so badly. Hansen had taken too long, and Miss Mirror had been reaching the limits of her ability to withstand the red-eye power. Then the feelings of addiction had suddenly vanished. Miss Mirror thought Hansen had sorted out the red-eye problem, and so she felt relieved. But just as she was starting to relax, that addicted feeling washed over her again, and this time it was a few hundred times stronger. The attraction drew Miss Mirror back toward the original statue, and Miss Mirror could no longer resist it. Miss Mirror's mind was still quite clear, but her will was no longer strong enough to control the urge. When she approached the statue, she noticed that Red Cloud had come there, too. Miss Mirror was thrilled for a moment, as she thought Red Cloud might be able to use the broken sword to break the statue. But Red Cloud was crazy, and she attacked Miss Mirror as soon as she saw her. Miss Mirror couldn't control her own body well enough to fight Red Cloud, and so Red Cloud beat her to the brink of death. Miss Mirror had been left lying on the ground, struggling to remain conscious. What happened next chilled Miss Mirror's blood, though. Red Cloud bowed before the statue and began praying. From what Miss Mirror could understand, Red Cloud wanted to use her as some sort of offering. Hansen had come in time, thank God. If he hadn't, Miss Mirror would have been killed. Hansen thought this was very suspicious, too. He didn't fully understand what was going on. Hansen kept Wanner close. If she was any distance at all from Hansen, her eyes and hair would start to turn gold. The further away from him she was, the faster she would turn. Hansen experimented with it a little. Wanner couldn't be 10 meters away from him. Otherwise, even in her coma-like state, her hair would turn gold. And when Wanner was within 10 meters of Hansen, his ability to use his super god spirit power was greatly diminished. The power would begin to fade as soon as he summoned it. The closer to Wanner he was, the faster it faded. Clearly, the two of them had a dramatic effect on each other. Luckily, though, the effect only limited Hansen's super god spirit body, his other powers remained intact. Hansen asked Miss Mirror not to say anything about Wanner. Hansen didn't think Miss Mirror would agree to his request, so it was a surprise for him when she actually assented. She did, however, have a condition of her own regarding the secret. What? You want me to be an offering? Hansen looked at Miss Mirror with wide eyes. As far as the Extreme King are concerned, I brought you here to dig up the ruin of a god's battleground. By doing so, I wanted you to fade from the vision of the royal children, Miss Mirror said calmly. She was reclining on the bed where they had placed her. This is the only reason your pretense of being Prince 16 has lasted this long. But now, this catastrophe with the statues has killed all my people and left you alive. I don't think I will be able to buy you a lot of time. My brother will throw all his resources into investigating you, and you have nowhere to turn. The only thing we can do to keep you alive is to perform a sacrifice. Enter the Holy Temple to become a devotee. Once you gain the blessing of the Extreme King, your survival will be ensured. I'm going to the Holy Temple? What does that mean, exactly? Hansen frowned. The Holy Temple is where the Extreme King makes sacrifices to their god. Every generation must have a sacrificed king. They offer themselves to the god and become a devotee. They serve the god inside the Holy Temple forever. After pausing, Miss Mirror said, only someone with the blood of the Extreme King can earn the blessing of the god. Therefore, a crystallizer shouldn't be capable of becoming a devotee. If you can, though, that will prove you really are Prince 16. At that point, no one will be able to dispel your lie. Even if someone was suspicious, not even King Bai could randomly waltz in and do whatever he pleased. No one would be able to investigate you. So I'd be practically sentenced to life in jail? Hansen frowned. Which would you prefer, incarceration or death? Even if you left now, where would you go? Do you really think Isha or Kong Fei can protect you? Let me tell you this now. This universe is big, but if it is confirmed that you killed Prince 16, there is nowhere you can go to escape the wrath that will be set upon you. In order to survive, you would have to be stronger than the leagues of deifieds that belong to the Extreme King. And I will be one of them, Miss Mirror said emotionlessly. Even if I want to go to the Extreme King's holy temple, I don't have the blood of the Extreme King. How would I even gain the approval of this god? Hansen said. It should be possible with the help of my mirror spirit eye ring. Plus, you do have the original Water King body that you got from Bai Yi. Getting the god's approval shouldn't be too difficult. Miss Mirror paused and said, furthermore, going to the holy temple isn't entirely like being sent to jail. While you may not be able to exit the temple, you can still visit the core area. With the resources you earn in the core area, you can definitely become half-deified. Miss Mirror then hesitated. After a while, she went on to say, also, there are benefits to becoming a devotee. Although you can never leave the holy temple, you will have the opportunity to bathe in the temple's god light. Your genes will be strengthened, and you will have an easier time becoming deified. Is this my only chance of surviving? Hansen asked quietly. Unless you want a universe-wide APB issued by the Extreme King, yes. This is pretty much the only option. Once you become a devotee, the other royal children won't be hostile to you. And so, you'll have less trouble, Miss Mirror said. Even if I wanted to try entering the temple, what are they going to do? Hansen pointed at Bauer and the unconscious Warner, who were a little further away. The holy temple isn't a place just anyone can go. Even the royal children must meet certain qualifications before they can become devotees. I can help you get qualified, but in regards to them, they will have to stay on planet Water Zone. After pausing, Miss Mirror said, the best thing for them is to disappear. Otherwise, they may face scrutiny and fall under investigation themselves. Through them, things could unravel. Of course, if you insist on them staying, I can think of a way or two to help them. When Hansen heard this, he frowned. Bauer and Ningyu could go back to Planet Eclipse. They had the little red bird to protect them, after all. But there was no way that Warner could leave Han Senator. If she woke up, she'd become a blonde time bomb. Warner's life force was super weak right now. If she went on a rampage again, she would die. Hansen wanted to ask her many things, so he needed her alive until he could talk to her. Let me think about it. Hansen knew Miss Mirror would continue trying to convince him, so he continued on to say, do you think the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes in Do God City and that prophetic screen are connected to the missing rock we first dug up? Hansen had already gotten the full scoop on the white-haired man from Bauer and Ningyu. But Bauer claimed she didn't know who he was. I don't know. Everything in Do God City is a mystery, and everything we find seems to tie back to yet another myth. My brother will probably send someone else here to continue excavation efforts. I believe answers will one day come, Miss Mirror said. Hansen went silent. As a king, he was simply too weak. If he became deified, then he'd be qualified to fully explore Do God City. It was a very scary place, and he was just too weak to be there in his current state. Make a decision soon. You are running out of time, Miss Mirror said. Then, she stopped talking. She was trying to convince Hansen, not because Hansen had the mirror spirit ring, but because he had selected to let her live after their fight in the cave. He had the chance to kill her, but he showed her mercy. And on top of that, he saved her from Red Cloud. Otherwise, she never would have done all this for Hansen. Helping Hansen enter the holy temple as a devotee would break basically every law that her people had. Plus, she was the investigator King Bai had specifically chosen to examine Hansen. Thanks. Hansen walked over to Wanner. He looked down at the girl, wondering what he should do with her. Going to the holy temple was clearly the safest choice, but that meant he would be giving up on the girl's secrets. Maybe Wanner would wake up before backup arrived? Wanner seemed too weak for that, though. Hansen tried many different tricks and powers to reinforce her life force, or to get her to wake up, but nothing seemed to work. Hansen didn't dare use more than a trickle of his power. He didn't want to accidentally kill Wanner. Her body was too weak, so using any significant force on her could be deadly. Ugh, this is giving me a headache. If I don't enter the holy temple, I'll have to go on the run. Then, it won't just be the Extreme King after me. Any race related to the Extreme King or seeking their favor will be hunting me. Escaping on my own will be way too hard, Hansen thought with a frown. If Hansen escaped, he wouldn't just be affecting himself. It would affect the lives of his friends on planet Eclipse, and it might even blow back on Isha. If I was to leave, would you help me? Hansen looked at Miss Mirror. I am an Extreme King, Miss Mirror said icily. Hansen laughed and asked, if I left now, would it affect Isha? That is a question you should ask Isha. It would be her decision. Miss Mirror's eyes flicked down. She seemed to know Hansen's true decision. Hansen asked Miss Mirror to contact Isha. He wouldn't use his own phone because, if he decided to run, all of his conversations after this day would be thoroughly examined. Hansen explained his situation to Isha completely, and Isha listened intently. She didn't say a word until Hansen finished telling her the entire story. When Isha spoke, all she said were 4 words. Go to Sky Palace. Isha then immediately hung up. With that, Hansen was able to make up his mind. He handed the phone back to Miss Mirror, smiled, and said, Thank you for taking care of me all this time, my lady. I hope we can meet again someday. I'm afraid that won't be possible, but if you die, I will light a candle in your honor, Miss Mirror said emotionlessly. If my death earns a lit candle from you, I will consider myself eternally blessed, Hansen said. He looked at Miss Mirror and said, I actually still have one more request to make. I was hoping that my lady would take care of my blood Kirin. If you are willing to, you can use it for yourself. I will remember the kindness you have done me. That blood Kirin is quite an angry beast. I don't think it will follow the commands if another, Miss Mirror said. Controlling it isn't difficult. You just need to use this item to find him, and then he will listen to you. Hansen brought something out for Miss Mirror. I guess I won't refuse the service of a half-deified. Miss Mirror accepted the item, looked at Hansen, and asked, You really have made the decision to flee? You need to think about this carefully. Even if Sky Palace was willing to defy the Extreme King and take you in, your journey there would be a hellish one. You might not even get there alive. This is my life. I could go to the holy temple and survive, but I would spend my life in a prison. For someone like me, that existence would be worse than death. I would rather take a gamble that still leaves me a small chance of freedom, Hansen said. Although his words weren't entirely honest, Hansen was explaining one of his primary reasons for refusing to go to the holy temple. Then you should go. I hope you survive a few more days. If my guess is correct, reinforcements will arrive here in 40 hours. And I will have to report your situation to my supervisor. Miss Mirror didn't pretend that she would support Hansen more than she really would just because she was weaker than him now. That just wasn't her personality. Goodbye, my lady. Please report that I'm going to Sky Palace. Hansen bowed. He picked up the unconscious Wanner and took Bauer with him as he departed. Seeing Hansen flee the xenogenic space with Bauer, a strange expression crossed Falling Leaf's face. Miss Mirror, has he really chosen to depart the Extreme King? It is very surprising, but it doesn't surprise me that a brave man like him has made such a choice. Despite Miss Mirror's words, her face looked conflicted. Falling Leaf hesitated for a moment, but ultimately asked, "Can he escape this?" "No, he cannot," Miss Mirror answered with certainty, for that was what she believed. Hansen was smart, but no matter how smart he was just a first-tier king. Even if he was deified, the furious hordes of Extreme King would still bring him down. It was only a matter of time. Isha wanted Hansen to go to Sky Palace, because the sky had the backing of the very high. If they were willing to protect Hansen, then the Extreme King wouldn't simply be able to enter Sky Palace and kill whomever they pleased. But Sky Palace might not protect Han Senator, and even if they agreed to take him in, the trip to get to Sky Palace would be very dangerous for him. After an hour, Miss Mirror called King Bai's phone. "Brother, I have confirmed that he is indeed Han Senator. He has fled the Xenogeneic space, and he is headed for Sky Palace." After he left the Xenogeneic space, Hansen waved his hand and sent a white crystal flying out in front of him. It expanded until it became a giant white whale. It was a technological marvel of the ancient crystallizers. It was as powerful as a deified treasure, and it was Hansen's primary hope of escaping his predicament. With the white whale, he would be able to travel through space for a long time without needing to stop on any other planets along the way. "Hansen, are we really going to escape? We should go and reason with them. Perhaps they will forgive us." Ningyu was going to cry. A man never looks back. Hansen drove the white whale forward. He looked excited and wholly unafraid. "A man never looks back," Bauer repeated in excitement, pumping her fists. "I'm not a big man, I'm a small woman. Let me out. I will beg them for their forgiveness. They will forgive me because I am a pitiful woman." Ningyu sobbed as she banged on the hatch. Then, she sat with her back to the door. She started to cry hopelessly. Her little green sword remained silently at her waist. Hansen and Bauer ignored him. Ningyu had been affected by that little green sword way too much. He had become a woman with remarkably fragile emotions. Hansen didn't dare to get too close to Ningyu or his little green sword. Hansen was afraid of being affected by the little green sword and turning into what Ningyu had become. He would rather die before that happened. "Bauer, my first officer, you take over the wheel." Hansen stood up and allowed Bauer to take the command chair. "Yes, Daddy Captain." Bauer gladly sat down and accepted control of the white whale. Once he didn't have to pilot the whale, Hansen turned his attention to a map of the galaxy. Going to Sky Palace would be very difficult. If they took the normal route to Sky Palace, their chances of arriving safely were practically zero. "It looks like the Tianxia system is the only way we can go. If we do that, we can then head through the systems of chaos to get to Sky Palace," Hansen muttered to himself as he stared intently at the galactic map. The route he proposed was the most dangerous path they could take, which also made it the safest, as far as the threat of the Extreme King was concerned. That was the only route the Extreme King didn't have total control over, but the systems of chaos were even dangerous for deified elites. When Hansen first followed the Ice Blue Knights through the systems of chaos, he was a first-hand witness to how frighteningly scary that place could be. The Tianxia system was a very dangerous system, as well. It was a giant xenogeneic space, but it was different from ordinary xenogeneic spaces. There were no stars, no seas, and no land. It was just an endless, foggy space that was choked by clouds. All sorts of tools were rendered useless there due to the magnetic storms that existed within the vapor. Ordinary ships were unable to travel through the Tianxia system. Plus, that endless space of clouds was known to host many terrifying xenogeneics. Many deified creatures lived all throughout Tianxia system. For an ordinary deified, making the trip would be very difficult. But this was the reason Hansen had chosen to journey through the Tianxia system. The Extreme King wouldn't expect him to go that way. Overnight, Hansen's name spread across the entire Geno universe. Before that day, not many creatures of the universe knew who Hansen was. But when the Extreme King put out a universal APB for Han Sen, races all across the universe learned or remembered his name. Of course, what they remembered more than anything was the very high bounty on him. The reward being offered for Han Sen was enough to tempt any deified. "Mr. Quinn, why are we not going to the White River system? We seem to be headed for Tianxia system instead." An Extreme King Knight looked Bao Quinn with confusion. "The White River system is currently in turmoil. Interstellar pirates are everywhere there. It might seem easy for Han Sen to slip through the chaos, but it is a very populated place. Han Sen has a bold personality, so it most likely compelled him to go to the Tianxia system," Bao Quinn deduced tonelessly. "But he is just a king. Tianxia system isn't a feasible route for someone of his level," the knight said after a moment of thought. Before he was exposed, no one would have believed he had the gall to disguise himself as a prince of the Extreme King, Bao Quinn responded, his eyes hard. "Slow down." Bauer was pushing the white whale through the clouds at an insane speed. Although their transport could move very quickly, it was supposed to be a whale, not a fighter jet. Ningyu was lying on the floor, clutching a chair while bawling her eyes out. Her face was covered in tears and snot. Han Sen peered out at the endless clouds, and he couldn't help but frown. Although he already knew that the Tianxia system was dangerous, seeing the system with his own eyes had still taken him aback. Tianxia system's clouds extended in all directions like an ocean, making it hard for Han Sen to keep his sense of direction. The endless clouds were colorful, as if the white whale was surrounded by countless fluffy rainbows. The clouds were opaque enough that it was difficult to see beyond the closest layer. Now, Han Sen and his companions were traveling through blue clouds. They were endless, and they were scarier than the depths of the sea. In between the moving clouds, Han Sen could occasionally see cloud beasts dancing. Those crane-like cloud beasts were in flocks of several thousand. They flew together like a cloud of their own, all moving quickly in tandem. Inside the blue clouds, they would sometimes see the flash of magnetic storms. Typically, tools and gadgets were rendered useless by such storms. But fortunately, the big white whale of the crystallizers wasn't affected by powerful magnetic interference. The turbulence of the storms had no effect on the white whale, which was why Han Sen wasn't afraid to go through the Tianxia system. The white whale was like a deified creature, but it had no life force. Because of that, it didn't send out a life force for others to sniff out. Ordinary xenogeneics wouldn't attack it, and Han Sen had indeed seen many xenogeneics along the way. But most of them completely ignored the white whale. Some of the meaner ones tried to attack the white whale, but they couldn't really damage the hull of the ship. Aside from the cloud beasts, they rarely saw other elites in the system. Even those of the higher races rarely came to hunt here. It was way too dangerous, and it was almost never worth the risk. Pang! As the white whale blazed along, an explosion sounded off to the side. The clouds rumbled and rolled, sort of like a tsunami. It felt as if some terrifying creatures were in the middle of a war somewhere in the fog. Han Sen told Bauer to go past whatever it was. After all, they were running for their lives, not going on a safari. It was best not to attract the attention of anything, and so they should focus on getting through the fog as fast as possible. But before Bauer turned the white whale, a few people flew out of the big clouds. Terror was written across their faces, and they appeared to be running for their lives. Their worries meant nothing to Han Senator. He didn't have time to worry about people who were running for their lives. But when he got close enough to see their faces, Han Sen jerked back in surprise. Amidst the shadows, there were two pretty women that looked like twins. One was Gu Qingqing, and the other was Elysian Moon. Han Sen couldn't just ignore them. He had Bauer drive the white whale over to Gu Qingqing. When the people saw the white whale heading toward them, they turned in another direction, trying desperately to get away from this new threat as well. But soon after, they saw the mouth of the white whale open. Someone emerged through the gap. "Qingqing, why are you here?" Han Sen asked, looking at Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon. Gu Qingqing saw Hansen, and so she flew towards him with Elysian Moon. When the others saw that Gu Qingqing and Hansen seemed to know each other, they looked relieved. They flew over to the white whale, as well. There are deified creatures ahead. We should leave this place, Gu Qingqing said to Hansen after flying over there. Follow me. Hansen led the way. He invited Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon into the white whale. The other people followed Gu Qingqing, entering the white whale as well. Seeing that Gu Qingqing knew them, Hansen made no effort to stop their entry. This is a battleship? And it can sail through the Tianxia system? This is so weird, said a 20-year-old man. He was one of the demon, and he had deep purple horns. He looked around the big white whale with great curiosity. Hansen told Bauer to drive the white whale away from the deified creatures. Then he looked at the people who had followed Gu Qingqing aboard and asked, "Who are they?" There were a dozen of them, and they were all from different races. They were mostly dukes and kings. Gu Qingqing pointed at one of the young feather men. He hired Elysian Moon and me to protect him inside Tianxia system. Hansen looked at the feather man. The man seemed very young, and his life force wasn't that strong. He was a marquis or duke, at best. My name is Qingyu. Thank you for saving me. What is your name? The feather man asked politely. Hansen had no plans of hiding his identity. You are the student of the newly deified Knife Queen? I have heard your name before, Fang Qingyu said, glancing curiously over Hansen. Surprisingly, Fang Qingyu wasn't like the other feathers. All of the rest of the feathers hated Hansen. When Hansen saw that they had no reaction to his name, he figured that they hadn't heard that he was wanted by the Extreme King. It made sense. Equipment didn't work inside the Tianxia system, so contacting the outside world would have been impossible. They didn't know what had happened out there. Hansen looked outside and noticed there were no more crazy clouds. They must be far away from the deified Xenogeneic now. This place should be safe. You can leave, Hansen said, turning to Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu quietly responded, Brother Han, I would like you to take me all the way through the Tianxia system. What would require in trade for such a request? Sorry, I'm not here to play games, and I'm not interested in a business deal. Please get off my ship, Hansen said firmly. He was on the lam. He wasn't interested in spending any more time with these people. He had only saved them because Gu Qingqing was there. Brother Han, please consider it. Tell me how much you want, and I will gladly play you, Fang Qingyu said. Sorry, I am a little busy. I cannot take you guys, Hansen said. Listen, buddy. You're going to end up embarrassing yourself. One of the destroyed stepped forward from behind Fang Qingyu. He glared at Hansen as he spoke. Other dukes and kings slowly surrounded them, too. What are you doing? Step back. Don't be rude to Brother Han, Fang Qingyu shouted, his face contorted in displeasure. But the other men didn't seem willing to stop. The destroyed leader laughed and said, Mr. Fang, we are doing this for your own good. Our ride, Wind Cloud Bird, was consumed by that deified Xenogeneic. Without a ship, we cannot travel through the Tianxia system. And now that there is a ship right here, we cannot deny that this is obviously the help of God. If you guys try this, then you are no better than pirates, Fang Qingyu said, not sounding happy at all. Haha. Mr. Fang, you are right. We are pirates. Who else do you think would dare to escort you through a zone like the Tianxia system? The people swapped glances with each other and laughed. Once they were in the Tianxia system, they had been planning to rob Fang Qingyu and kidnap Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon. They didn't have much luck, though. They entered the Tianxia system, and mere minutes before they planned to execute their sordid little scheme, they encountered a deified Xenogeneic. You guys, Fang Qingyu's face changed. He was too furious to say anything. With that revelation, the situation made a little more sense to Han Senator. It would have been unusual for normal mercenaries to agree to escort Fang Qingyu into such a dangerous place. Entering the Tianxia system was way too risky. If someone was willing to go there, they were most likely interstellar pirates, or they were on the lam like Han Sen. You're referring to us as you guys? Haven't you heard of the pirate? We are true pirates, so if you know who I am, then show some respect. I only want money. If I don't get it, the destroyed king laughed threateningly as his sentence trailed off. Hearing the man's claim, Han Sen didn't know what to say. The guy was bluffing. The pirates were a powerful faction, and there were many of them. They robbed the amazingly rich and powerful, often entering high-ray xenogenic spaces to attack their prey. They wouldn't behave like these guys, stealing from the weak in such a sneaky way. Many of the pirates started to approach Han. Senator Gu Qingqing frowned and started to draw her sword, but Han Sen stopped her. Han Sen looked at the pirates and smiled. It is good that you aren't leaving. We need people here. We need men that are willing to tidy, clean, and make food. If you want to stay here, you may remain to do such things. When the pirates heard that, they laughed until their eyes watered. The demon man looked extra cocky, and he said, "The rebate and knife queen might be famous, but we don't care. Plus, you are only knife queen's student. How dare you propose that we become your deckhands? Stop talking to him. As it is his wish, we'll flip the offer around and make him the one who does the washing, cleaning, and cooking for us," one of the pirates said. They were fearless. They had seen the battleship from one end to the other. The ship was host to Han Sen, a little girl, and a very frightened woman. Aside from them, there was only a little red bird. "Let me do it," the demon man said with a smile. He unleashed his area. He went over to Han Sen while saying, "Do you want to get out, or do you want me to help you? If you want me to help, you will." Before he could finish, Han Sen punched the man in the face. D*menu. The demon man suddenly looked terrifying. He lifted his fist and threw a punch at Han Sen that was imbued with sky demon powers. Very few demons could make use of those powers, and the few that could were mostly of a pure demon blood lineage. The fact that the demon could make use of sky demon powers surprised Han Sen. But the sky demon powers, even at full charge, was useless against Han Sen. That demon man was stunned when Han Sen's fist collided with his own. He had put all of his power into that strike, and Han Sen had blocked it. The demon man had shock written all over his face. His entire body stopped moving, and then a block of ice encased him. The other pirates were shocked, too. The demon man wasn't a top king, but his sky demon power was nothing to trifle with. Han Sen had blocked that sky demon power and froze him in a single punch. That surprised them all. Many of the pirates pulled out their knives. Han Sen's hands closed into fists, and then he rushed into them. He threw punches that wrecked each of their king areas and their powers. He froze the pirates one by one, leaving them standing on the deck, motionless and confused. The pirates were dumbfounded. They were just a group of outlaws who weren't really connected to the pirate. And they had never witnessed a king with such impressive strength. "Don't. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll kill her." The destroyed king had the quickest reaction. Upon seeing all his men frozen, he stumbled back toward Bauer and put a knife to her neck. Han Sen had already frozen all the other pirates. When he turned to see the frightened destroyed king holding a knife to Bauer's throat, he laughed and didn't approach. The destroyed king looked at his men in disbelief. The demon and two others had been kings, but Han Sen had dealt with them as easily as he had the dukes. They had all been frozen by Han Sen's punches. The entire group only lasted a few seconds. Han Sen grinned at the destroyed king. He didn't come any closer. "Don't take another step. If you do, what happens then is on you." The destroyed king's heart began to pound as Han Sen gazed at him. The destroyed pulled Bauer closer to himself, wanting to retreat with her as a hostage. For now, all he wanted was to leave. The further away he could get, the better. "Uncle," said a very young voice from the destroyed king's arms. When he lowered his head, he found that it was the little girl he was using as a hostage. The little girl had a knife to her neck, but she didn't look scared like most little girls would, however. She smiled at him, looking so happy. She even started to laugh. "Stop laughing," the destroyed king shouted angrily at the little girl, feeling insulted. Before he could come up with another threat, though, the destroyed king's eyes widened in surprise and terror. The little red bird upon the girl's shoulder jumped into the air, and red flames began to spread from its flapping wings. It was like a volcano erupting. Under the incredible heat, the destroyed king-class knife suddenly melted into molten juice. But the fire in the bird's eyes didn't lessen. In fact, the bird seemed to grow even more enraged. The pirates all stood in a line, still chilled and shivering. They stood meekly before Bauer, listening attentively as she scolded them. "From now on, you guys are the deckhands of the White Whale. You'll be a cleaner. And you, a servant." Bauer gave them jobs, and the pirates all nodded as they were given assignments. They had been tamed, and none of them dared to refuse to do as they were told. Their eyes sometimes wandered to the little red bird sitting atop Bauer's shoulder, and the sight of it would send another involuntary shiver through them. 10 minutes before, the little bird had burned a 6th-tier destroyed king to nothing more than charcoal. There was too little of him left to even be considered cooked meat. "Brother Fong, you should really leave now. Following me will only put you in more danger," Han Sen said to Fong Qingyu. Fong Qingyu shook his head. "Brother Han, the Tianxia system isn't a place a marquise can make a living. How long do you think I could survive out there?" After that, Fong Qingyu pulled something out of his pocket. He set it down in front of Han Senator with a slight smile. He said, "Brother Han, do you remember this?" After Han Sen got a good look at what Fong Qingyu was holding, he was confused. He didn't recognize the item. The item looked like a common 3x3, 6-sided Rubik's Cube. 9 squares occupied each face. But unlike a normal Rubik's Cube, each square on this cube contained a strange image. Each image was like a small painting of a place that Han Sen had never been before. Some of them showed starscapes, whereas others showed mountains and rivers. Others simply showed off rooms or palatial halls. When Fong Qingyu looked at Han Sen's face, he realized that Han Sen didn't recognize it. He smiled and said, "This is the Wanjia Rubik's Cube. It is a xenogeneic treasure from the 1,000 treasures. Everyone who has a Wanjia Rubik's Cube can contact others with a Wanjia Rubik's Cube. You can even use video. To simplify this for you, the Wanjia Rubik's Cube is like a phone. But it is a xenogeneic treasure, so you don't need a signal. You can communicate through space without being affected by magnetic storms. This is a powerful tool. If you have a treasure like this, you can ask your family or friends to come pick you up, right?" Han Sen said. Fong Qingyu smiled wryly. "Brother Han, I'm not showing this to you so that I can leave. I am a member of the 1,000 Treasures Alliance. Although the Alliance isn't considered a part of the 1,000 Treasures race, we have the same level of authority as the 1,000 Treasures. My Wanjia Rubik's Cube can connect to other members of the 1,000 Treasures. They can see everything I see." "What does that mean?" Han Sen frowned. Fong Qingyu quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't misunderstand me, Brother Han. The Wanjia Rubik's Cubes need to be activated for others to see my image. Right now, it is not open and so no one will know anything about what is going on here." After pausing, Fong Qingyu went on to say, "Your battleship is incredible, it can even travel through the Tianxia system unimpeded. The 1,000 treasures want every treasure, including rare items in dangerous places like the Tianxia system. There are so many items in this system that most people couldn't tell what is valuable and what isn't, but with the Wanjia Rubik's Cube, we could send images back to the 1,000 treasures. They could identify what is worth taking and what isn't." If they see something that they want, they will pay a high price for the items you bring back to them. Hansen smiled and said, Brother Fong, I'm afraid you don't know my situation. I know you are Knife Queen's student. Fong Qingyu looked at Hansen with a modicum of confusion. Hansen waved his hand to interrupt him. He smiled and said, You can use your Wanjia Rubik's Cube to contact your 1,000 Treasures friends, and perhaps they might let you know a thing or two about me, as well. Fong Qingyu looked confused, and so he turned on his Wanjia Rubik's Cube. In one of the squares, another member of the 1,000 Treasures appeared. Fong Qingyu spoke to him, and his expression became increasingly apprehensive as the conversation went on. When the conversation was over, Fong Qingyu turned and stared toward Hansen for a long moment. A while later, he muttered, Brother Han, are you not afraid that I will expose your location? What is there to be afraid of? The Extreme King must already be in the Tianxia system by now, so it doesn't really matter, Hansen said with a shrug. Now you should understand why I don't want to bring you along. I cannot do the things you want me to, like stopping and collecting treasures along the way. Fong Qingyu's eyes brightened as he looked at Han Sr. If that is true, you should definitely take me with you. Why? Hansen asked in surprise. Brother Han, I know you only want me off the ship so I don't get pulled into this, which was a kind thought. Also, I'm carrying a Wanjia Rubik's Cube. You probably think that if I go with you, I might expose your location, and the Extreme King might have an easier time following you, Fong Qingyu said. I'm glad that you understand, Hansen said. Fong Qingyu shook his head. But I also think you are wrong. How so? Hansen looked at Fong Qingyu with interest. My presence might expose information about your escape, but that sort of exposure isn't necessarily a bad thing, Fong Qingyu said seriously. There was no humor in his expression. What does that mean? I really don't understand, Hansen replied. Fong Qingyu set the Wanjia Rubik's Cube in front of Han Sr. You can take the Wanjia Rubik's Cube, and you can decide whether you want to turn it on or off. Or you could just throw me off the ship. But I must tell you that if you allow me to stay, I will expose your location with the Wanjia Rubik's Cube. And I will take loads of photos. Fong Qingyu, are you tired of living? Others might be afraid of the 1,000 treasures, but do you think a guy who disguised himself as a prince of the Extreme King would care about the life of some snot-nosed 1,000 treasures member? Elysian Moon snorted in derision. Keep talking, Hansen remained focused on Fong Qingyu, and he didn't seem upset. Calm down, Elysian Moon. What I have said makes sense. I'm not selling Brother Han out. Fong Qingyu paused. He looked at Hansen and said, Brother Han, you are escaping to Sky Palace, yes? Yes, Hansen answered immediately. He had never planned to hide the fact that Sky Palace was his destination. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Miss Mirror know where he was going. In fact, he wanted everyone to know he was going to Sky Palace. If I'm understanding the situation correctly, Brother Han, you are going through the Tianxia system to reach the systems of chaos in order to get to Sky Palace? Fong Qingyu asked. That is correct. Hansen nodded. In that case, you should let me film this. And do it in HD quality. Fong Qingyu sounded really excited. Talk me through your idea, Hansen said to Fong Qingyu. He was beginning to think that this young man was a very interesting person. The path you have selected isn't bad. You have taken a road that the Extreme King have no control over. Plus, you have a pretty amazing ship in the shape of a big whale. It is a fair assessment that the Extreme King won't catch up to you very quickly. But the road you have selected is also very dangerous. Even if the Extreme King don't catch you, your path is full of risks. Both the Tianxia system and the systems of chaos have innumerable dangers, many of which are impossible to predict or anticipate. And the Extreme King have 3 teams of knights in the systems of chaos. They will probably be your greatest opposition. But, if I send them a video of you at the proper time, we might actually be able to put them to use. Fong Qingyu's excitement took on a mischievous edge. A giant black beetle soared through the clouds, and upon the back of the black beetle rested a stone castle. Many extreme king were moving about the castle as they fulfilled their various duties. Mr. Bouchin. Mr. Bouchin. An old member of the extreme king raced over to the floating garden, where Bouchin was drinking tea. Old butler, what's the rush? Bouchin asked the butler, taking a sip of tea and putting down the cup. The old butler looked very excited. He stepped over to Bouchin's chair and said, "We found him. We have found where Hansen is." "Oh, where is he?" Bouchin jerked his head up in surprise. The investigators themselves hadn't brought him this news, so he wasn't sure how the butler had received word. Here, the old butler brought out a Wanjia Rubik's Cube. He set it in front of Bouchin and pressed one of the squares to show the video. A boat appeared, traveling through a sea of blue clouds. A man sat on the small boat, appearing relaxed and comfortable as he paged through a book. At the front of the boat, a line of creatures were using their power to pull the ship forward. The creatures were from a dozen different races, and there was even a demon amongst them. They were like huskies pulling a sleigh as they struggled to drag the boat forward. If they slowed down for a second, the man atop the boat would wave his hand and whip the creatures. The blows broke their armor and flesh, and they screamed with every strike. The man, meanwhile, never even looked up from his book. One of the creatures pulling the boat, a feather man, was covered in wounds. It looked as if he had received numerous beatings. His head was lowered, but he had secretly activated the Rubik's Cube. He looked very angry. "Save me. If anyone can get me out of here, I will give them all the treasure I have in the Thousand Treasures Alliance." "No, I will give 70%, said the man's voice. Bouchin stared at the Rubik's Cube on the table in front of him. "What is going on?" Bouchin looked at the man on the boat, and then realized it was Hansen, the very man they were after. The old butler was almost vibrating with excitement. The feather man pulling the boat is Fang Qingyu. He is a member of the Thousand Treasures Alliance. He hired a group to help him explore the Tianxia system. While there, his group encountered Senator Hansen, captured them and set them all to pulling his boat. He appears to be trying to escape the Tianxia system. Fang Qingyu is a feather, but Hansen doesn't know he is a member of the Thousand Treasures Alliance. Fang Qingyu has a Wanjia Rubik's Cube that he's using to send out a call for help, hoping that someone will rescue him. The old butler sounded so excited. Now that Fang Qingyu is sending messages through the Wanjia Rubik's Cube, we know where Hansen is. All we must do is give chase. "Who is this Fang Qingyu?" Bouchin asked the old butler. Rather than seeming happy, his face had turned down into a frown. The old butler quickly said, "I have checked. Fang Qingyu is a feather, but he is an orphan. He was taken in by an elder of the Thousand Treasures Alliance. He has nothing to do with the feathers, and he has nothing to do with Han Senator. That elder from the Thousand Treasures Alliance has already sent people to the Tianxia system in order to save him." "Good." Bouchin nodded. He looked at the video on the Wanjia Rubik's Cube. "Can you tell where he is within the Tianxia system?" The old butler laughed. "The blue sea clouds. There are hundreds of them across the Tianxia system, but the clouds in different areas all have unique identifying aspects. Judging from the information we've gleaned from the video and the direction the boat appears to be proceeding, we have deduced they are located in sea cloud number 75. We're in purple sea cloud number 86, which isn't too far from Hansen's position. Keep an eye on them and turn us to an intercept course," Bouchin said. "Yes. Hansen can't outrun us this time, no matter what," the old butler said. Then he sent the order to turn the giant black beetle toward Hansen. As they began traveling through clouds that Hansen had already passed through, the old butler frowned. "Weird. When they went through here, they must have left some trace of their passage, even if it was only a single hair. Why can I not sense anything? Did we go the wrong way?" Bouchin smiled and said, "If we found obvious evidence of their passage, then we'd know that we weren't on Hansen's trail." He's too good to leave behind obvious signs of his presence. Go faster. We must be going the right way. Yes, the old butler answered, and the black beetle accelerated. They didn't discover any signs of Han Sen's presence, but based on the video of Fang Qingyu's Wanjia Rubik's Cube, they knew they were headed in the right direction. Han Sen's little boat wasn't moving nearly as fast as the black beetle. By the old butler's estimation, they would catch up to Han Sen in another 18 hours. At that moment, they glanced at the video on the Wanjia Rubik's Cube and saw that Han Sen's boat was coming to a stop. A group of cloud beasts appeared in front of the boat, then turned aggressively and attacked. Chaos ensued. Fang Qingyu was trying to fight off the Xenogeneics. He couldn't use the Wanjia Rubik's Cube at the same time, so the video was switched off. Oh no! It is a bunch of high-level cloud beasts. A few of them are king-class cloud apes. If Fang Qingyu is killed, we'll lose track of Han Sen, the old butler said, looking glum. Go full speed. Find them before they finish fighting the cloud beasts, Bao Qin commanded, his face grim. The giant black beetle flew at high speed toward the last location shown in the video. When they arrived, they found many cloud beasts in the midst of battle. But because they were surrounded by so many clouds, they could only catch occasional glimpses of the battleground. Bao Qin ordered the black beetle to be brought to a stop, then turned back to the old butler. Let's not get too close to the battleground. Before we enter, we should send someone in to scout. Before the old butler could agree, a huge white whale appeared out of the clouds and headed straight toward them. Following the white whale was a group of cloud beasts. They seemed very angry. Ready yourselves to fight. Bao Qin shouted, frowning as the white whale approached. The black beetle's extreme king knights quickly assembled into battle formations. The big white whale approached at high speed, but instead of ramming the black beetle as they expected, the whale dove and went right under their ship. Bao Qin and the extreme king knights wondered why the white whale had decided to simply pass them by, but they didn't have much time to think about it. The cloud beasts that had been chasing the whale surged over them in a wave. A king-class group of giant cloud dragons were flying behind the cloud beasts, but even they seemed weak and unthreatening compared to what followed. The giant cloud dragons were hitched to a rainbow-colored carriage made of cloud stone. Despite their incredible power and ferocity, the cloud dragons were being used as mere beasts of burden. D***it. It's the sea demon's carriage. We have to get out of here. Bao Qin's face paled slightly, and his words were rushed. But it was already too late. The sea beasts were upon them, and the giant cloud dragons dragging the stone carriage arrived before the black beetle. The white whale had vanished at some point, and the giant black beetle was now surrounded by monsters of the clouds. The extreme king knights engaged the cloud beasts in combat. Good job, everyone! Han Sen said to Fang Qingyu and the others as he admired the extreme king, who were now fighting the cloud beasts. It is our honor to work for the captain and the little captain, one of the pirates said, bowing deeply. An ingratiating smile covered his face. The captain and the little captain are the smartest people in the whole universe. Those extreme king aren't even fit to lick your boots. The captain is so handsome. The little captain is so beautiful. You both hold the universe in your hands, and every decision you make is a turning point in history. Long live the big captain and small captain. Long live the big captain and small captain. Han Sen looked at all the pirates who were gushing praises for him and Bauer, and he couldn't help but admit that it felt pretty good. Bauer was loving it. No wonder everyone wants to become a tyrant with an evil right-hand man. This is great, Han Sen thought happily. Luckily, Han Sen hadn't deluded himself into thinking that this was actually his idea. Fang Qingyu had come up with the plan, and Han Sen was only reaping the advantages of its employment. It was just as Fang Qingyu had said. The Tianxia system was way too dangerous, and getting through it safely might have been little more than wishful thinking. They hadn't been planning to encounter the scary cloud dragons, after all. Hansen didn't dare to fight the cloud dragons. He piloted the white whale away from them as he tried to escape. Then, he allowed Feng Qingyu to create a scenario that would draw in the Extreme King search party. Once the Extreme King arrived, they had earned the ire of the monsters within minutes. The cloud dragons weren't happy to have intruders in their territory. Hansen didn't know what the stone carriage behind the cloud dragons was, but after Feng Qingyu used the Wanjia Rubik's Cube to contact his Thousand Treasures stepfather, they learned that it was the legendary Sea Demon carriage. If not for the Thousand Treasures, Hansen might not have fled from the carriage in time. It would have certainly been a nasty fight. That Thousand Treasures elder used the Rubik's Cube to tell Hansen that the Sea Demon carriage was the most mysterious and scary xenogenics in the Tianxia system. The legend said that the giant cloud dragons pulled the Tianxia system's leader in that carriage. Not many people had ever glimpsed what was inside that carriage, though. When the Sea Demon carriage opened, anyone who saw it usually died shortly thereafter. The white whale hovered some distance from the battlefield. They hid amidst the clouds, and Feng Qingyu looked very excited. He filmed the fight between the Extreme King and the cloud beasts intently, streaming the video to his Thousand Treasures stepfather. Feng Qingyu took special care to capture the Sea Demon carriage on video. He would never miss an opportunity to film that. He wanted the chance to film the being inside the Sea Demon car. He wanted a first-hand account of this fight. That information might be the most valuable thing he had ever possessed. Of course, it wasn't just the information that would fetch a high price. The video itself would be worth a lot. Feng Qingyu's stepfather had already started working on it. The Thousand Treasures was the best organization in the universe when it came to making money, and a video like that would be a money-making machine. The video would require some editing before it was released, though. Hansen really admired the business acumen of the Thousand Treasures. Plus, with Feng Qingyu remaining in constant contact with his stepfather, the Thousand Treasures could give them information about any creatures they encountered in the Tianxia system. Hansen could avoid many potential dangers and pitfalls, and they wouldn't have to go up against a creature that might be too much for them. They could even detour around areas with a particularly high death toll. "It's out!" Feng Qingyu shouted very excitedly. Hansen looked back to the battleground. The cloud dragons were cringing away from the open door of the carriage, and after a few long seconds, something stepped through the open door. All eyes were drawn to the newly emerged monster. Hansen had never seen a living creature like it before. Its body was like a black cloud, with a black demonic form standing somewhere in the middle. It was impossible to see exactly what the creature looked like, but it possessed a dark humanoid shape. But the being seemed to have a shadowy tail, and its hair was like fire. A pair of eyes could be seen through the dark cloud, burning with a red and purple flame. Only its disturbing eyes could be seen clearly, as everything else about its form was murky and indistinct. Bao Qin stood atop the castle, watching the scary creature emerge from the stone carriage. "Demon spirit, we of the Extreme King have never offended you. We were pursuing someone else along this path." But that scary creature didn't answer. Its eyes glowed evilly, and it threw a punch toward Bao Qin. Boom! Hansen and the others didn't see the punch land, but they could see the enormous black beetle explode under the force of the shockwave. Blood rained everywhere, dyeing the blue cloud scarlet around it. Some Extreme King Knights hadn't been able to get clear of the black beetle, and so the hit destroyed their King Knight bodies. They disintegrated, becoming a part of that red mist. Bao Qin hung in the air, and the ghostly demon spirit teleported directly in front of him. It has started. Hansen's eyes brightened with anticipation. There was going to be a deified fight. If the two fighters ended up badly injured, he could take advantage of the situation and claim them both. Hansen watched the battle in the hopes of finding an opportunity to score some easy kills, but something soon happened that made him rethink his plans. Music wafted into Hansen's ears. Upon hearing the first note, Han Sen's mind seemed to buzz, like the vibration that would be left behind if someone struck him on the head with a hammer. Han Sen only found the sensation to be slightly uncomfortable, but the Duke-class pirates began to fall over, coughing up blood as they curled into fetal position. They clawed at their ears, screaming in agony. They were bleeding from all 7 of their holes. Oh, no. A deified extreme king has used a sonic attack. The white whale is tough, but it is weak against sonic attacks. We have to go. Han Sen turned the white whale and piloted it far away. The white whale was just a piece of technology, so it couldn't adapt to everything that was thrown at it. Fang Qingyu was the weakest person on board, and so he was doing far worse than all the others. Luckily, Han Sen released a king area that subdued most of the acoustic effect. If he hadn't done that, the sonic powers would have liquefied Fang Qingyu's brain. The white whale traveled through the clouds at full speed. After tens of thousands of miles, the effectiveness of the sonic powers started to subside. But Han Sen's crew still suffered from the scary shockwaves of the battle. After what had just happened, Han Sen was no longer interested in trying to kill the fighters once they were injured. He just wanted to leave the area, and that was that. Don't go. If you leave now, we won't film the fight. And if we don't film the fight, everything we've invested will be wasted. I have to go back and keep filming. Fang Qingyu shouted at Han Sen as soon as he was feeling better. You're crazier than I am. You're willing to die for money? Han Sen looked at Fang Qingyu with utter shock. This man really did care about money above all else. The Thousand Treasures Alliance cannot invest in a venture that loses money. I have to go back, Fang Qingyu said with obvious difficulty. Seeing that Fang Qingyu wasn't kidding, Gu Qingqing said, "It won't matter how much money you make if you're dead, will it?" Fang Qingyu shook his head with a wry smile. You guys don't understand. This isn't only about me. My team invested a lot into this. If you don't follow the plan we made, I won't be the only one getting screwed, my whole team will be. They invested all their money into this. That means they will all go bankrupt, and that might result in them all committing suicide. Give me your Wanjia Rubik's code, and I will film it for you, Han Sen said after a moment. Han Sen hadn't wanted to leave so abruptly, either, but Bauer, Ningyu, and Gu Qingqing were all on board the ship. He didn't want to put their lives at risk. Read latest chapters at listnovel.com. If he went back there alone, there wouldn't be as much to worry about. I don't know if, Fang Qingyu was shocked. It'll be fine. Han Sen took the Wanjia Rubik's Cube out of Fang Qingyu's hands. Then, he spoke to Bauer. Bauer, take them farther away. I will catch up. After that, he took the Wanjia Rubik's Cube and exited the white whale. He headed straight back for the battlefield. With Bauer guiding them away and the little red bird protecting them, they should be able to survive an encounter with even a deified Xenogeneic. Han Sen wasn't too worried about their safety. And in regards to Han Sen himself, he knew he would be able to survive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone back alone. The clouds were rumbling. The music sounded eerie and demonic. Under the force of the sonic power, a big blue cloud was roiling and rolling away like an ocean wave. Many Xenogeneics and cloud beasts, which commonly lived inside such clouds, were all scrambling away as they fled desperately for their lives. But some of the smaller cloud beasts and Xenogeneics didn't have enough time to escape. They were killed by the sonic sounds. They died before they could leave the clouds, and their corpses were tossed along with the rolling clouds like flotsam caught by the tide. Han Sen used his Dongxian area and jade skin. He summoned all of his strength to fight back that sonic power. But even still, he could barely withstand it as he drew near to the battlefield. He felt like his head was going to get ripped open by that soul piano note. Han Sen's heart leaped in his chest, and he summoned a beast soul. It was an eyeball-shaped beast soul with a red pupil. It was the deified class blood evil god beast soul Han Sen had managed to retrieve from Do God City. The blood-eye evil god's body was the eyeball Hansen had managed to kill as it tried to escape. The statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes had merely some sort of host or shell that the creature inhabited. Mutant deified class beast soul blood-eye evil god, I-type. The beast soul flew into Hansen's left eye. It grew incredibly thin and formed itself into a half-sphere, then it fitted itself onto Hansen's left eyeball like a contact lens. Hansen's left eye was veiled in red. His entire eyeball gleamed crimson, and a bloody light seemed to swirl within the orb. The purple-eyed butterfly's power lay in its ability to analyze and rewind the history of an object. The power of the blood-eye evil god beast soul was different. As the bloody color deepened within Hansen's left eye, the red light of his pupil seemed to swirl restlessly. Suddenly, the red light poured out of Hansen's eye. The blood light wrapped around Hansen's entire body, turning him into a bloody shadow. His face was no longer visible, and he seemed more like an unsettling absence than anything tangible. But his entire body, or what could be seen of it, was blood red. When Hansen became this blood shadow, everything in his vision changed. Hansen saw a giant cloud dragon flying far away. He could see the creature's eyes, and he saw himself reflected in those eyes. The next second, Hansen's heart jumped. He leaped into those eyes. Hansen found himself hiding somewhere within the creature's vision, as if he had slipped behind the reflective surface of the cloud dragon's eyes. Hansen would be safe and invisible inside that space unless the eye's reflective surface was broken. That was the only way someone could hurt him now. Hansen hid within the giant cloud dragon's eye, and he turned, realizing that he could see what the dragon saw, as well. When this giant cloud dragon's eyes met those of another dragon, Hansen moved. He traveled into the eyes of the second dragon. This movement was similar to jumping from mirror to mirror. He didn't have teleportation abilities, but he couldn't be attacked. And furthermore, no one could see his body. It was like Hansen could look into a mirror, then trade places with his own reflection. Hansen's entire body could teleport into the eyes of whoever he saw. Rather than just assuming their vision, he was actually physically transporting himself. But when Hansen moved into the eyes of another being, the creature's pupils would turn blood red. It was an obvious indicator of his presence, and it would be easy for others to spot where he was. After doing a few more jumps, a giant cloud dragon's eyes turned to meet Baoqin's eyes. Hansen immediately teleported into the deified Extreme King's eyes. Hansen's vision became Baoqin's vision. Being in the man's eyes allowed Hansen to see what he saw. I jumped straight into a deified elite's eyes? Hansen was ecstatic. Not even a deified elite could stop the powers of the blood-eye evil god beast soul. This surprised him quite a bit.